Section 1 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alister. Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. Chapter 7. The Conquest and Exploitation of East Africa. Subsection: Anglo-German Rivalry. The partition of the western and eastern coasts of Africa was almost simultaneous, beginning in earnest about 1884 and reaching virtual completion within 10 years. Before 1884, Portugal held a long but vaguely defined strip of malarial coastland on both sides of the Zambezi River, which enters the sea just opposite the great island of Madagascar. All north of this Portuguese colony of Mozambique was eligible for conquest, since it belonged to no European power, but was claimed by a Mohammedan sultan who, from his capital on the island of Zanzibar, a little below the equator, attempted rather unsuccessfully to assert authority over more than 1,000 miles of the mainland coast. On one occasion, 1877, the Sultan had offered to let William Mackinnon, a very God-fearing Scottish shipowner, collect all the customs duties in this empire, but the British Foreign Office had vetoed the project. Bismarck likewise had to discourage German schemes to acquire control of Zanzibar, or East Africa, before 1884. In 1884, however, a livelier tune was called by Dr. Karl Peters, an impetuous young German, who had absorbed the spirit of imperialism during a visit to England, and had founded in Germany a company for German colonization to provide capital for the acquisition of a colony. Not knowing just where to begin, Peters accepted the suggestion of Count Feil, another German who had lived in Africa and had profitably read Stanley's books. The expedition was planned in secrecy, for officialdom had frowned upon Peters' earlier proposals. Moreover, Peters himself preferred stealth to publicity, melodrama to diplomacy. On October 1st, 1884, Peters embarked at Trieste, with Feil and 2 other associates. They were disguised as English working men, and Peters took the alias Mr. Bowman. Arriving at Zanzibar a month later, Peters found a telegram awaiting him, expressing Bismarck's disapproval of the enterprise. With characteristic verve, the young adventurer replied that he begged to have refusals delayed until he asked for something. With assistance from a German commercial house at Zanzibar, the little group of empire builders obtained necessary supplies and crossed over to the mainland. 10 days later, Peters was back in Zanzibar with a dozen treaties placing the native kingdoms of Useguha, Nguru, Usagara, and Ukami, about 60,000 square miles in all, under the protection of his company. How, by presence, persuasion, and cajolery, he and his friends had induced the bewildered native chieftains to make their marks on the treaties is a story that he himself has told. Hastening back to Berlin, he reorganized his company as the German East Africa Company and demanded from Bismarck a Schutzbrief, a proclamation of the government's protection for his acquisitions. When Bismarck seemed reluctant, Peters announced that he was going to Brussels, knowing Bismarck would suspect the purpose of the trip to be an offer of East Africa to the grasping King Leopold. Bismarck understood the move, and quickly published the Schutzbrief, March 3rd, 1885. Footnote: Hörslet, Op. Cit., Volume 1, page 303. This charter did not establish a protectorate in the ordinary sense of the word, that is, a tutelage by the German government over a native ruler. Rather, it declared German suzerainty and protection over the territories and granted the company all rights of jurisdiction. End of footnote. Whether his hand was forced by the importunate Peters, or the whole drama was but a puppet show devised to mask the Chancellor's own designs, has been a favourite theme for historical debate. A reasonable interpretation of the facts now available would be that Bismarck, ever an opportunist, cautious when uncertain as he was bold when assured of success, carefully assumed a diplomatically correct attitude of disapproval until the Peters expedition had succeeded, and then perceived an opportunity to gain a colony. His decision was made easier by the preoccupation of England with Anglo-Russian disputes in Asia. England, however, was not willing to permit the Germans to have things all their own way in East Africa. An English explorer, whose name, Sir Harry Johnston, must already be familiar to the persevering reader of these pages, had ventured into the locality of Mount Kilimanjaro, just north of Peter's domain, a few months earlier to observe the flora and fauna, and incidentally to make treaties with native chieftains, if a French traveller seemed to be coming to the neighbourhood. He had no suspicion of the Germans. These were taken up in 1885 by a group of Manchester merchants and others, who formed the British East Africa Association, later reorganised as the Imperial British East Africa Company. As the French government also claimed an interest in the East Coast, the three great powers, England, Germany, and France, appointed a joint commission to settle their conflicting claims and to determine whether East Africa was really the property of the Sultan of Zanzibar. The decision, reached in 1886, allowed the Sultan only his islands of Zanzibar and Pemba, and a long strip of the coast 10 miles deep and about 1,000 long. Of this, the German company was to have the southern 600 miles, and the British the northern 400, as a sphere of interest. Back of the 10-mile limit, the hinterland was divided between Germany and England by a line drawn as far west as Lake Victoria. France, for her part, was left free to pursue interests in Madagascar. The next step was to obtain from the Sultan the littoral, the 10-mile coast strip. Each of the rival chartered companies, the German East African and the British East African, leased from Zanzibar its respective sphere of coast. But this arrangement could not last long. The Germans were eager to obtain outright possession of the coast so they might control the tariff. Moreover, the question of western extension raised problems. Were the Germans free to push their frontier back to meet the Congo Free State at Lake Tanganyika, leaving no corridor for the projected British Cape to Cairo Railway? Was the fertile inland kingdom of Uganda, described by explorers as the jewel of Eastern Africa, to be British or German? The future of Uganda was an urgent question in 1890. In earlier years, French Roman Catholic missionaries, Cardinal Lavigérie's white feathers, had entered this Negro kingdom and won many converts. British Protestants also sought to evangelize the kingdom. Islam, too, had found its devotees. Disliking the growth of these religious factions, the king, Mwanga, hit upon the interesting expedient of placing Christians and Mohammedans together on an island in Lake Victoria and letting them starve. But his plan was discovered, and civil war resulted. Deposed by the Mohammedans, King Mwanga joined with the missionaries in asking aid from a British officer, Frederick Jackson, who had been sent to Lake Victoria by the British East Africa Company. Jackson offered to use his force of 500 riflemen to help the king if his expenses were paid and the British flag raised over Uganda. But he delayed, and once again, as they had so often done, the Germans profited by British procrastination. Karl Peters, founder of German East Africa, restlessly seeking new empires to conquer, was at this time leading a German expedition through Uganda to the Upper Nile Valley to rescue a German, Emin Pasha, who was there beleaguered by fanatical Muslims. Peters happened to obtain some of Jackson's letters regarding Uganda, and was not a man to neglect opportunity. He quickly marched to the capital, and in February 1890 concluded a treaty with the king, thanks to the help of the French missionaries, who preferred even German rule to English Protestantism. Subsection: The Anglo-German Agreement. This time, however, Peters was not supported by Bismarckian diplomacy. Bismarck had previously been negotiating with Lord Salisbury for the cession of Heligoland in exchange for African territory. Though Bismarck fell from power early in 1890, his successor Caprivi continued the bargaining and concluded on July 1, 1890, the famous Heligoland Treaty, whereby Germany obtained Heligoland and, in exchange, gave up all claim to Uganda, thus nullifying the exploit of Peters. Zanzibar and Pemba Islands, Vitu, a district on the British East African coast hitherto claimed by Germans, Nyasaland, a region which Peters had coveted as a southwestward extension of German East Africa, and some disputed territories in Western Africa on the border between Togoland, German, and Ashanti, British. The treaty has been described as a one-sided bargain, giving England a whole suit of clothes in exchange for a trouser button. But Heligoland was more than a button. It was a useful naval base for the protection of Hamburg and Bremen, and Germany got more than Heligoland. German Southwest Africa was given a long and narrow extension, often called Caprivi's Finger or Caprivi's Apfel, 20 miles wide, reaching eastward to the Zambezi River, on which an outlet was much desired. German Cameroon in West Africa was extended to Lake Chad, and in the east, although Germany gave up all hope of penetrating through Uganda into the Sudan, nevertheless did she extend the boundary of German East Africa westward to the Great Lakes, Tanganyika and Nyasa, and Congo Free State, thus barring the road which British imperialists dreamed of stretching from Cape Colony to Cairo. In pursuance of this bargain of 1890, the Germans were able to purchase from Zanzibar for about $1 million the coast they had hitherto leased. There were minor boundary disputes still to be settled, but for all practical purposes, the German East Africa Company was in possession of a colony almost twice as large as Germany. The colony was taken over from the company by the German government in 1897. It was Germany's richest and greatest colony. In the highlands, German settlers could find healthful homes, although by 1914 only 4,000 had done so. The German aim was to transform East Africa into a land of productive plantations conducted by German settlers with Negro labour. Huge tracts of lands were granted to capitalist companies and smaller plots to individual planters, but labour was scarce, and rather than become landless serfs, the natives rose in violent rebellion in 1905, a rebellion which is said to have caused the death, either in battle or by starvation, of 120,000 natives. After that, the natives were reduced to submission, and large numbers toiled as serfs on German plantations, growing sisal, hemp, cotton, rubber, and other tropical crops. The raw cotton exports increased from less than half a ton in 1902 to about 3,000 tons in 1913 to 1914, and about 32,000 acres of cotton fields were in the hands of white planters. Although the colony had not yet become self-supporting, deficit of 6.6 million marks in 1913, and though the trade was only 89 million marks in 1913, hope ran high that the plantations would someday supply many a German factory with raw cotton and other raw materials, and that the healthful uplands would become prosperous German cattle ranches, but such hopes were cut short by the Great War of 1914. Subsection: The Uganda Affair. In the meantime, England took advantage of the Treaty of 1890 by declaring protectorates over Nyasaland, Zanzibar, Pemba, and Uganda. Regarding the last, at least some suggestion should be given of a very interesting history. In the winter of 1890, an able British adventurer explorer, Captain Lugard, was sent with 300 armed natives to offer the King of Uganda the protection and powerful assistance of the British East Africa Company. Mwanga's lack of interest in this magnanimous offer was converted, by threats, into acquiescence, and a treaty was signed. But there was still such intense triangular conflict among French Christians, English Christians, and Mohammedans that Lugard sought to strengthen his position by bringing in several hundred Sudanese soldiers. With them he brought in unwittingly, it is said, the dread sleeping sickness which killed off 250,000 Uganda Negroes in the next few years. Nevertheless, the French faction dared rebel, and only by force was order restored. Alarmed by the cost of incessant fighting, the British company decided to withdraw its forces from Uganda unless it could obtain financial aid from the British government. Lugard went back to England to make a buzz against abandoning Uganda, that is to say, to write letters to the press, to make speeches, to conduct a strenuous propaganda in favour of a government grant to the company. The Church Missionary Society was persuaded to advance a few £1,000s to postpone the evil day of evacuation, for to missionary organisations evacuation meant abandonment of Protestant converts either to native paganism or French Catholicism. The Church's contribution, a trifling sum, could doubtless have been raised by the East Africa Company's wealthy directors, but it was shrewd tactics to obtain the funds from the Church, for it presented the issue as a matter of religion and altruism. The influential London Times likewise gave support by editorials appealing to British patriotism or representing Uganda, in very exaggerated terms, as a great market without which English labour would be unemployed, or as a field for British capital. Chambers of Commerce joined in the plea. Footnote: Confer Infra, Lugard, Obsit, Chapter 15. The London Chamber of Commerce in April 1893 said in a report, apropos of Uganda, "The uniform experience of this country from 1568 down to the present reign is that colonies amply repay the first expenditure in blood and money, and that they pay both by extension of trade and shipping and in the growth of national power and status. It should be sufficient for us to know that investments of this class are invariably good in the long run." End of footnote. Every motive, political, economic, humanitarian, was urged. Abolition of the slave trade was put forward, along with other reasons. What the company actually wanted was almost $500,000 a year from the government, to defray the cost of retaining Uganda, until that troublesome possession became orderly enough to be profitable. The government, however, had caution enough to investigate the enterprise it was asked to finance, and the commissioner sent to study the East African Company's administration presently returned to London with the report that "the history of British East Africa for the last 5 years, and its present condition, show us clearly that the experiment of combining administration and trade in the same hands has proved a failure, so far as this part of Africa is concerned, and that the sooner this system is discontinued, the better it will be for native races, for British commerce, for Zanzibar, and, as I believe, for the company itself." This was plain enough. The government decided to buy out the company's rights and properties in East Africa and Uganda. If the establishment of British protectorates in Uganda, 1894, and British East Africa, 1895, was "an answer to the Church's prayer," as the Church Missionary Society described it, Providence in this case worked through somewhat devious financial negotiations. An offer of £200,000 sterling was refused by the company as too small a valuation of its humane and patriotic achievements. By persistent haggling, the price was raised to £250,000 sterling. Even this sum, so it is asserted, left the company, when its affairs were liquidated, with a deficit of about £194,000 sterling. Governing East Africa and Uganda was not a profitable business, as the British Treasury learned when it was called on to pay deficits ranging usually between £100,000 and £200,000 a year after taking over the company's rights. East Africa has cost the British taxpayers over $60 million in budget deficits and payments for the Uganda Railway. Subsection: Black and White in Kenya. The British and German shares of East Africa were now well marked out. Germany had gained 384,000 square miles, Britain 353,000, including British East Africa, Uganda, Zanzibar, and Pemba. Neither was entirely satisfied. In 1898, as part of the secret bargain described in connection with West Africa, the two great powers agreed to divide the Portuguese colony of Mozambique between them, Britain taking the southern part, Germany the northern, in case Portugal should be willing to sell. And when Portugal evinced no such disposition, the two drafted an agreement in 1913 for the division of Mozambique without Portugal's consent. The outbreak of the Great War occurred in time to prevent the final signature of this Machiavellian compact. Instead of sharing with Germany, Great Britain was able, through victory, to take German East Africa as a mandate, and to treat all Portuguese Mozambique as a British sphere of economic interest. A small but valuable part of German East Africa, namely the densely settled highlands of Urandi Rwanda, was handed over to Belgium when the latter claimed compensation for the service rendered by troops from Belgian Congo in conquering the German colony. Such is the lofty principle on which the apportionment of the white man's burden is often based. And an insignificant wedge on the south, the Kionga Triangle, taken from Portugal by the Germans, was restored to the former, but most of the booty, as has been said, fell to Great Britain. The bulk of German East Africa became Tanganyika Territory, a British mandate, and, while inventing new names, the British government renamed British East Africa Kenya Colony and Protectorate, 1920. The map of Africa now shows these East African possessions as part of a solid block of British territory, extending unbroken from Egypt to Cape Colony. The hopes of a Cecil Rhodes and a Harry Johnston, that through East Africa there might be built an all-British Cape to Cairo railway, are now in a fair way to be realised. British East Africa now includes Kenya, Colony and Protectorate, and Uganda, Protectorate, and perhaps we might add the Tanganyika Territory, under British mandate, a solid block connecting Anglo-Egyptian Sudan on the north, with Nyasaland and Rhodesia on the south. In area, British East Africa, 688,000 square miles, is 2/5 larger than British West Africa and 7 times as large as the mother country. But commerce measures the success of imperialism, and the total trade of British East Africa in 1923 was only $92 million, as compared with 231 for British West Africa. This discrepancy is partly due to the fact that the eastern colonies are less densely populated, 14 persons per square mile as compared with 48, but it is also true that per capita the trade of West Africa is a fourth larger than that of East Africa, and although a difference of natural resources undoubtedly exists, unfortunate methods of exploitation in East Africa are probably accountable in part for both the smallness of the population and for the relatively slower economic development. There has been so much discussion since the war of conditions in Kenya, British East Africa, that the single word Kenya conjures up a whole complex of controversies. One question is whether the British administration has been justified in granting about 10,000 square miles to Europeans, while only 5,000 are set apart in native reserves for nearly 2 million Africans. More than half the arable area has been alienated to Europeans. About 1/5 of Kenya is an elevated tableland, suitable for white settlement. The rest is desert, or unhealthy coastland. Yet there are less than 2,000 European farmers in the colony and protectorate, and only a small part of the alienated land is actually cultivated. This situation arose because of a policy of introducing an aristocracy of European landowners. In the words of Sir Charles Eliot, first governor of the colony, Eliot maintained very frankly that the interior of the protectorate is a white man's country, and it is mere hypocrisy not to admit that white interests must be paramount, and the main object of our policy and legislation should be to found a white colony. But the success of such a policy depends on the labour supply, for the white plantation owners do not intend to cultivate their own huge estates. Lord Delamere, for instance, had 200,000 acres. He has been described, by the way, as the leader of the European colony, and mentor of Eliot and succeeding governors. Concessionaires like Lord Delamere, it appears, have strongly influenced the government to aid them in solving the labour problem. One method favoured by the planters has been to limit the native reserves so drastically that the natives will be compelled to become labour tenants on European farms. Another expedient is the hut tax, first levied in 1901 at 2 rupees, about 60 cents a hut, then increased gradually to 16 shillings, $4, but later reduced to 12 shillings. This, in the opinion of Governor Sir Percy Giroir, is the only method of compelling the native to leave his reserve for the purpose of seeking work. Only in this way can the cost of living be increased for the native. The average native has to work 3 or 4 months a year to pay the hut and poll taxes for himself and dependents, for wages are as low as 8 shillings a month for ordinary labour. Still, only about 140,000 natives are employed, and this very inadequate number can hardly be much increased except by medical and economic measures which would increase the population, or by importing contract labour. The latter alternative suggests another of the burning questions in Kenya. Thousands of labourers were brought in from India to build and operate the Uganda Railroad. They were followed by other thousands who were engaged either in manual labour or in trade. And soon the Indians were demanding equality with the whites. The latter, however, were determined to keep the highlands for themselves, to restrict Asiatic immigration, and to control the government. The controversy on these points became so furious that it was brought before the Imperial Conference of the British Empire in 1921. Since then, the affair has gone through a history too intricate to recount here, but the whites seem to have carried their points regarding the restriction of immigration in practice, and the white monopoly of the highlands, while concessions were made to the political demands of the Indians. The 23,000 Indians in Kenya now have 5 representatives in the Legislative Council, but the latter is controlled by the elected and official white members. Subsection: France in Madagascar. Up to this point we have left France out of the account, because France was interested not so much in the eastern coast as in the great island of Madagascar, about 1,000 miles long and larger than France itself, which lies 240 miles off the East African coast. In the days of Richelieu and Colbert, the French East India Company of the 17th century had been interested in the island, then called Eastern France, La France Orientale. But the French colonists had been massacred, and French claims became a vague tradition, while English missionaries laboured on the island converting the natives to Christianity, teaching them to read and write, and to use the plough and, in a word, forging a bond of union between Madagascar and England. The French, however, still cherished their historic claims. As one Frenchman remarked, "History, tradition, and much imagination had created between Madagascar and us such bonds as no statesman could neglect." The hope of profit has ever been a potent stimulus to imagination, and in this case a French explorer's exuberant description of the immense wealth of the island recalled to French statesmen the historic rights of France. At this time, in the 1870s, Madagascar was a kingdom ruled with considerable intelligence and vigour by a queen belonging to the Hova tribe, the lightest in colour, and the most gifted of the Malagasy tribes who inhabited the island. The Malagasy, it should be explained, appear to be a mixed race derived chiefly, not as one would expect, from the African Negro, but from the Pacific Islands, with an admixture of Arab and Negro strains. Barbarous in their social customs they may have been, and idolatrous in religion, disinclined to unnecessary toil, and disregardful of human life. But their skill in terracing and irrigating their rice fields, their artistic weaving and metalwork, and their readiness to adopt European innovations placed them far above the Negro of the African jungle. In fact, their native queen seemed in a fair way to obtain general recognition of her government as a semi-civilized and sovereign state when the French intervened. In the early 1880s, France used a dispute with the Hova Queen as a pretext for sending a punitive expedition and reviving an old claim to a protectorate over the northwestern part of the island. The punitive expedition proved so successful that France was able to force upon the Queen a treaty recognising her sovereignty, but giving France control of her foreign relations, an indemnity of 10 million francs, and the port of Diego Suarez, 1885. And now Madagascar enters the tangled web of African bargains. To obtain recognition for her protectorate in 1890, France recognised the English and German acquisitions in East Africa, and, to boot, made some concession to British aims in Western Africa. As yet, the task of France was hardly begun. The Hova Queen, too proud for mild submission, continually disregarded the protectorate, while her subjects, if French authorities may be trusted, showed their hostility to European domination by murders, thefts, and other outrages. Perhaps such charges should be taken cum grano salis, for European powers intent on conquest have rarely failed to find native atrocities to punish. At any rate, a new punitive expedition was sent from France, and after 100 million francs had been spent, and the lives of 6,000 French soldiers, victims of fever, and 1,140 French colonial soldiers sacrificed in breaking the will of the defiant Queen, the French protectorate was forced upon Madagascar. But for such sacrifices, more than a sentimental compensation was required by French merchants. French trade, the raison d'etre of French imperialism, must be given a monopoly. When France, however, announced the establishment of a tariff giving preference to French goods, there came a sharp protest from Lord Salisbury, British Foreign Minister, who stoutly maintained that by international law and by special treaty rights British traders were entitled to equal rights. The United States, too, had treaty rights to be considered. With admirable ingenuity, the learned historian Hanuto, then directing French diplomacy, discovered that by annexing the island to France, such treaty rights could be neatly evaded, and accordingly the native queen, whom France had undertaken to protect, was unceremoniously packed off to another island. Madagascar was annexed to France, 1896, and French goods entering Madagascar were exempted from all import duties, while foreign goods were excluded by prohibitive duties. Competent British historians assert that the French policy of monopoly was carried even so far as the issuance of orders to the natives to do business only with their new masters, disloyalty to whom might be punished with imprisonment in irons. Such measures killed American trade with the island, and reduced British imports from £179,000 sterling to £42,000 sterling in a single year. France henceforth supplied the Malagasy with machinery and tools, beverages and cotton goods for the masculine loincloths and feminine aprons, and inevitable lambas, toga-like wraps, affected by the natives. In return, the French take the cattle and hides, the gold dust, the rice, produced on the island. In passing, we may note that in Madagascar, the civilizing mission of Europe is more genuine than in Central Africa. Not only have the natives progressed in industry, but compulsory education, practically unheard of across the Mozambique Channel, has been introduced. 140,000 brown children are at this moment in public schools, learning to read and write their native language, and 1 out of 9 natives attends a Christian church. Oddly enough, however, the conversion of the natives has been the work more of the British missionaries, without governmental favour, than of the French masters of the island. Subsection: Italy in Somaliland. A word more about Italian interests and we shall be done with the hot eastern coastlands of Africa. Just at the time when Great Britain, Germany and France were dividing East Africa among themselves, Premier Crispi of Italy was permitting himself to enjoy the seductive vision of an Italian empire stretching from the barren Somali coasts on the Indian Ocean to the likewise barren coast of Eritrea on the Red Sea, with the mountain empire of Abyssinia included between them as a jewel unworthily set in prongs of valueless brass. With Somaliland alone are we now concerned as part of the East African littoral, for Abyssinia's history is linked with that of northern Africa and the Sudan. To the long Somali coast, stretching for 1,200 miles northward from British East Africa to the easternmost tip of the continent at Cape Guardafui, Senor Crispi laid claim in the year 1889. So extensive and sudden a claim was made possible by the fortunate discovery of a certain Signor Filinardi, Italian consul at Zanzibar, that the chieftains, or sultans of the coast, cherished an ardent desire for Italian protection. The annoying fact that at least part of this littoral belonged to Zanzibar was easily disposed of in 1892 by an arrangement with Great Britain, protector of Zanzibar. Italy leased the coast, the so-called Benadir coast, for an annual rent of 160,000 rupees. As the reward for his enterprising patriotism, Signor Filinardi obtained, for a company which he organised and controlled, the privilege of governing and exploiting the newly acquired lands, while the Italian government retained the privilege of paying the annual rent to Zanzibar, and an annual subsidy to Filinardi's company. Despite subsidies, the company was so unsuccessful that a few years later the government entrusted to a new company, for 50 years, all rights over soil and minerals, if found, the power to collect taxes and conduct the administration, and an annual subsidy of about 200,000 lira, in addition to the rent due Zanzibar. Could there be a more striking example of imperialism conducted for private profit at public loss? Yet the Italian company was not at all unique. Subsidised commercial companies were the almost invariable rule in African empire building between 1880 and 1900. The Italian company further resembled its German, French and British compeers in proving inadequate to its task, and as the British and German East African companies had ultimately transferred their holdings to their governments, so also the Italian Benadir Company yielded to Rome in 1905. Since then, Italian taxpayers have more or less cheerfully, because unwittingly, paid several million lira a year to meet the deficits on a colony largely desert, while a private company headed by His Royal Highness the Duke of Abruzzi invested millions in the irrigation of a small area for agricultural colonisation. In later years, the hope of raising cotton in Somaliland, especially in the Juba Valley, stimulated new interest in the country. Moreover, in July 1924, Italy obtained from Great Britain, in fulfilment of Article 13 of the London Pact of 1915, a strip of 33,000 square miles on the western bank of the Juba, formerly part of British East Africa. Thus, more potential cotton land was secured. In 1925 it was announced also that the fascist government of Somaliland had begun the military occupation of the sultanates of Hobyo and Majertan in northern Somaliland, which had remained practically independent. It was about this region that an Italian foreign minister, Titoni, said in 1904, "I do not anticipate any future for Italian northern Somaliland, which consists in a great measure of unproductive sands." End of section 1. Section 2 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 8. A Climax in the Sudan. Subsection. The setting for the struggle. The melodramatic clash between the imperial projects of France, Britain, and Italy in Abyssinia and the Eastern Sudan is a natural sequel, one might say a climax, to the events which have unfolded themselves in preceding chapters. Nowhere did visions of empire struggle for mastery with a greater intensity of conflict or a more colourful wealth of spectacular incident. For France, the Eastern Sudan and Abyssinia would provide the keystone of the edifice which bold-visioned architects of empire had been patiently constructing. In West Africa, as we have seen, isolated coast colonies had been made to serve as portals to a vast inland dominion. In the Western Sudan, which in turn could be connected through the Sahara, at least in appearance on the map, with the French colonies of Algeria and Tunis on the Mediterranean coast. To complete the realisation of their dream, French imperialists needed only a few million square miles in the Eastern Sudan, the Nile Valley, and Abyssinia. These secured, the French Empire would stretch from the Atlantic Ocean to the Red Sea, from the Mediterranean to the Gulf of Guinea. All Africa north of the equator would be French, with the exception of foreign enclaves here and there along the coasts. Such was the hope which in the early 1890s dazzled the eyes of French pioneers, of the Comité de l'Afrique Française, and of statesmen. There were obstacles, to be sure. A negligent and somewhat timid French cabinet had allowed England in 1882 to occupy Egypt, but France had never accepted the British occupation as definitive, and French opinion found comfort in Mr. Gladstone's pledge that the British had not entered Egypt to stay. The Upper Nile Valley, known as the Eastern or Egyptian Sudan, was held by fierce Arab tribesmen, and Abyssinia's hardy mountaineers would not be easily conquered, but at any rate no rival European power had possession. And France had at least a foothold in the east, on the Gulf of Aden, from which possibly French empire builders might penetrate Abyssinia and join hands across the Nile with their co-workers from French West Africa. This foothold, it may as well be explained now, was French Somaliland. Here, a whole town, Obok, had been purchased for the surprisingly small sum of 50,000 francs from a local sultan many years before, in 1862, and forgotten until 1883, when, the English having closed Aden to French ships during the Tonkin War, the French decided to establish a naval base of their own here, and voted a subsidy of 450 francs a year for the development of the place. But the sandy roadstead of Obok was so ill-suited to the purposes of a harbour that in 1888 the French took Djibouti, a nearby town with better prospects, and from Djibouti planned to build a railway across Abyssinia to the Nile. Need one add that railways are the steel girders of empire. Abyssinia, however, was coveted by Italian imperialists, whose modest aspiration was to carve off the eastern tip of Africa, including Abyssinia and its adjoining coastlands, as an Italian empire, small beside that of France or England, but satisfying to national pride. Beginning naturally on the coasts, the Italians hoped to push into the Abyssinian hinterland. As far back as 1870, an enterprising Italian shipowner, Rubattino by name, had paid about $9,000, provided by the government, to a local sultan for the town of Assab, on the Red Sea coast, intending there to establish a coaling station for his vessels. But fearing that the natives might oppose his taking possession of his purchase, Rubattino prudently refrained from occupying it until, in 1880, an imperialist cabinet at Rome was ready to send a warship to help him. Encouraged by England for reasons that will presently appear, the Italian government now proceeded to install garrisons in neighbouring towns, occupying several hundred miles of hot, sandy coast, with haste inspired partly by fear that France or Russia might take it if given time. Soon the Italians came into conflict with the Abyssinians. An Italian garrison was slaughtered by Abyssinian soldiers. As the reader must be aware, nothing so stimulates imperialism as the killing of Europeans by natives. Furious for revenge, the Italian parliament voted $5 million for a punitive expedition, and a strong army was prepared to fight Abyssinia. But before proceeding with the drama, it will be well to set the stage more completely. When African or Asiatic territory is being acquired, England is not often willing to be left out of account. In this case, British imperialists had a vital interest in thwarting French aspirations and encouraging Italy. On the bulk of Abyssinia, Britain had no designs. It could be safely left to Italy, more safely than to aggressive France. But in the fate of eastern Sudan, the British had a most compelling interest. Though a Gladstone might have promised to evacuate Egypt, imperialists from 1882 onward considered the Nile Valley won, and ambitious empire builders dreamed of connecting Cairo in Egypt with Cape Colony in South Africa by a railway system running through a solid band of British territory. In such a system, the upper valley of the Nile, that is, the eastern or Egyptian Sudan, would be an indispensable link. The Sudan, it may be recalled, is a vast belt of African territory stretching from east to west between the Sahara and the equatorial jungle region. The eastern part of the Sudan includes not only the swamp-bordered reaches of the Upper Nile and its tributaries, but great areas of fertile upland, dense forests, and, by contrast, the steppe countries of Kordofan and Darfur, and the Nubian and Libyan deserts, in all nearly 1 million square miles. Lying wholly within the tropics, where, according to an Arab saying, "The soil is like fire, and the wind like a flame," the Sudan is obviously not a field for European colonisation. Its very name indicates its nature. The country of the blacks, Bildad es Sudan. It was the Nubia, or Ethiopia, which ancient Egyptian emperors conquered, and from which they brought black Nubian captives and slaves. In more recent times, nomadic Arabs have pitched their tents in its steppes and desert oases, or plied their trades in its village bazaars, and more than one intruding race had mingled its blood with that of the Negro masses. During the 19th century, Egypt had once more sent troops up the Nile to conquer the Egyptian Sudan. Against this Egyptian aggression, hot resentment was cherished by Arab slave traders, whose profitable business was destroyed by the edicts of English and German adventurers employed as officials by Egypt. Taxes, too, were levied with a rigour that could not fail to provoke rebellion. In such fertile soil, the seeds of religious fanaticism were sowed by Muhammad Ahmed, who claimed to be the divinely inspired Mahdi, guide, appointed to revive Mohammedanism and expel European and Egyptian. With followers called dervishes, recruited from the natives but chiefly from Arab tribesmen, the Mahdi in 1881 began his career of conquest. An Egyptian army sent against him was utterly annihilated. Soon the power of the Mahdi had waxed so great that Gladstone, who had sent British forces to occupy Egypt in 1882, and thereby had assumed a measure of responsibility for the Egyptian Sudan, decided to evacuate the latter and sent Gordon to arrange the withdrawal of Egyptians and Europeans. In vain attempts to placate the dervishes, Gordon recognised the Mahdi as sultan of a part of the Sudan, promised that the remainder should be given independence under the rule of a notorious slave trader, and offered to permit the Arabs to resume their vicious trade in Negroes. Ominously, the dervish forces closed in on Gordon and his handful of troops at Khartoum. Frantic were the appeals Gordon sent to England for reinforcement. Help was sent to him by Gladstone's order, after painful vacillation, but it was too late. On January 25, 1885, Khartoum was captured, and Gordon killed by the dervishes. Thenceforth the Egyptian Sudan was in the hands of the dervishes, and was ruled, after the Mahdi's death, by his successor the Khalifa, Lieutenant Abdullah. Worse than the slave trade were the evils endured by the Sudan under the misrule of this Arab despot. Fire and sword, plague and starvation decimated the population. But England hesitated to intervene. Imperialism is rarely active against a formidable foe. Therefore the Sudan remained actually independent, albeit British diplomats might perhaps revive in British interests the defunct claims of Egypt to this lost dependency. The French, however, viewed the Sudan as a prize to be taken by him who could first lay hand upon it. Subsection: France thwarts British plans. The drama now begins. The English, unwilling to undertake the conquest of Sudan, yet fearful lest France might gain in Abyssinia a base of operations against the Sudan, decided to use Italy as a pawn in the complicated international chess game. Italy was to be encouraged in a desire for Abyssinia to forestall France. It so happened that in the year 1889, Menelik, one of the local chieftains or kings in Abyssinia, was scheming to usurp the imperial throne of the Negus Negusti, or King of Kings of Abyssinia. To this aspirant for imperial greatness the Italians furnished 5,000 Remington rifles, and toward his designs they showed a benevolence not wholly disinterested, for Menelik was persuaded in recognition of their amiability to sign a treaty of friendship, the celebrated Treaty of Usiali, May 2nd, 1889, granting to Italy an extension of Eritrea back into the Abyssinian highlands, and stating in Article 17 that His Majesty the King of Kings of Ethiopia, i.e. Abyssinia, shall be at liberty to avail himself of the government of His Majesty the King of Italy for the treatment of all questions concerning other powers and governments. This was an innocent enough sentence in the Ethiopian or Amharic text, but the Italian version, instead of using the phrase meaning "shall be at liberty to," employed the word consents, consente. For a nation to consent to let another power conduct its foreign relations is, in common international usage, to accept a protectorate, and so it was interpreted by the Italian Premier, Signor Crispi, who notified the European powers that their dealings with Abyssinia would henceforth be conducted in Rome. As soon as Menelik discovered this neat Italian trick, he protested and denounced the treaty, nor could the Italian diplomacy persuade the Lion of the tribe of Judah to acquiesce in such humiliation. Though Menelik might be opposed to an Italian protectorate, England was less unreasonable. In 1891, the British government signed 2 conventions with Italy, drawing a line of demarcation in East Africa between the spheres of influence respectively reserved to Great Britain and Italy, and leaving to Italy all of Abyssinia as far west as the meridian 35 degrees east of Greenwich. It is significant that this line safeguarded for England the Egyptian Sudan, including the valley of the White Nile and most of the Blue Nile, a generous territorial corridor leading from Egypt to Uganda and East Africa, and a necessary link in the Cape to Cairo chain of possessions. In what way the diplomats of England and Italy, 2 of the 6 European great powers, were entitled to sit down at a table and mark out on the map vast areas as spheres of influence reserved for themselves, is a question which may be left for the subtle juristic mind. To the historian, the point of interest is that in Paris this Anglo-Italian arrangement was considered altogether high-handed and unjustifiable. Curiously enough, the conventions of 1891 were ignored in France, though they had been made public in England, until the spring of 1894, when the publication of a less important supplementary Anglo-Italian agreement brought them to the attention of French imperialists. 2 other events, occurring almost simultaneously, heightened French indignation. One of these events, the acquisition of Uganda by Great Britain, has been described. The other event was the signature, May 12, 1894, of an agreement between England and King Leopold of Belgium, by which the latter, as sovereign of the Congo Free State, received a lease of the Bahr el Ghazal district, in the southeastern part of the Egyptian Sudan, in return for a perpetual lease of a corridor of territory, 25 kilometres wide, running from Lake Albert Edward to Lake Tanganyika. To grasp the significance of these arrangements, the reader should study the accompanying map, bearing in mind the British Cape to Cairo project and the French Cape Verde to Somaliland project. Map is on page 140. The British by this time had pushed their frontiers north from Cape Colony to Lake Tanganyika. The corridor leased to them by King Leopold would enable them to establish communications running between Congo Free State and German East Africa as far north as Uganda. Uganda in turn was now British, and by the Anglo-Italian conventions the Sudanese territory extending north from Uganda to Egypt was a British sphere of influence. In short, the last gaps were being filled in to complete the Cape to Cairo empire. French imperialists, to their chagrin and amazement, could see the British plan working itself out before their eyes. And its success meant that the French dream of an ocean-to-ocean empire was shattered. The disappointment was all the more maddening because the Bahr el Ghazal district, leased to King Leopold, had been regarded by the French as the next addition to their own dominions in equatorial Africa. They had just extended French Congo inland into the central Sudan, connecting it with French West Africa, and were now ready to push their undefined eastern frontier into the Nile Valley. In May 1893, President Carnot had told Colonel Montet that Fashoda had been selected as the proper outlet on the Nile for French Upper Ubangi. To checkmate England, France took 2 moves. First, they protested vehemently against the Anglo-Belgian Treaty. "This treaty," said Gabriel Hanotaux, French Foreign Minister, speech of June 7, 1894, "puts the Congo Free State in a state of conflict, peaceful if you please, but nevertheless conflict,
with the powers that signed at its cradle, it is in formal contradiction with the international law of Africa.
And at the end of his speech, with the unanimous approval of the Chamber of Deputies, he announced that he would ask a vote of 1,800,000 francs to take necessary measures on the Upper Ubangi, that is, on the eastern frontier of French Congo. The Chamber approved, to a man. Monsieur Delcasse, who had been Under-Secretary for the Colonies in 1892 through 1893, when the unfulfilled plan of seizing Fashoda was formed, was now Secretary, and the plan was revived. French forces were immediately concentrated in French Congo, and the celebrated empire builder Colonel Montet was sent from France to take charge of them. It was easy to perceive that the French government did not intend to permit the Bahr el Ghazal and Upper Nile to be divided by England and Leopold, when neither had accomplished the effective occupation prescribed by the Berlin Act of 1885. The excitement regarding this English Congo treaty was not confined to France. Secret documents now published show that the Berlin government was likewise disturbed, for Article 3, giving England a corridor between Congo and German East Africa, might prevent that German colony from serving as a commercial outlet for Eastern Congo. Germany joined with France in protesting to England and to Leopold. A grave international crisis had arisen. Even Russia, Italy, and Austria-Hungary were concerned. But on June 16th, King Leopold agreed, and the next day England consented to conciliate Germany by cancelling Article 3. With this victory, Berlin was content. France, finding herself deserted by Germany before the Bahr el Ghazal question was settled, continued her own diplomatic action until, on August 14, 1894, King Leopold signed a treaty limiting the northern expansion of the Congo Free State to the Bomu River about 5 degrees north, and renouncing in favour of France the country north of 5 degrees 30 minutes north and west of 30 degrees east. That is to say, Leopold would occupy only a very small part, which became known as the Lado Enclave, of the large area he had leased. The larger part of the Bahr el Ghazal would be left to France. Footnote. Subsequently, the French renounced this region in 1899, and Leopold reasserted his claims, but without avail. By an agreement with England, May 9, 1906, the lease of 1894 was cancelled, with the exception that the Lado Enclave would be retained by Leopold during his reign. It was transferred to Anglo-Egyptian Sudan in 1910. See State Papers 99, page 173, 107, page 348. End of footnote. The imperial road to the Upper Nile was still open for France. Great was the jubilation in Paris. French orators flamboyantly boasted that the British dream of possessing the whole Nile was forever destroyed. The French missions which were to have seized the disputed area in the Upper Nile were checked by new orders from Paris in August 1894. Rumours about the expedition reached London the next year, and in reply to a question in Parliament, Sir Edward Grey, Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, made an impromptu speech, March 28, 1895, publicly and emphatically warning France that the whole of the Nile Valley was a British sphere of influence, and that the advance of any French expedition, marching under secret orders into this region, would be an unfriendly act. This, in the language of diplomacy, meant a threat of war. Then Grey went out to his cottage in Hampshire to prune his roses. Footnote. Confer Infra, Viscount Grey of Fallerden, 25 years, New York, 1925. 1. Page 19. Mr. Wolfe, op. cit., page 188, following Darcy, op. cit., page 411, interprets the cancellation of Montet's orders as the result of Grey's warning. But the result occurred in August 1894, and the cause in March 1895, as Montet's Souvenir, page 114, clearly show. Mr. Dawson, in Cambridge History of British Foreign Policy 3, page 251, represents France as giving Montet and Marchand their orders some time prior to the conclusion of the Convention of August 14, 1894, in spite of Grey's warning, 1895. In fact, Marchand did not receive his historic mission in 1894. Rather, on February 24, 1896, Marchand, then in Paris, persuaded Premier Bourgeois to let him revive the project which had been confided to Montey in 1894. Montey's Souvenir, page 121. Marchand, Regards sur la France d'Afrique, page 236 through 237. Rouget, L'expansion coloniale au Congo français, page 123. Footnote ends. Subsection: Italy's defeat in Abyssinia. The second step taken by France was to cultivate the friendship of Menelik, the ambitious Abyssinian emperor. Menelik, it will be recalled, had at first been the friend of Italy, but had grown suspicious of Italy's good faith when the Treaty of Ucciali was interpreted by Crispi to mean an Italian protectorate over Abyssinia. Menelik denounced the treaty in 1893. French diplomats fanned his hot anger, encouraged him to resist Italian aggression, while French officers trained his army, and French arms and ammunition were supplied to his soldiers. Also, a French company secured a concession to build a railway from the French port of Djibouti through Abyssinia to the Nile, 1894. Meanwhile, the Italians attempted to assert by force of arms their claim to suzerainty over that country. Footnote: on the somewhat tangled and very secret skein of diplomacy reaching from Rome to Berlin and London in connection with this Italian manoeuvre, one should consult the interesting documents in Die Grosspolitik 8, especially numbers 2002, 2010, 2013, 11, page 213. Germany was actively endeavouring to win favour in London for Italian plans in Abyssinia, which since 1894 had gone too far for the British. The latter was reluctant to permit Italy to use Zeila as a base, or to embroil them too seriously with France. End of footnote. In 1895, Italian armies invaded the Abyssinian province of Tigray, adjoining Italian Eritrea. Menelik did not at first give battle. He preferred to wait until he had assembled an army of 90,000 Abyssinians, many of whom had been trained by the French and equipped through French courtesy with modern rifles and artillery. Then, in the famous Battle of Adwa, March 1st, 1896, Menelik routed two small Italian armies, each about 5,000 strong. It was more than a defeat. Two Italian generals were captured, with more than 2,000 of their troops, and more than 6,000 were killed or wounded. It was a disaster. In Italy it caused such dismay that the Crispi cabinet was forced out of office, and the Abyssinian venture abandoned. The new Italian premier, Marquis Rudini, told Prince von Bülow, confidentially, that he would like to withdraw from Africa entirely. Italy was
Too weak and too poor.
to undertake colonial expansion.
As long as Italy has colonies, there will always be ambitious officers who will try to win new laurels there. Every engagement involves another and demands new sacrifices of men and money. The military expeditions to Africa were not only ruining Italian finances, but disorganizing the Italian army.
In this frame of mind, Italy made peace with Abyssinia. Italy paid Menelik an indemnity of about $2 million, recognised his absolute independence, and relinquished the province which Italian forces had occupied. Perhaps this disaster averted one even more serious. The German secret documents show that before the Battle of Adwa, there was some danger that France and Russia might take up arms to prevent Italy from conquering Abyssinia. Russia was keenly interested and prominent in Abyssinian negotiations, partly because of the traditional sympathy with the legended kingdom of Prester John, partly because of the motives which the German Chancellor keenly described in a dispatch to Bülow.
Abyssinia has been made popular in Russia as a legend, yet behind the legend hides a real aim. The idea of extending Abyssinia to the coast under Russian protectorate and making it a Russian base, such as England has in such number, on the sea route to Eastern Asia, has gained new significance, especially since the piercing of the Isthmus of Suez.
Of course, such Russian plans might not harmonise perfectly with French designs, but at least both France and Russia were in accord against Italy. In fact, the peril was grave enough that the German Chancellor von Hohenlohe, on February 13, 1896, warned the Italian ambassador that
a naval war of Italy against Russia and France on account of Abyssinia would not be a casus foederis for the Triple Alliance.
He repeated,
A European war with the aim of enabling Italy to conquer Abyssinia would not be understood or receive assent either in Germany or Austria.
A day or two later, he had to reiterate,
The Triple Alliance is a conservative pact, not an acquisitive company.
After Italy was defeated, the German Emperor pointed out to the British ambassador how mistaken England was not to have supported Italy, in view of the threat which Franco-Russian schemes in Abyssinia might offer to the British route to India. Although Lord Salisbury replied that he had always thought the Italian enterprise in Abyssinia a mistake, the British cabinet presently decided, at the request of Egypt, to send a division of troops from Egypt up the Nile to Dongola, ostensibly to aid the Italians at Kassala, about 500 miles from Dongola. Subsection: A French flag at Fashoda. The scene now shifts to the Upper Nile Valley, the Egyptian Sudan. This region, still under the despotic rule of the dervishes, was the goal of rival British and French desires. Italy had been eliminated. The principals faced each other. Hardly had the news of Italy's defeat at Adwa been received, as we have seen, when orders were sent from London to Kitchener, the English officer who at that time was the Sirdar or commander of the Egyptian army, instructing him to advance south from Egypt and occupy Dongola in the Egyptian Sudan. Kitchener proceeded, but the Sudan is a large place, and the methodical Sirdar's pace was slow, for he insisted on building a railway as he went to ensure his communications with his base of supplies. Kitchener's caution was the opportunity of France. In February 1896, just before England ordered Kitchener into the Sudan, the empire builders at Paris decided to dispatch Captain Marchand, an intrepid French explorer, to lead an expedition from the French Congo straight across the heart of Africa into the Nile Valley. Simultaneously, 2 other French officers were ordered to start with an expedition from Abyssinia to meet Marchand on the Nile. Menelik, in a helpful spirit of cooperation, supplied 5,000 Abyssinians to join in the march on the Nile. The race was on, between the tortoise and the hare, or rather the hares, between Kitchener and his French rivals, and the prize was 1,000,000 square miles. There are few exploits in history more thrilling than that of the French explorer Marchand. Boldly starting from French Congo, on the western coast of Africa, with a mere handful of men, 9 officers, a dozen French subalterns, and not quite 200 natives, he plunged into the unexplored wilderness. Through dense forests, this little band had to thread its way, often using axes to clear the path. When they could, they packed their provisions on a steamboat, which was carried in parts on the backs of Negro porters. Then, through dismal swamps they passed, braving fever and hunger. From the natives they purchased goodwill with cloth, beads, cotton wire, etc. Almost 2 years it took them to traverse the 5,000 kilometres of their route. It was as long a journey as from New York to San Francisco, but through trackless tropical lands. The journey's end came in July 10, 1898, when Marchand reached the village of Fashoda on the Nile and hoisted the tricolour over an old Egyptian fort. Happily, he celebrated the national holiday July 14th, but as days passed and his scouts could find no trace of the stronger French columns that were to have met him, his exultation gave way to alarm. The Franco-Abyssinian expeditions from the east had failed, one because it had no boats to cross the rivers and swamps, another because of fever. But Marchand held fast at Fashoda and made a treaty with a local chief for a French protectorate over the left bank of the Nile. Meanwhile, Kitchener had been slowly pushing southward. It had taken him more than 2 years, and he was still in the northern part of the Sudan, fighting dervishes. Not until September 1898 did he win the decisive victory of Omdurman. in which he slew 20,000 dervishes. Entering Khartoum, where Gordon had been killed, he avenged the events of 1886 by scattering the Mahdi's ashes. When he learned that a French expedition had taken possession of the Nile, 500 miles farther south, Kitchener took part of his army and made haste to Fashoda to find Marchand and his tricolour. Marchand went aboard Kitchener's ship and with polite irony welcomed him.
"In the name of France."
Kitchener congratulated Marchand on his remarkable journey and announced that he would hoist the British and Egyptian flags in token of Anglo-Egyptian sovereignty, whereat Marchand pointed out that the tricolour was already floating over Fashoda. Kitchener courteously called attention to the numerical superiority of his own troops. Marchand retorted that he would be buried in the ruins of his fort rather than lower the tricolour without orders from Paris. Reluctant to precipitate a great European war by attacking Marchand, Kitchener decided not to force the issue. And so he complimented Marchand on his courage, agreed to refer the matter to London, presented Marchand with some wines, and received in return a gift of fresh vegetables. Courtesy was observed despite enmity. Footnote: one should read the account of this interview in Castellani, Marchand Africain, page 269. Castellani, who was with Marchand, asserts that some of the native officers of Kitchener's army offered to betray their commander to the French, but Marchand refused to accept such treacherous aid. End of footnote. Théophile Delcasse, the able imperialist foreign minister of France, had forewarned the British ambassador that Kitchener might meet Captain Marchand at Fashoda, and that France had as much right there as England at Khartoum. His intention seems to have been to use Marchand's exploit as a basis for bargaining, in hope of gaining at least the western bank of the Upper Nile, if he could not obtain more. But the British would not listen to any bargain. The whole Egyptian Sudan was theirs by right of conquest. Conciliatory as Lord Salisbury, then Premier, was on most occasions, in this instance he was firm, and behind him was an enraged British public. Lord Rosebery, Liberal leader, declared in an interesting speech, "In the face of a deliberate warning that a particular act would be considered as an unfriendly act, it has been deliberately committed. Behind the policy of the government is the united strength of the nation. No government which attempts to recede from or palter with that policy would last a week. The nation will make any sacrifice and go to any length to sustain them. On the other side of the Channel there is an element of great gravity too. There is the question of the flag. I honour the flag, but the flag is a portable affair. It can be carried by irresponsible people, and I have some hope that the flag in this case is not necessarily the flag of France, but the flag of an individual explorer. I hope that this incident will be pacifically settled, but it must be understood that there can be no compromise of the rights of Egypt. Great Britain has been treated rather too much as a negligible quantity in recent years." As an expression of imperialist psychology, this is a peerless gem. Particularly delightful is the reference to the rights of Egypt, in view of the fact that England had seized Egypt by force, and was now using the rather tenuous Egyptian claims to lend some shadow of legality to the right of conquest, which Kitchener, with military bluntness, had openly asserted. Urged on by the politicians and by the Jingo press, notably the Daily Mail, the cabinet began to threaten France with war. The Chancellor of the Exchequer declared,
"There are worse evils than war, and we shall not shrink from anything that may come."
From September 1898 to March 1899, France and Great Britain were, in the words of an eminent Frenchman, à deux doigts d'hostilité. Delcasse even called upon Russia, the ally of France, for a pledge of support, but received only the disappointing advice not to risk an actual break with England. Reluctantly, Delcasse decided to yield. Early in November 1899, he informed Salisbury that Marchand would be recalled, and Marchand came home, angry at his humiliation. and furiously indignant because Delcasse had endeavoured to disclaim responsibility by styling him as an emissary of civilization. Marchand himself asserted that he had acted on official orders as an emissary of France. As France had accepted the humiliation of unconditional retreat, Salisbury now consented to discuss rival English and French claims in Sudan. After rather delicate negotiations, an agreement was reached and signed in the form of an Anglo-French declaration, March 21, 1899, whereby France agreed to seek no territory east of a line drawn between the Nile and Congo basins, and England reciprocally engaged to acquire nothing west of the line. This left Egyptian Sudan, including Bahr el Ghazal, to England, but France gained for her Congo colony free commercial access through this territory to the Nile, and in addition, the Kingdom of Wadai in central Sudan was definitely assigned to France. It was further understood that France was free to consolidate her power in central and western Sudan and the Sahara. This France proceeded to accomplish. Military missions from 1. The French possession of Algeria in the north, 2. The French territory in the upper Niger Valley, or western Sudan, and 3. French Congo on the south, pursued converging paths toward the Lake Chad region. Their junction in February 1900 southeast of Lake Chad is memorable in the annals of French imperialism, for it meant not only the defeat of Rabat, a troublesome native chieftain, but also definite occupation, according to imperialist conventions, of the territories in this region which France required to connect her equatorial domain with French West and North Africa. In later years, other expeditions rounded out French territory to the line laid down by the 1899 agreement by conquering the Wadai and at least exploring Borku, Tibesti, and Enedi. Subsection: The Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. Free now to complete the conquest of Sudan, the British quickly hunted down the remnants of the Dervish forces and established their authority. Technically, the Sudan was a condominium under the joint sovereignty of Egypt and Great Britain, and both flags were flown. In reality, the Governor-General and his Council of Advisers, and most of the provincial governors, were British Army officers, while Egypt's share in the government was chiefly the function of paying the annual deficit in the budget of the Sudan, amounting to a total of £2,750,000 in the period 1901 through 9, and of advancing even larger sums for railway construction and irrigation works. Sir Reginald Wingate, who succeeded Kitchener as Governor-General in 1899 and held the office for 17 years, was remarkably successful in overcoming native hostility and promoting economic development. By reducing taxes in the Sudan to a very low figure, by refraining from any attempt to impose European civilization on the natives, and by showing punctilious respect for the Mohammedan religion, the British authorities gradually won the sympathy of the Arab and Negro inhabitants. As in all their colonies, the British laboured chiefly to increase production and trade. The Sudan became the world's chief source of supply for gum arabic. Herds of cattle and sheep grazed on hitherto deserted prairies. In the fertile valleys watered by the Nile, or by great irrigation works, Egyptian cotton of the finest grade was planted, and soon cotton surpassed all other products in its export value. Perhaps as succinct a way as any to describe the material results of British rule is to give the following little table. Before British rule, trade of the Sudan, a few thousand Ottoman lira. Population of the Sudan, estimated. ? 1905, trade of the Sudan, £1,500,000. Population of the Sudan, estimated. 1,853,000. 1910, trade of the Sudan, £2,325,000. Population of the Sudan, estimated. 2,400,000. 1924, trade of the Sudan, £9,017,000. Population of the Sudan, estimated. 5,825,000. Said Sir Eldon Gorst, in a report, 1909, on the condition of the Sudan,
I do not suppose there is any part of the world in which the mass of the population have fewer unsatisfied wants.
In like vein, Kitchener declared in 1912,
There is now hardly a poor man in the Sudan.
Such self-satisfied British comments may perhaps be taken at a little less than face value. Certainly in dry years there was some economic deprivation, but the importation of grain from India to relieve famine in the Sudan during a bad year must be put down on the credit side. In all fairness, it must be recognised that in this country British imperialism has been manifested at its best, as a constructive force, substituting order and economic progress for Arab oppression and general poverty. Perhaps it was in part due to the benefits of British rule that during the Great War of 1914 through 1918, the greater part of the Sudan remained loyal. There was a revolt, to be sure, led by the Arab Sultan Ali Dinar in the province of Darfur, which had been allowed to remain as a semi-independent tribute-paying state lying far out on the western border of the Sudan. And his revolt was only an outstanding incident in a general anti-British movement on the part of the Senussi, a fanatical Mohammedan organisation of the desert Arabs. But Ali Dinar's army of dervishes and slaves was cut to pieces by Egyptian troops under British command, and the rebel leader himself was killed. After that, Darfur was definitely annexed to the Sudan in 1916. Its western border, hitherto undefined, was fixed by an Anglo-French convention signed on September 8, 1919. Not long after the close of the Great War, Great Britain granted partial independence to Egypt, as we shall see in a later chapter. And thereupon the question arose, what should become of the Anglo-Egyptian condominium in the Sudan? The Egyptian nationalist leaders insisted that the Sudan was Egypt's rightful heritage, so eager are newly emancipated folk to rule over others. Great Britain, as might be expected, found this claim little to her liking, for by this time Lord Rosebery's speech about protecting the rights of Egypt in the Sudan had long been forgotten, and the only rights that were remembered were British interests. In actual fact, British officials continued to rule the Sudan, as they had for a quarter century. Subsection: Independent Abyssinia. But what about Abyssinia? A sequel to the story of Menelik and Italy may well be added here. As for Menelik, one might use the time-honoured ending of novels, and he lived happily ever after. At any rate, after defeating the Italians at Adwa, he made good his claim to independence. Various foreign powers, including the United States, recognised his independence, made commercial treaties with him, and sent their envoys to his capital. French attempts to penetrate Abyssinia met with discouragement. A French concern, it will perhaps be recalled, had gained an 1894 concession to build a railway from the port of Djibouti in French Somaliland into Abyssinia by way of the Abyssinian capital Addis Ababa to the Nile, and the laying of the rails was begun in 1897. Financial difficulties led the company to part with some of its stock, but when it appeared that the purchaser was a British syndicate determined to obtain a controlling interest, the French directors appealed to Premier Waldeck-Rousseau, with such success that they obtained in 1902 a promise of 500,000 francs annually from the government for 50 years, on condition that the company remain French, and that the French government be given the right to ultimate reversion of the property. When this news was communicated to Menelik, French influence at his court vanished, for Menelik was, by this time, sufficiently sophisticated in the ways of European imperialism to distrust such plans. As the French company encountered increasingly difficult obstacles, and again sought British capital, the British proposed the internationalisation of the railroad. Italy supported the proposal, but Foreign Minister Delcasse of France refused. In the end, a compromise was effected by a tripartite agreement between France, Great Britain and Italy, signed July 6, 1906. The railway from Djibouti to Addis Ababa was to remain French, but with British, Italian and Abyssinian representatives on the board of directors, and equality for the commerce of all powers. West of Addis Ababa, however, the line was to be continued by the British, and if any line should be built connecting the Italian colonies of Eritrea and Somaliland through Abyssinia, it should be entrusted to Italian enterprise. There would be a French director on the board of any British or Italian company to ensure complete reciprocity. This railway agreement paved the way for a political agreement among the same three powers, in December 1906, by the terms of which all three agreed to maintain intact the integrity of Abyssinia and to preserve the political and territorial status quo if possible. Should the status quo be disturbed, they were to act in concert to protect their special interests. That is, in plain English, they were to agree on the division of the spoils. Abyssinia, however, manifested so vigorous a spirit of independence that this contingency never arose. The most dangerous crisis occurred during the Great War of 1914. The valiant and shrewd Emperor Menelik had left his throne in 1913 to a young grandson, Lige Iyasu, whose fondness for horses and women was greater than his statesmanship. Under the influence of Turkish and German propaganda, Iyasu forsook Christianity, became a Mohammedan, married the daughters of leading Mohammedan chieftains, recognised the Turkish Sultan as Caliph of Islam, and planned to intervene against the Allies, hoping to win for himself a great Mohammedan empire in Africa. Iyasu's actions scandalised his Christian subjects, for although more than half the population was Mohammedan, the ruling class had been Christian since the 4th century, when apostolic missionaries converted Abyssinia. The Christian princes met in council. One of them, the young Tafari Makonnen, boldly proposed that the apostate emperor should be deposed, his crown torn from his head, and a Christian ruler set upon the throne. When asked to take the sceptre himself, he modestly refused, and proposed that the Princess Zaudito, Judith, a daughter of Menelik, be made empress, with himself as regent and heir. His plan was adopted in 1916, and forthwith he led the Christian princes with their retainers in battle array against Lige Iyasu, with such success that the latter's Mohammedan army was defeated, and Lige Iyasu himself was captured. Had Iyasu won, and attempted to carry out his pro-Turkish policy, Abyssinia would doubtless have been partitioned, like Turkey, at the end of the war. But Empress Judith and Ras, king, Tafari, found favour with the Allies, toward whose cause they maintained benevolent neutrality. The progressive and vigorous character of Tafari's administration, moreover, earned golden opinions. The combination of Allied favour and able government enabled Tafari in 1923 to obtain admission to the League of Nations, and thus to place his country's independence under international guarantee, while securing recognition for it as a civilised nation. Incidentally, it was necessary to promise that slavery, still existing in Abyssinia, should be abolished. As this book goes to press, Ras Tafari is reported to be protesting to the League against an Anglo-Italian agreement regarding a proposed British concession for a dam on the Blue Nile and an Italian railway project. One is tempted to compare the development of this independent African state with the neighbouring regions which have fallen under European power. In material progress, certainly, Abyssinia's record is not brilliant. The Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, for example, has many more miles of railway, more irrigation works, a larger export trade. To be sure, the Sudan is 3 times as large in area, but Abyssinia has twice the number of people, and is well suited by nature to become a rich agricultural and pastoral country. Travellers have praised the sturdy physiques and active intelligence of the Abyssinians, no less than the fertility and agreeable climate of their homeland. Education is legally compulsory, but actually confined to a small minority, yet the Abyssinians are not for a moment to be classed with jungle savages. They have a written language, laws said to be based on the Justinian Code, and an established and ancient Christian church. Economically and politically, they are in a condition not very dissimilar to that of feudal Europe of the Middle Ages. A British traveller tells the story of an interview with the Abyssinian queen. He informed her of the many Asiatic and African countries through which he had journeyed, only to be surprised with her inquiry.
"Are any of these countries independent?"
"No," he replied. She remained thoughtful for a moment, then said,
"Our father, the Emperor Menelik, reunited and held the empire against all enemies. We will also keep our country independent. We have no fear."
End of section 2. Section 3 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 9a, The Legacy of Cecil Rhodes. For those who believe with Carlyle that great events are shaped by heroes, The history of empire building is replete with apparent proofs, and no better illustration of the theory can be found than the story of British imperialism in South Africa. So easily may the development of British South Africa be regarded as simply the expansion of the career of Cecil Rhodes that, for the purposes of our narrative, his life may well be followed as the central thread of the tale. And yet, as it will be pointed out on occasion, the exploits of the hero were more closely related to geographical, political, and economic conditions, and therefore more essentially similar to the work of other empire builders than an uncritical admirer would suspect. Subsection: Diamonds and Gold. On September the 1st, in the year of the Franco-Prussian War, a tall, lanky, rather pale young man, hardly more than a boy, stepped from the gangplank of his steamer to the dock at Durban on the coast of Natal, South Africa. Doubtless he wondered, as he looked about him in this unfamiliar town, what future this new land of opportunity held in store for him, for, like many another such immigrant, he was a younger son of a respectable but impecunious family. His father, a devout Anglican pastor, had sent 4 sons into the army, 3 to the colonies, to make careers for themselves, and had intended this youngest son for the church or the law. But the boy's health failed, and fearing that he would fall victim to tuberculosis, his father felt that the bracing, dry climate of South Africa would benefit the lad. Years after, when the boy had become the great man of South Africa, he explained,
"They will tell you that I came out on account of my health, or for love of adventure, and to some extent that may be true, but the real fact is that I could no longer stand the eternal cold mutton."
The South Africa to which Cecil Rhodes came in 1870 was an interesting study in black and white. More than 2 centuries ago, the first white settlers had arrived in Table Bay to found a Dutch naval station at the place now known as Cape Town in 1652. Slowly, the naval station, intended at first merely to supply Dutch fleets en route to and from the distant Dutch East Indies, had grown into a Dutch colony of farmers or Boers, meaning farmers, employing Negro slaves from West Africa to till their fields and watch their herds. French Huguenots fleeing the wrath of Louis XIV had found refuge in Cape Colony in 1690, and mingled their blood with that of the Dutch. But during the Napoleonic Wars, an English fleet had appeared in the bay to take possession of the colony, 1806, and the British Conquest, ratified by diplomacy in 1814, established the cornerstone of British rule in South Africa. At that time, there were in Cape Colony about 26,000 Boers of Dutch and French extraction, with 29,000 Negro slaves, 17,000 Hottentots, and a dwindling remnant of the race of Bushmen. The last named were tawny-coloured savages, diminutive in stature but untamable in disposition, who had been hunted by white settlers and driven into the deserts north of the colony. The Hottentots, or Tots, a copper-coloured, woolly-haired race of herdsmen, described by one traveller as
"Without doubt, both in body and in mind, the laziest people under the sun,"
had proved less irreconcilable. Many had become slaves and servants to the Boers, while others retired to the inland deserts and prairies. Many, too, had been swept off by smallpox and other diseases brought in by the whites. Many of their women, serving the pleasure of Dutch settlers, had given birth to a race of half-breeds called Griekers, or bastards, who were led by a missionary in 1803 to settle in the region now called Griekenland, on the eastern outskirts of Cape Colony. East and north of the colony were strong tribes of warlike Negroes, the Basutos, the Zulus, the Kafirs, and the Bechuanas, all belonging to the Bantu division of the Negro race. Their fierce opposition was a grave obstacle to the settlement of white pioneers in the healthful upland prairies, the grass-covered veldt, northeast of the colony, or along the eastern coast where the rainfall was more abundant than in the west. For example, when 5,000 British settlers were brought into South Africa in 1820 through 1821, and attempted to colonise the eastern border of the colony, they lived in terror of the Kafirs, and a long succession of Kafir wars had to be fought before the pioneers could breathe freely. Nevertheless, hardy pioneers did push out into the back country, particularly after the abolition of slavery, with inadequate compensation, by the English authorities caused several hundred Dutch farmers to trek out of the colony in search of new homes in 1836. These trekkers had established themselves on the grass-covered plateau, or high veld, and in the eastern coastland. The coastland settlement became the colony of Natal, and was annexed by Great Britain in 1843, but on the veldt arose the Boer republics of Transvaal and Orange Free State, both recognised as independent in the 1850s. When Cecil Rhodes arrived on the scene, then, the coastlands of Cape Colony and Natal were British colonies, with about 200,000 white colonists, mostly Boers, with several times as many slaves and natives. The Orange River bounded British claims. To the northeast on the high veldt were the sparsely settled independent Boer republics, and to the north and northwest were vast expanses of dry plateau lands, partly desert, partly covered with tufts of grass and stunted shrubs, thinly peopled by Negroes, Bushmen and Hottentots, unclaimed by any European power. Rhodes arrived at an opportune moment, when British imperialism was beginning to revive, and when South Africa in particular was on the eve of a marvellous expansion. He came just after a Dutch farmer had found his children playing marbles with a diamond worth $2,500, just after glittering wealth was discovered at Kimberley and other places on the northern frontier, in the land of the Griekers. The rush of diamond diggers to Griekenland had begun, and Griekenland was about to be annexed by Britain in 1871. Among the prospectors was Cecil's brother, and him Cecil followed in October 1871. With cumbrous ox cart and provisions, the youth set out on his long and leisurely journey, equipped with a few volumes of classical literature to while away the time. It was an inspiring experience. The clear, bracing air and the endless grassy expanse of the high veldt awakened the young man's vision. Here was God's country, a country made for the white man and for Britain. Later on, he was to attempt its conquest, but for the present his energy was bent to the making of a fortune. Rhodes made his millions not by picking diamonds out of the gravel, but by business combinations. Trust building, Americans would say. Soon after reaching the diamond fields, he entered into partnership with C.D. Rudd. When other miners became discouraged, or found their capital exhausted, Rhodes and Rudd purchased their claims or took them into partnership. Within 16 years, Rhodes found himself master of the De Beers Mining Company, paying 25% dividends on a capital of over $10 million, and possessing a virtual monopoly of one of the two chief diamond fields. But he had a rival, Barnett Isaacs, who had come to Africa, so it is said, with 60 boxes of cigars as capital, changed his name to Bani Banato, made money as a middleman between diamond miners and diamond exporters, purchased claims, and established the Central Company, which held the same dominant position in the rich Kimberley mines that the Rhodes Company enjoyed in the De Beers field. Between Rhodes and Banato, competition became so keen that both did some serious thinking. Figuring it out that the public would spend no more for diamonds than 4 million sterling a year, Rhodes concluded that the producer's interest was to restrict the output and thus maintain high prices. To this end, Banato was willing to enter a price agreement, but Rhodes was bent on amalgamation. His dealings in this crisis afford an interesting instance of the financial internationalism of nationalistic imperialism. By borrowing money from the Rothschilds of London and selling a block of De Beers shares through a German syndicate, he obtained funds to buy out a fairly large French company's holdings in Kimberley. These he sold to Banato for a minority interest in Banato's company. Then, raising funds with the aid of Alfred Beert, a prosperous German who had come to South Africa from Hamburg and later became a staunch British imperialist, Rhodes began to buy up other minority interests in Banato's company until Banato admitted defeat and accepted amalgamation in 1888. Smaller independents were now easily swallowed up in the growing trust, and by 1890 De Beers Consolidated Mines, of which Rhodes, Bonato, Beat and Stowe were life governors, had a monopoly of South African diamonds, 90% of the world's supply. Meanwhile, Rhodes had begun a similar process of trust building in the gold mines, which had been discovered in the Witwatersrand, in Transvaal in 1886. He had established a company, the Goldfields of South Africa Limited, with a modest capital of £125,000 sterling to buy up prospectors' claims. The company grew rapidly, changing its name to Consolidated Goldfields of South Africa as it approached a monopoly position. 50% dividends were not unusual, nor was it exceptional for Rhodes to derive from $1 to $2 million a year in profit from this concern. His combined diamond and gold interests, together with innumerable smaller enterprises, must have yielded him an income of about $5 million a year in the 1890s, when he was at the height of his career. Subsection: Rhodes the Empire Builder. Not, however, as the ruthless business monopolist and manipulator, but as the patriotic imperialist, or as the founder of the Rhodes Scholarships, is this South African diamond and gold king usually remembered. He used his immense wealth to promote British imperialism, and imperialism, reciprocally, to promote his wealth. His imperialism was undoubtedly sincere and extraordinarily philosophical. One biographer tells of the mental struggles through which Rhodes passed as a young man in his search for an explanation of the universe and a view of life. "There must be a God," he said to himself, "and if there be a God, there must be a divine purpose in history." The purpose, it appeared, was the evolution of humanity toward a finer type. Now, it is obvious to any Englishman that the breed of men best suited for survival in such an evolution is the so-called Anglo-Saxon race. The conclusion easily follows that to serve the divine purpose, one should strive to promote the predominance of the Anglo-Saxon race, and since the surface of the earth is limited, as Rhodes himself said, a vigorous effort should be made to obtain as much land as possible, while land is to be had, for the future expansion of this race. To be more specific, let us examine the terms of the will made by Rhodes in 1877, when he was still but a young man. He planned at that time to leave his property to endow a secret society whose aim would be to extend British colonisation and British rule throughout the world. All Africa was to be a British colony, and all South America, the Monroe Doctrine being surmounted by the simple device of reincorporating the United States into the British Empire, and in addition Oceania, the Malay Peninsula, the seaboard of China and India, Mesopotamia, Palestine, and various other smaller morsels. While others thought in provinces, said Rhodes, I think in continents. Here was a grandiose vision, worthy of a pan-German. But Rhodes did not intend despotic empire. The British colonies were to be self-governing, and the British flag was to mean defence, not domination. To bind the dominions together, there would be colonial representation in the Imperial Parliament, and colonial subsidies would be given to the Imperial Navy, but above all, a system of preferential tariffs would be established for the future government of the world is a question of tariffs. For all his altruistic philosophy of imperialism, the great imperialist was also a businessman, not at all insensible to the importance of economic motives in politics. Perhaps no better summary of his attitude could be given than his own. Pure philanthropy is very well in its way, but philanthropy plus 5% is a good deal better. 50% he might have said, and he used the philanthropy plus method not only for himself, but in dealing with those who were necessary tools in the realisation of his dream of empire. He gave business tips to obliging politicians and opportunities to political lieutenants. He contributed to the campaign funds of the British Liberals on condition that they should not scuttle out of Egypt. Footnote: see Campbell Bannerman's indignant denial with a summary of the later proof of the contribution. In J. A. Spender, Life of Campbell Bannerman, Volume 1, pages 202 through 7. End of footnote. He purchased newspapers to plead his cause. He knew the power of money. Just a thumbnail sketch of the old man, as his protégés called him, may lend more reality and perhaps more significance to the political narrative that follows. A tall man he was, with piercing steel blue eyes, looking out from under a crop of curly grey hair. His careless dress and many eccentricities, such as taking a cow, some hens, and his own brands of champagne and Cumel with him on sea voyages, were amusing earmarks of a self-made man too arrogant for acceptance of ordinary restrictions. If he took champagne and stout mixed in the morning, champagne by the tumbler at dinner, and stronger potations through the evening, he was by no means excessive, but merely a heavy and methodical drinker. That he enjoyed being told he resembled the Emperor Hadrian, that like Napoleon he tweaked the ears of subordinates, that toward opposition he showed the intolerance of a self-confessed creative genius, indicated something of his magnificent egotism. But the fact that he succeeded so greatly must be ascribed to other and more admirable characteristics: indomitable grit, mastery of details, unflinching perseverance when weaker men would falter. If he thought incontinence, Rhodes nevertheless had to deal, like other men, in provinces, for only by fractions are continents won. The immediate task he set for himself was to extend British rule northward from Cape Colony, across the Boer republics of the Orange River and Transvaal, and on to the lake region of East Central Africa. "All this painted red," he would say, as he passed his hand over this part of the map. And this South African empire of the future, he dreamed, would one day be connected with Egypt by a Cape to Cairo railway. The first step was to acquire the wide expanse of arid deserts and grasslands known as Bechuanaland, directly north of Cape Colony. As this region lay like a corridor between the Boer republics of Orange River and Transvaal on the east, and German Southwest Africa on the west, it was aptly described by Rhodes as the Suez Canal of South Africa. It was the vital gateway to the north. Without it, British South Africa might be hemmed in on the north by a sea-to-sea band of Boer and German territory. It may be remarked, by the way, that German imperialists were eager to win the friendship of the Boers, as distant linguistic kinsmen, and some even hoped that the Boers might accept German protection. To gain Bechuanaland, Rhodes first exerted himself. Having entered politics in Cape Colony and made himself a power at Cape Town, Rhodes began a vigorous agitation for British acquisition of Bechuanaland. He himself made a visit to the region in 1884, but failed to achieve his aim because of the opposition of the Transvaal Boers, who were, at this time, extending their influence into the region. However, the propaganda conducted by Rhodes, reinforcing the pressure of other imperialists, led the British government in 1885 to send an army into Bechuanaland, and on September the 30th, a British protectorate was proclaimed, extending as far west as the border of German Southwest Africa and as far north as the parallel of 22 degrees south. The road to the north was now secure. It must now be used. North of Bechuanaland and Transvaal was a great tableland, fertile and well-watered, within the tropics to be sure, but high enough to be eminently suitable for white colonisation. Its southern part was inhabited by Negro tribes, the Matabeles and Mashonas, under the rule of an able and warlike chieftain, King Lo Bengula. There was imminent danger that this desirable land would fall into other hands. Portuguese politicians were at this time exhibiting maps showing a broad band of Portuguese territory extending right across Mashonaland and Matabeleland, from Portuguese Mozambique to Portuguese Angola. The Transvaal Boers, too, having been foiled in Bechuanaland, were turning their attention toward Mashonaland. The British must act quickly, yet the officials were hesitant. It was Rhodes who acted. By offering to assume all the costs, he persuaded the British High Commissioner for South Africa, Sir Hercules Robinson, whose name did not indicate his character, to permit a British missionary to have a talk with King Lobengula. That dusky sovereign was induced to sign a treaty, pledging himself to refrain from negotiations with other foreigners without previous consent of the British High Commissioner for South Africa. This was necessary to forestall rivals. Then, with the Commissioner's consent, Rhodes sent 3 of his most trusted lieutenants to Lobengula's court. Theirs was a dangerous mission, for the caprice of the Negro king or the intrigues of rival Europeans might easily have brought about the murder of the small party. But at length Lobengula was induced to sign a most remarkable document, the celebrated mineral concession of October 30th, 1888, granting to Rudd, Maguire and Thompson, the delegates of Rhodes,
complete and exclusive charge over all metals and minerals situated and contained in my kingdom, principalities, and dominions,
together with the right
to exclude from my kingdoms, etc., all persons seeking land, metals, minerals, or mining rights therein.
Perhaps when it is explained that the region was supposed to be rich in gold, the plus which usually accompanied Rhodes's altruistic imperialism will here be patent without specific mention. The mess of pottage for which Lobengula sold his birthright consisted of 1,000 Martini rifles, 100,000 ball cartridges, and £100 sterling, payable
on the first day of every lunar month.
In addition, he had a strong desire for a steamboat, and to gratify it, the negotiators threw into the bargain a second-hand steamer. How Lobengula himself understood this bargain may be learned from a plaintive message he later sent Queen Victoria.
Some time ago, a party of men came into my country, the principal one appearing to be a man called Rudd. They asked me for a place to dig gold, and said they would give me certain things for the right to do so. I told them to bring what they would, and I would show them what I would give. A document was written and presented to me for signature. I asked what it contained, and was told that in it were my words, and the words of those men. I put my hand to it. About 3 months afterwards, I heard from other sources that I had given by that document the right to all the minerals of my country.
But Rhodes interpreted the concession as a permit to exploit and govern Lobengula's country, and following the example of other empire builders such as Goldie of West African fame and Mackinnon of East African celebrity, he organised a company, the British South Africa Company, and applied for a charter from the British government. The British Premier Lord Salisbury was at this time inclined to recognise Portugal's claims to the territory, but by much wire-pulling, Rhodes won Salisbury over by inviting the Duke of Fife to become Vice President, and the Duke of Abercorn to become President of the projected company, and by stating his intention that
the conditions of the natives inhabiting the said territories will be materially improved, and their civilization advanced.
Rhodes astutely enlisted both the prestige of the British aristocracy and the zeal of British humanitarianism to serve the ends of his business enterprise. The charter, signed by the Queen on October the 29th, 1889, gave the South Africa Company, for 25 years, the right to make treaties and laws, maintain police, construct roads, railways and harbours, develop mines and industries, make grants of land, and, in short, govern a vast but purposely undefined area, north of British Bechuanaland and Transvaal, and west of Portuguese Mozambique, but with no northern boundary. The latter was left unmentioned because Rhodes hoped to extend it far to the north. The business aspect of the venture was interesting. The chartered company had a capital of £1,001,000 shares. For themselves, the promoters took 90,000 shares, and 50% of any future profits. The De Beers Company bought 200,000. The other shares were sold, in large part, to small investors, whose loyalty to Rhodes and his project was a useful political asset. There was not much difficulty marketing the stock, thanks to the helpful advertising which Rhodes obtained from the press. The Times, for example, described the land as being
fabulously rich,
in metals. The soil was
only in need of scratching to smile with corn,
and
cattle fatten in peace,
it was the storied
land of Ophir.
The glowing optimism of the press regarding the natural riches and salubrious climate of about-to-be-acquired colonies is a phenomenon which recurs in almost any country at almost every conquest, for some reason psychological or economic, which conventional historical research has failed to expose. Getting a concession from the Matabele king, who could not read, and actually occupying the king's territory to scratch the fertile soil and open the fabulous mines were quite dissimilar propositions, of which the latter was the more difficult. Rhodes himself grew anxious as he tried to make plans for the sending of settlers to make clearings in the forests and build their homes in the wilderness, with a fickle and savage chieftain at their back. But a young daredevil offered to lead the way, and a slender band of a few hundred pioneers was brought together by a promise of 15 gold claims and 3,000 acres of farmland for each man. They had to travel 460 miles on foot, making a road as they went, and often cutting a way through forests, before they reached the Promised Land. There, as Rhodes later admitted, they found that they could not pick up gold like gooseberries. Tropical rains fell upon their camp, enthusiasm gave way to dismal discouragement, and on the stock markets the shares of the company began to fall. Rhodes himself went out and restored confidence. Slowly the settlement grew, and its cattle began to fatten not in peace, as had been promised, but in constant danger of native raids, until at length the chartered company sent troops to conquer Lobengula and take his cattle. Like the man who admitted the camel's foot into his tent, Lobengula found himself driven out, though his sons were magnanimously educated at the expense of Rhodes. What had been Lobengula's kingdom became Rhodesia. About the international difficulties that attended the marking out of the chartered company's domain of Rhodesia, we need not enter into detail. To the north, Rhodesia was extended to meet Congo Free State and touch Lake Tanganyika, as Rhodes had hoped, but it was cut off from further extension by the Anglo-German Treaty of 1890, which brought German East Africa and the Free State together, leaving no land passage between. To the northeast there was some danger that Germany or Portugal might obtain a footing in the neighbourhood of Lake Nyassa. A British company, the African Lakes Company, however, cooperated with the London Missionary Society in opening up this region for Britain, and in 1893 a protectorate was proclaimed over the western shores of the lake, then styled British Central Africa, but later renamed Nyasaland. On the east of Rhodesia there were boundary disputes with Portugal, and on the west with Portugal and Germany, but these were cleared up by the Anglo-German agreements of 1890 and 1893, and the Anglo-Portuguese Treaty of 1891. Though Rhodes never lived to see Rhodesia become, as it is today, a link in a completed Cape to Cairo empire, the region his company acquired for Great Britain was by no means contemptible. 440,000 square miles of fertile land, suitable for white colonisation and agricultural development. Only southern Rhodesia, a third of this great realm, has yet been colonised or developed to any considerable extent. Even here there were, when the 1921 census was taken, only 33,620 white settlers and 770,000 natives, less than 1 million all told, in a country 3 times as big as England. The best agricultural land was, of course, allotted to the whites, while large but poorer areas were set aside temporarily as reserves for the natives. Natives living on the reserves paid a head tax of £1 per annum, while those living on white men's land paid an additional £1 to the white owner. One of the purposes of these levies, it may be explained, was to provide the natives with an indirect incentive to work for the whites at wages that seem too incredibly small to mention. Intelligent and persistent efforts were made by the chartered company to promote farming and fruit growing in the hope of attracting English immigrants, but, as the above-mentioned figures indicate, southern Rhodesia has been less attractive than the United States to Englishmen seeking homes overseas, and desiring not to break ground in an almost uninhabited wilderness, but to find well-paid employment in a civilized and prosperous country. Gold mining, after all, has been the economic mainstay of the land. Though gold could not be picked up like gooseberries, it could be mined, and in the period from 1890 to 1921, the total amount of gold produced was no less than $250 million. Northern Rhodesia, still larger and still more sparsely populated than the southern province, had in 1921 about 1 million Negroes and 3,500 white men, scattered over high forested plateaus more extensive than England and France together. Here lead is mined instead of gold, and in the clearings cattle graze. For more than 30 years the chartered company governed Rhodesia pretty much as it pleased, though occasionally the London government intervened to prevent too ruthless treatment of the natives. As the white settlers grew more numerous in southern Rhodesia, however, and civilized towns sprang up here and there, the company found it necessary to give the whites representation in a legislative council. The demand for complete colonial self-government became increasingly strong, for the settlers were by no means agreeable to the chartered company's privileges, both political and economic. At length, in 1922, a vote was taken on the alternatives of joining the Union of South Africa or becoming a self-governing colony, and as the result favoured self-government, Southern Rhodesia was created a colony with government responsible to an elected assembly, and the political rule of the company in this part of its domain was ended. End of section 3. Section 4 of Imperialism and World Politics. Part 2 of 4. By Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 9b. The Legacy of Cecil Rhodes. Subsection: The Jameson Raid. From Rhodesia, the greatest achievement of Cecil Rhodes, we must turn our attention to the Boer communities of Transvaal and Orange River. These, as we have seen, had been recognised as self-governing republics, and had been left to pursue their own interests until, with the discovery of gold in the Northern Republic, Transvaal, about the year 1886, a new factor entered into the situation. Footnote: The independence of Transvaal, South African Republic, and Orange Free State was recognised in 1852 and 1854, respectively. Transvaal had been annexed in 1877, but by the Pretoria Convention of August 3, 1881, it had been given self-government under British suzerainty. This action followed the famous Battle of Majuba Hill. The London Convention of February 27, 1884, went a step further, omitting all mention of British suzerainty, but stipulating in Article 4 that the Republic
will conclude no treaty or engagement with any state or nation other than the Orange Free State, until the same has been approved by Her Majesty the Queen.
See State Papers 72, page 900, and 75, page 5, and also on the interpretation of this convention, 91, pages 557 to 646. End of footnote. The thousands of prospectors, labourers and tradesmen who rushed into the Transvaal goldfields in the period after 1886 soon incurred the bitter hostility of the Boer farmers, who believed the land was theirs by right of conquest and settlement, and regarded the newcomers, with some cause, as a disorderly and dangerous element. The Boers, for their part, angered the miners by excluding them from political rights, by levying heavy tariff duties on food and other supplies, by establishing dynamite and railway monopolies, which interfered with the miners' business. Furthermore, mine owners like Rhodes and Rudd needed native labour, and believed that the natives should be forced to work by means of taxation or otherwise. As Rudd said,
"If under the cry of civilization we in Egypt lately mowed down 10 or 20,000 dervishes with maxims,"
he was referring to the Battle of Omdurman,
"surely it cannot be considered a hardship to compel the natives in South Africa to give 3 months in the year to do a little honest work."
but the Boer government interfered with the importation of native labour. John Hayes Hammond, a well-known American engineer associated with Rhodes, estimated that good government would mean a saving of 6 shillings per tonne on gold ore production costs, and that would mean an increase of about $12 million a year in dividends. And to cap the climax, the Boer president, Paul Kruger, showed altogether too friendly a disposition toward the German emperor, who was known to have an indiscreet fondness for the Boers. Under such circumstances, some of the British gold producers and businessmen in Johannesburg conspired to overthrow the Boer government of Transvaal. Hearing of the plot, Cecil Rhodes, with characteristic self-confidence, decided that his was the genius to direct the revolt. He took charge of the scheme, provided funds, arranged for the smuggling of arms as company supplies, and planned to have his Rhodesian military police invade Transvaal in concert with the internal revolution. The capitalists backing the Johannesburg conspiracy, however, insisted that the aim must be to hoist the British flag, whereas the reformers in the so-called National Union, which was the backbone of the movement, desired an independent republican government. This dissension and other circumstances delayed action until Dr. Leander Starr Jameson, an able Scottish physician whom Rhodes had made administrator of Rhodesia, and who had been delegated to lead the Rhodesian police into Transvaal, grew impatient, and resolved to no longer wait. Rhodes attempted to countermand the invasion, but the wires had been cut by Jameson's orders. On December 29, 1895, Dr. Jim, as Jameson was called, set out with about 500 men to invade the Transvaal Republic. When Rhodes heard the news, he exclaimed in consternation,
"Jameson has upset my apple cart."
He had. The invaders were captured on January the 2nd, 1896, after a little fighting. The Johannesburg conspiracy
"Fizzled out as a damp squib."
in the words of Rhodes, and the leading conspirators, including John Hayes Hammond, an American, were arrested. Footnote: they were tried and condemned to death, but later released on payment of large fines. End of footnote. The Jameson raid was a fiasco. Had it succeeded, perhaps it might have been sung by later bards as a glorious deed, but its ignominious failure allowed its true nature to appear clearly. It was an illegitimate armed attack on a peaceful neighbour. Rhodes himself had to resign office as a Premier of Cape Colony and submit to a parliamentary inquiry, which condemned the raid and censured him. For his accomplices, Rhodes generously paid lawyers' fees and staggering fines. More alarming was the effect of the raid in releasing pent-up German animosity toward England. As soon as he heard of the raid, the German Foreign Minister, Baron von Marschall, warned the British ambassador that Germany must insist on the
maintenance of the status quo
in South Africa, and that the London Cabinet was perilously mistaken if it felt strong enough to pursue its aggressive policy without consulting the other powers. Indeed, the continental powers might combine against England. Secretly, the German ambassadors in other European capitals were instructed to send out the governments on this project of an anti-English coalition. As more news arrived, Marschall became more excited, and on January 2nd he obtained the Kaiser's consent for a formal protest to England. This was delivered in a very sharp note, warning England that Germany was not minded to accept any alteration in the treaty status of Transvaal. This gruffly worded challenge, by good luck, was recalled the next day when the news of Dr. Jim's failure arrived. Footnote: it had already been delivered at Downing Street, but not yet opened. End of footnote. But the Kaiser himself, eager to show England that Germany could not be safely ignored in such matters, sent his famous telegram, January 3rd, to President Kruger of the Transvaal, congratulating him on his success in defending the independence of the country against foreign attacks. There has been much controversy as to the authorship of this amazing telegram, and the extent of William II's responsibility for its wording, but the real point is that the telegram was not an isolated incident. The German Foreign Office, as we have seen, had previously issued harsh warnings to England. The Foreign Minister had suggested to Kruger an international conference on the status of the South African Republic. German public opinion was greatly excited. The telegram was merely a culminating incident, important because it was public, and because it inflamed British opinion. War seemed not improbable, but Germany found the other European capitals lukewarm or cold toward the proposal of a continental bloc against England, and the Germans themselves were astonished at the violence of British indignation. As gracefully as possible, the Berlin government made its retreat. Incidentally, the Kaiser had hoped to obtain something for Germany, possibly a protectorate over Transvaal, or possession of the valuable port of Lourenço Marques in Portuguese East Africa. But his foreign minister advised him that the former was impossible, and that the latter would mean war against England and France, just as an English attempt to seize the port would mean a combination of France and Germany against England. These suggestions are mentioned only because they illustrate how statesmen must juggle with war and peace in the game of imperialist world politics. The Jameson raid wrecked the hopes which Rhodes had long cherished for the eventual union of the Boer and British communities in South Africa. It was indeed contrary to his lifelong policy of cordial cooperation with the Cape Boers. After 1896, Rhodes retired from political life, more or less under a cloud, and in 1902 he died, leaving the bulk of his huge estate to endow 175 scholarships at Oxford for students from the British colonies and also from the United States and from Germany. The inclusion of America and Germany is significant as an indication of Rhodes' belief in the mission of the English-speaking peoples and in the cultural solidarity of the Anglo-Saxons and Germans. This use of his wealth is perhaps in part responsible for the fame he achieved after death as a disinterested altruist, his business practices being forgotten. Certainly it helped Americans to look upon him as a far-seeing philanthropist rather than a far-reaching imperialist, and the name Rhodesia, writ large across the map of South Africa, is a reminder to the public of his patriotism, to the cynic of his bargain with Lobengula. Subsection: The Boer War. The inevitable effect of the Jameson raid was to hasten the impending contest between Britain and Boer for supremacy in South Africa. Kruger, the Boer president of Transvaal, became increasingly anti-British in his policy, negotiated an alliance with the other Boer republic, the Orange Free State, and looked to the Anglophobe organisation of the Boers in Cape Colony, namely the Afrikaner Bond, and to Germany and Holland for sympathy, if not support. The British, on the other hand, were impelled toward conflict by three powerful forces. First and foremost, the British mining interests in Transvaal were dissatisfied with the Boer government because, representing the interests of the Boer farmers as opposed to British industrialists, it levied tariff duties on food, compelled British mining companies to buy dynamite and coal at exorbitant prices from monopolies, balked all attempts to establish convenient railway communication with the Cape, permitted the debauching of native labourers by saloons, and, in general, as Mr. Hayes Hammond so admirably explained, reduced the profits of the mine owners by 12 millions a year. Secondly, certain British statesmen felt that British authority must be supreme in South Africa, or none, that sooner or later either the Boers or the British must gain the upper hand. Footnote: the dispute as to whether, by the Convention of 1884, England retained suzerainty over the South African Republic, although the word itself was omitted from the document, was important. See the elaborate controversy in State Papers 91, especially pages 557 through 646. Confer supra, page 173, footnote, at 51 seconds in this section. End of footnote. And finally, British public opinion was intensely concerned with the indignities suffered by British citizens in Transvaal who were treated as aliens or outlanders by the Boer government. By 1899, there were 180,000 outlanders, including many Germans, Americans, and others, as well as British, as opposed to 80,000 Boers in Transvaal. Though the Outlanders owned 2/3 of the land and 90% of the other wealth of the Republic, and were heavily taxed, the Boer minority monopolised the government and insisted on a residence requirement of 14 years for the franchise. Though the economic grievance was fundamental, British statesmen with shore instinct stressed the franchise question in the negotiations which brought on the war. The man chiefly responsible for the break was Sir Alfred Milner, a lawyer, journalist, politician, bureaucrat of mixed German and English blood, who had been appointed High Commissioner for South Africa and Governor of the Cape in 1897 by the arch-imperialist colonial secretary, Joseph Chamberlain. After learning the Boer tongue and thoroughly familiarising himself with the situation, Milner decided to bring matters to a head. On May 4, 1899, he cabled to Chamberlain,
"The spectacle of thousands of British subjects kept permanently in the position of helots, constantly chafing under undoubted grievances, and calling vainly to Her Majesty's government for redress, does steadily undermine the influence and reputation of Great Britain."
Footnote. The whole dispatch is worth reading, as it shows how Milner regarded the franchise question as a means of reasserting British determination, and as a cure for the many complaints regarding Transvaal legislation. See State Papers 96, pages 662-7. End of footnote. The italicised phrase deserves study. As a matter of fact, the requirement of a few years' residence for the naturalisation of alien immigrants was and is a familiar practice of civilised nations, and Milner himself recognised the right of Transvaal to require a 5 years qualification, but any term longer than 5 years he considered tantamount to serfdom, helotage. This is a fascinating bit of logic, but still more intriguing is his statement
that the only effective way of protecting our subjects is to help them to cease to be our subjects.
That is, to help them become citizens of Transvaal. Patriotism ordinarily dictates the opposite course, the retention of subjects, and the reader may perhaps wonder why a nation should be so willing to fight in order to protect subjects so unpatriotic as to desire citizenship in another nation. But the paradox is easily explained if one remembers that underneath the superficial franchise question lay the fundamental economic reason why Englishmen desired power in Transvaal, and the imperialistic desire for dominant power in all South Africa. In a celebrated conference with Milner at Bloemfontein, May 31st through June 5th, 1899, President Kruger offered to reduce the franchise qualification from 14 years to 7, on condition that all future disputes be submitted to arbitration.
"Such a demand,"
comments one historian,
"no self-respecting nation could consider for a moment."
As a matter of fact, even the imperialist Chamberlain was willing to consider it, but Milner was ready to fight for the difference of 2 years, or rather, he was ready to use the difference as a pretext for fighting. For when the Boers later offered to concede the 2 years, he found other grievances. Milner persuaded his chief, and in September was begun the movement of British troops to South Africa from India and the Mediterranean, while an expeditionary force was prepared in England. Kruger, for his part, was no less bellicose. There is little doubt that he considered war inevitable, that he was unduly contemptuous of British military strength, and unwarrantably hopeful of German and other foreign support, and that he prolonged negotiations from June to October, waiting for the southern summer, which would bring grass on the dry veldt for his mounted forces. At length, on October 9th, 1899, he sent a 48-hour ultimatum demanding all of the controversies be submitted to
the friendly course of arbitration,
and that Britain should withdraw her troops from the borders of Transvaal and cancel her other military preparations. The ultimatum was scorned, war was declared, on October 11th, and the next day the Boers attacked a British armoured train. The Orange Free State joined Transvaal. Most Englishmen rallied to their national cause. Only a few, such as David Lloyd George, then a young but promising Welsh firebrand, opposed what he called a war for 45% dividends. The Boer War, thus begun, lasted from 1899 to 1902, and was the greatest foreign war in which Great Britain had yet been engaged, considering the number of British soldiers involved. The Boers never had more than about 40,000 men in the field, but their stubborn courage and the vast extent of the country made British victory difficult. After taking offence at the outset, the Boer armies were defeated and driven back by Lord Roberts and 250,000 men. The Boer capitals were captured, and Kruger fled to Europe, to be rebuffed by the German government, but received as a hero in France and Holland. After Kruger's flight, however, the indomitable remnants of the Boer army continued to wage a bitter guerrilla warfare against the invader. And in order to crush out resistance, Lord Kitchener of Egyptian fame took command of the British forces and conducted systematic drives through one district after another, consolidating his conquests by chains of blockhouses and sweeping the Boer women and children into concentration camps, in which, by the way, there was no little suffering. Only after 40,000 Boers had been captured, 4,000 killed, and other thousands wounded, did the Boer generals consent to sign the peace treaty of Vereeniging, May 31st, 1902, accepting King Edward VII's sovereignty on condition that the Dutch language be permitted in schools and courts, that the conquered republics be given self-government as soon as possible, and that Great Britain pay £3 million as compensation for destroyed farms. In shaping Britain's foreign policy, and therefore in contributing to the international situation which led to the Great War in Europe, the Boer War played no small part. British statesmen, particularly imperialist statesmen, felt as never before the disadvantages of British isolation when they found themselves in 1899 confronted by a disapproving world. Joseph Chamberlain, the Mahdi of British imperialism, after holding conferences with the German Emperor and his foreign minister Count von Bülow, publicly declared on November 30th, 1899, shortly after the outbreak of war in South Africa, that England could not remain isolated. The most natural alliance, he said, would be with the great German Empire, and he even hoped for a new triple alliance of Germany, the United States, and Great Britain, to preserve the peace of the world. For 2 years, secret negotiations for an Anglo-German alliance continued, but they were balked by the clumsiness of German diplomacy, the vehement Anglophobia of the German public, the difficulty of reconciling an Anglo-German bond with the Triple Alliance, and by German naval expansion. During the war, it may be explained, British warships seized 3 German mail steamers, thereby provoking such a storm of German indignation as could with difficulty be appeased by the release of the captured vessels. And this indignation was utilised by Tirpitz and the Kaiser as a convenient means of obtaining the Reichstag's assent to appropriations for the creation of a
fleet of such strength that war with the mightiest naval power would involve risks threatening that power's supremacy.
There and then began that jealous naval rivalry which brought Germany and England into increasing antagonism, and which contributed with other factors to force England into the arms of France and Russia. Subsection: Britain, Boer and Black in South Africa. Milner received the customary reward of successful British Empire builders. He was made a baron in 1901, and a viscount in 1902. He was offered a cabinet post as secretary for the colonies, but preferred during the Reconstruction period to remain at his post in South Africa, acting also as governor of Transvaal and Orange River Colony, which had been annexed during the war. His every effort was bent to
restart the colonies on a higher plane of civilization.
This apparently meant the speedy economic restoration of the country. Boers were repatriated, the gold mines reopened, tariffs and railway rates were brought into uniformity. At the instance of the mine owners, he permitted the importation of more than 50,000 Chinese coolies, bound by indentures for 3 years' work, to provide cheap labour in the mines. Less haste was made in fulfilling the treaty pledge of self-government for the conquered provinces. At last, in 1905, a constitution providing for representative institutions, but not full self-government, was granted to Transvaal, and Milner, with health exhausted, resigned. Later on, it may be added, he became one of the most prominent imperialist statesmen of England, and a member of the War Cabinet during the great struggle with Germany. Milner's policy of importing Chinese coolies in South Africa, accorded ill with his talk of
a higher plane of civilization.
For the coolies were little better than slaves during their terms of indenture, working for insignificant wages and subject to flogging for even slight disobedience. This Chinese slavery, as Liberals called it, was one of the reproaches flung at the Conservative Balfour government by the Liberal opposition. When the Conservatives fell from power, the new British cabinet was headed by the anti-imperialist Campbell Bannerman and included the radical Lloyd George, who had denounced the Boer War. The Premier believed that the Boer War was a disaster, but it could not be undone, nor could its inevitable result, the annexations, be prevented. Great Britain could, however, at least, fulfil the pledge of self-government. This was done for Transvaal in 1906 and the Orange River Colony in 1907, regardless of the danger that the Boer leaders would almost certainly control the two provinces under any democratic white franchise. In fact, the first elections gave the Boers a majority in Transvaal and Orange River Colony, and shortly afterwards the Afrikaner Bond, the Boer organisation, won the elections in the Cape Colony. The Boers now had the upper hand in 3 of the 4 colonies, and were soon to have still greater power. General Louis Botha, the Boer Premier of Transvaal, became a friend of Dr. Jameson, whose part in the raid was now a matter of the past, and cooperated with him in promoting a movement for the union of the 4 South African colonies, the Cape, Natal, Transvaal, and Orange River Colony. A convention summoned in 1908 drafted a federal constitution which was approved as the South Africa Act 1909 by the British Parliament, and in 1910 the 4 colonies were federated in the Union of South Africa. From the outset, the Boers dominated the Union government. Botha himself served as Union Premier from 1910 until his death in 1919, and was followed by General Jan Smuts, who had been a comrade in arms in the campaigns against the British during the Boer War, and right-hand man of Botha in politics since the war. Botha and Smuts alike believed, as practical statesmen, that in friendly cooperation with the British in South Africa, and under the protecting aegis of the Empire, the Boer people could best prosper, and why not? They were now masters of all British South Africa. Botha and Smuts came increasingly under the spell of British imperialism. Botha conquered German Southwest Africa during the war, and, as a delegate at the peace conference, insisted that it be given to South Africa as a mandate. Smuts served as British commander in the campaign to conquer German East Africa, not for the Boers, but for the Empire. He was an influential member of Lloyd George's war cabinet and a trusted advisor of the London government in imperial affairs. At the Imperial Conference of 1923, Smuts stood forth as a most ardent advocate of imperial tariff preference and imperial economic solidarity. With the British owners of the South African mines, the Boer leaders had at first a quarrel. They opposed and ended the importation of Asiatic labour, but they permitted the importation of Negro labour on the contract system from Portuguese Mozambique, and as time went on they found themselves in ever closer harmony with imperialist business interests. As a South African labour leader put it, they took what may be termed the big finance view of our various internal and domestic problems. The alliance of Botha and Smuts with British imperialism encountered important elements of opposition. Against them, General Hertzog, a talented Boer general, built up a nationalist party whose slogan was South Africa First, and whose recruits were found chiefly among the Boer farmers of the Backveld and the Boer labourers in the mines. Many of the white workers in the Rand mines were Dutch. The more extreme of Hertzog's followers would gladly have hauled down the Union Jack and hoisted a Republican flag. Indeed, during the Great War, several prominent Boer officers attempted an armed revolution, only to be crushed by Botha. Hertzog himself, however, refrained from definite treason to the Empire, and his party, surviving the rebellion, became strong enough in 1924 to cooperate with the Labour Party in overthrowing Smuts. With Hertzog as head of a Labour Nationalist coalition cabinet in 1924, the Boer irreconcilables were fairly in the saddle, but they were pledged not to cut loose from the Empire. The very fact that such a coalition and such a pledge were possible suggests that the nationalist movement had become less anti-British and more economic. Boer farmers and labourers were joining with British labourers against imperialist capitalists. The trend of economic imperialism is suicidal. British imperialism in South Africa meant British investments in South Africa, which in turn meant the economic development of South Africa. So long as the economic development was confined to producing more gold and diamonds, more wool, hides, ostrich feathers, copper and other raw materials, and in return importing more British machinery, cloth and other manufactures, colony and mother country might be regarded as realising the imperialist ideal, but inevitably manufacturing industries spring up to supply local needs. South Africa had 530 factories in 1890, 6,890 in 1920. These local factories in increasing measure are supplying the shoes, the clothes, the machinery used by the colonists, while competing British and foreign manufactures are excluded by almost prohibitive customs duties. From an economic point of view, South Africa is still primarily colonial, in that it is chiefly a source of raw materials and a market for British manufactures, but it is beginning to transition from the colonial to the competitive stage. In this transition, South Africa is confronted by difficult labour and race problems. Not only is there friction between the Boers, who number about 800,000, and other, chiefly British whites, who number about 700,000. There is a growing antagonism between farmer and white labour on one hand, and big business on the other, as in most civilised countries. But graver is the opposition between the white population, 1.5 million in all, and the coloured population of 5.5 million, mostly Negroes. In the early days of Cape Colony, the Boers used the Negroes as agricultural slaves, and it was the London government that took the role of emancipator and champion of the black. Since then, the Boers have continued, on the whole, to insist, like the southern planter, on the racial inferiority of the Negro, and the London officials have leaned toward the humanitarian side, but not sufficiently to prevent Negroes from being divorced from the land. A recent issue of the official yearbook of the Union of South Africa shows that the total land owned by the whites is about 230 million acres, whereas the natives own 2 million, in addition to 1 million owned by missions, and 23.5 millions set aside as native reserves, a total of 27 millions. For 1.5 million whites, 230 million acres. For 5.5 million Negroes, 27 million acres. Moreover, by General Botha's Land Act of 1913, natives were forbidden to buy from white lands outside the native reservations. Only 123,000 natives lived on the native-owned farms, more than 2 million lived in the reserves, and the remainder lived either on European-owned soil or worked in the cities and mines. In the mines, 281,000 were employed, at wages averaging about £30 a year, as compared with the £478 received by the average white worker. Negro labourers for the mines were collected on the reservations by recruiting agents who took them on contract for a period of service. At the mines, the black labourers were herded together in compounds or barracks, under special supervision, much as though slavery had never been abolished. Such treatment accorded well enough with the attitude of the Boers, and with the views of imperialists, such as Rhodes, who considered the Negroes lazy folk created by God to render compulsory labour in the mines. But the consequence of such policies was to aggravate the race problem. Instead of learning improved methods of agriculture and becoming prosperous small farmers as in the Gold Coast, the South African Negroes were divorced from the soil, and those employed in industry formed a dangerously discontented industrial proletariat. Moreover, the fact that Negroes could vote in Cape Colony, but not in the other 3 colonies, added a political grievance to economic unrest. Such inequalities were most acutely resented by Cape boys, that is mulattoes, and Negroes who obtained education in mission schools and entered into the skilled trades and professions. One has only to talk with the educated South African Negroes to realise that the ruthless exercise of white supremacy, under the aegis of British imperialism, has created a Negro reaction of grave character, withal the bulk of the black population is still inert and impotent. By way of contrast, the other British possessions in South Africa, outside the Union, claim passing notice. Rhodesia has already been considered. There is also the vast, semi-desert Bechuanaland Protectorate, with its scant population of 150,000 Negro herdsmen, and the small protectorate of Swaziland and Basutoland. The last named has been called the Switzerland of South Africa. It is a beautiful mountain country, a third smaller than the Switzerland of Europe, and inhabited entirely by blacks. Here the land is owned entirely by the natives under a communal system, which they understand better than individual proprietorship, and neither mining nor industry has made inroads on rural simplicity. The native population, tilling its fields and tending its cattle in peace, has quadrupled since British annexation, 1868, and prospered in a most remarkable degree, thanks to the exclusion of concession hunters and white settlers. British imperialism has here been far more benevolent and beneficent than in the Union, partly for historical reasons, but chiefly because there was no great mineral wealth. Taken altogether, the Union, Rhodesia, and the former German Southwest Africa, and the other British colonies in South Africa, constitute a rich and extensive empire almost half as large as the continent of Europe, wonderfully suited by climate for white population, and richly endowed with minerals precious and utilitarian. Yet in all its history it has not attracted as many European immigrants as the United States received in the single year 1913, nor is it rapidly becoming a white man's country. The Negroes still form 4/5 of the population. The dream of Cecil Rhodes and of other British imperialists that upon the healthful high veldt would some day live a sturdy British people is not yet realised, or even near fulfilment. But the Transvaal alone had produced $4 billion worth of gold since 1868, over $1 billion worth of diamonds have been exported, and the trade of South Africa, in which England has the largest share, is gradually rising toward the $1 billion level, which it exceeded in the boom year 1920. Here, if anywhere, is to be found the justification of the blood and treasure so freely poured out to make South Africa, in the words of Cecil Rhodes, all red. End of section 4. Section 5 of Imperialism and World Politics. Part 2 of 4. By Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 10a. North Africa and the Great Powers. From the dark jungles of equatorial Africa, from the monotonous veldt of the south, the scene shifts to the smiling and temperate coastlands of the north. The most valuable parts of the dark continent for commerce, investment, and white colonisation are the northern and southern extremities, and while Britain was appropriating the latter, France was endeavouring to make of the former a new and greater France. Nowhere was the game of imperialist world politics played with greater abandon or more vicious international consequences than in the African lands north of the Tropic of Cancer. Here France and England grimly played for Egyptian stakes. Here Italy found reason to join, then later to desert the Triple Alliance. Here Germany and France desperately bid against each other for Morocco, until Europe was brought within a hair's breadth of war. Subsection: Avenging an Insult, Algeria. White sails swelling full against the blue water and bluer sky, a gallant French fleet coursed from Toulon through the Mediterranean, 500 miles to the African shore, where among the green palms gleamed the white mosques of Algiers. The Arab king, or Dey, of Algiers, so history relates, had recklessly struck a French envoy in the face with a fly-whisk, or fan, and to clear the escutcheon of France there was but one conventional method. To be sure, 3 years had intervened since the Dey's indiscretion, and France during these years had diplomatically considered various projects of international intervention, but the lapse of years does not clear away an indignity to national honour. The French fleet therefore sailed in May 1830 to punish Algiers. Furthermore, the French government announced its purpose to stop the attacks of piratical Algerian corsairs, then called Barbary pirates, on European shipping in the Mediterranean. Still more important, though not publicly proclaimed, was the desire of Charles X and his ministers to achieve some brilliant feat of arms and diplomacy which would not only restore the lustre of French prestige, dimmed since Waterloo, but also revive the declining popularity of the tottering Bourbon monarchy. In vain, British statesmen, fearful of anything which might destroy the quasi-sacred status quo, or still more sacrosanct balance of power, argued and threatened, and demanded a promise that the punitive expedition would withdraw from Algiers as soon as a brief lesson in good behaviour had been administered to the Dey. The bulldog's bark was worse than his bite, in this case. With impunity the French expedition occupied Algiers and the neighbouring coast district, and prepared to stay. The Dey was shipped to Naples. Though the exploit failed of its principal purpose, namely saving the throne of Charles X, it established France permanently in Algiers. To extend their power from the seaport of Algiers until it embraced the whole country of Algeria, larger than France itself, the French had to expend thousands of lives and millions of treasure during 3 decades of almost incessant fighting after 1830. Little did they realise, at the outset, to how costly an enterprise the caprice of Charles X's cabinet had committed them. Particularly serious was the protracted warfare required to subdue Abd el-Qaeda, a valiant Arab emir, who again and again raised the Mohammedan tribes to wage a holy war against the Christian invader. Not until 1847 was the emir taken prisoner and sent to France, and not until 1871 was the last important rebellion in Algeria crushed. Conquered more or less by chance, before the age of deliberate imperialism had dawned, Algeria aroused relatively little enthusiasm in France until the latter part of the 19th century. Then French imperialists found in Algeria not only a reason for new North African conquests, but a colony valuable in itself. Much larger than the mother country, Algeria was almost ideally suited for French colonisation. Along its fertile coast plains the olive tree grew in abundance. On the mountains back of the coast were rich forests, and between the mountain ranges lay plains and valleys, fertile of soil and healthful of climate, where cattle and grain could be raised. The native population was small. Even today there are but 5 million natives, and a generation or two ago there were less than 4 million. Unlike the Negroes of the equatorial jungles, the Algerians are industrious, accustomed to agriculture, handicrafts, and trade. Some of the Arabs who form the largest element in the population were tent dwellers and herdsmen wandering through the deserts and steppes of the back country. But in the more fertile regions the Arabs had settled down before French conquest to live in villages of stone and to gain their livelihood by trade, tillage, or artistic handiwork. Racially different but culturally more influenced by the Arabs were the Berbers, white but suntanned. Along the coast, where they lived in stone houses with red-tiled roofs, and tilled their fields with wooden ploughs, the Berbers are known as Kabiles. In the mountains they are the Shawias. In the desert they are the Tuareg tribes. In addition there are the Moors, of mixed Berber, Arab and European blood, indolent but canny tradesmen of the towns, well able to compete with the traditional mercantile ability of the numerous Jews. Though in Algeria there was room for colonists, Frenchmen are notoriously loath to quit La Belle Patrie, and after many decades of official attempts to attract French settlers, Algeria today has but 500,000 French inhabitants. Of these, no inconsiderable number are descended from the immigrants who forsook Alsace when that province was conquered by the Germans. Footnote: from 1871 to 1895, some 13,300 French families, 54,000 persons, were colonised on some 640,000 hectares of land in Algeria. End of footnote. French and other Europeans own the very fertile grain fields and vineyards and olive groves in the coast zone, and conduct the foreign trade and finance of the colony, leaving the natives to till the less fertile and more remote parts of the country, and to raise sheep and cattle for export. As General Marchand observed,
Qu'il y a de bébés à reste prendre.
Of all the French colonies, Algeria is now by far the most important from the viewpoint of economic imperialism. As a market for French goods, it is 3 times as valuable as any other French possession. Indeed, among all the customers of French industry, Algeria ranks 7th, after Great Britain, Belgium, Germany, United States, Switzerland, and Italy. It is not, however, very important as a source of raw materials. With the notable exception of phosphate, its chief exports to France are wine, grain, and meat. Subsection Coup de fortune ou de bourse, Tunis. From Algeria, French imperialists naturally turned their eye toward the neighbouring land of Tunis, just to the east, much like Algeria in climate and race, but smaller. In ancient times, Tunis was the seat of the mighty Carthaginian Empire, and later a prosperous Roman province of whose high civilization mute testimony is offered today by marble ruins of Roman temples and amphitheatres half submerged in the sands of the desert. These remains, by the way, seem to indicate that the regions in the south and interior of Tunis, now parched by winds from the Sahara, were once fertile and populous. But when Tunis began in the second half of the 19th century to attract the attention of European imperialists, it was a backward country, thinly populated and ruled by a Mohammedan bey nominally subject to Turkish sovereignty, but actually swayed only by his own despotic caprice. In the 1860s, European speculators, moneylenders, traders, and concession hunters began to swarm into Tunis. The Bey found it easy to borrow money, difficult to repay it. When his debts reached what for him was the stupendous figure of 28 million francs, at an average of 13% interest, he welcomed an apparently brilliant proposal that these miscellaneous obligations be repaid by floating a consolidated loan of 35 million francs on the Paris bourse at a more reasonable rate of interest. To his chagrin, he received less than 6 millions cash from the sale of his bonds, and found himself saddled with the interest charges on the new 35 plus the original 28 millions. When he levied higher taxes to carry the interest charges, his subjects rebelled. The cost of suppressing insurrection necessitated new loans. The additional interest burden meant higher taxes, and so the vicious circle went on. Loans, taxes, rebellions, loans. It is said that in desperation the Bey, at length, took to poisoning rich subjects and confiscating their property. His French creditors, growing anxious as they received no payments on their coupons, insisted on the establishment of a financial commission to supervise, or curtail, his free-handed expenditures. Italian financiers and Italian patriots, remembering that Carthage was, once, subject to Rome, protested, with the result that Italy and England were admitted to the Commission in 1869, and the Tunisian debt was consolidated at 125 millions. Footnote: the nominal amount before consolidation was 160 millions. End of footnote. Then ensued years of financial rivalry. French, English, and Italian consuls at Tunis vying with each other in efforts to obtain influence at court, and railway, telegraph, or land concessions for their fellow countrymen. It became increasingly apparent that, what with the disorderly condition of the country and the insecurity of its debt, and what with the awakening of European imperialism, one of the 3 powers would soon appropriate Tunis. Though at the Bey's court the Italians enjoyed most favour, France was more fortunate in European chancelleries. The Disraeli Salisbury government of England was glad at the Berlin Congress of 1878 to inform the French diplomatist Waddington that England recognised the right of France, since she had occupied Algeria, to exercise decisive pressure on Tunis, and looked upon this result as inevitable. More plainly, Salisbury told Waddington France could take Tunis if she would offer no objection to the ambitions of Disraeli in Cyprus and the Near East. Bismarck likewise dropped a hint that Germany would not object to French intervention in Tunis, His motive, doubtless, was to involve France in colonial ventures and to sow seeds of discord between France and Italy. And France advised Italy that
Italy cannot cherish dreams of conquest in Tunis without clashing against the will of France and risking a conflict with her.
not long afterward an English company offered to sell the railway property it possessed in Tunis. This apparently innocent business affair was viewed in Paris and Rome as a crucial event, for though the value of the railway was paltry, perhaps £1,000,000, imperialists are quick to interpret the acquisition of any concession by foreign rivals as a national defeat and humiliation. French interests offered £1,000,000. An Italian concern, the Robertino Co., which had acquired the first Italian foothold in Eritrea on the Red Sea, offered 2.5. Finally, the Italians bought the property for 4,125,000 francs, 4 times the original French bid. It is significant that the Italian company made its extravagant offer only after receiving a promise of 600,000 lire a year from the Italian government. France, however, was not to be so easily balked. The sale of the railway occurred in July 1880. In August, by one of the coincidences that abound in imperialist annals, Paris received most ominous reports of warlike unrest among the Tunisian tribes on the border of Algeria. Such reports accumulated rapidly until in the spring of 1881 border raids provided the incident which is usually considered necessary to bring such matters to a head. Footnote: in the meantime, the French had warned Italy that the French cabinet could not look with indifferent eye, while Italian interests secured the control of the cables and railways of Tunis, and the French consul Roustan had persuaded or browbeaten the Bey to give the French Bon-Gelmer Company railway concessions to compensate for the one the Italians had purchased. That the border raids were not the reason for French aggression in Tunis, but merely provided a reason or pretext for armed action, appears pretty clearly from any detailed narrative. End of footnote. In April, Jules Ferry obtained from the Chamber of Deputies authority and 6 million francs to send a punitive expedition for the purpose of guaranteeing, in a serious and lasting fashion, the security and the future of African France, Algeria. Conquest, he explained, was far from his mind. 35,000 French soldiers were then thrown across the Algerian border into Tunis, but instead of merely punishing the unruly border tribes, the French army compelled the Bey to sign the Treaty of Bardo, May 12, 1881, allowing the French to occupy any regions it considered necessary, promising not to act in international affairs without first consulting France, accepting a generous French promise to protect his person, dynasty, and territories against attack, and last but not least, authorizing France to make new financial arrangements in the interest of his creditors. French troops then overran the country, and, by the end of the month, in the words of a French historian, pacification was complete. The conquest was complete. Ferry, however, was furiously assailed in French Parliament for what his opponent, Clemenceau, styled a coup de bourse, a stroke of high finance. To such taunts Ferry retorted it was a coup de fortune. Could any bon français, he asked the Chamber, November 5th, 1881, bear the thought of letting some other power, Italy, have
a territory which is, in every sense, the key to our house?
Furthermore, he asserted, there had been in the last decade no fewer than 2,365 violations of the Algerian frontier by Tunisian warriors. Surely these were numerous enough to justify intervention. But particularly meaningful, in the light of the events we have described, was Ferry's guarded statement that the immediate cause of intervention was the hostility shown by the Bey toward
French influence.
In the more candid words of the French Foreign Minister, Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire, the Bey had become hostile to
all French enterprises in Tunis.
He had, it is true, favoured Italian as opposed to French concessions for telegraphs, railways, and ports, and the Italians were gaining the upper hand. Not border raids, but economic rivalry and strategic interests brought French troops into Tunis. Though Ferry and his foreign minister were forced out of office by the criticism of the Tunis venture, and though Monsieur Roustan, the French consul, who had been so active in Tunisian concession hunting, was openly charged in the press with having been implicated in not altogether honourable financial schemes in Tunis, France nevertheless retained the fruits of Farid's coup de bourse. 2 years later, on June 8, 1883, the new Bey of Tunis was presented with a treaty which he could hardly do otherwise than sign, and which openly established the French protectorat and provided for a loan of 125 million francs and the enactment of reforms desired by France. Farid, having returned to power, explained the advantages of a protectorate over annexation pure and simple. The protectorate was cheaper since there would be fewer French officials to pay. It was easier since the native administration would be responsible for details and petty difficulties, and it safeguarded the dignity of the vanquished. The protectorate meant that the native bey was retained, and his successors have been, as nominal ruler with a staff of officials. But a French resident general representing the French Minister of Foreign Affairs presided over the Tunisian cabinet, conducted foreign relations, and had veto power over the bey's edicts, and controlled the administration, while the French civil controllers or governors supervised the cades and chiefs. At present, 8 of the 11 ministers of the bey are Frenchmen. Under French control, Tunis was unquestionably more orderly and more prosperous than of old. A French army supported by native regiments preserved peace. Schools and colleges were opened. Roads and railroads were built. A postal system established. Commerce figures rising from 27 million francs in 1881 to 100 in 1899 and 1,395 in 1921 afford an index of remarkable economic progress. After 1885, the mining of phosphate of lime for fertilizer became a big industry. The French government, of course, took care to safeguard French financial interests by suppressing the International Financial Commission, consolidating the Tunisian debt at 4% interest, a profitable return since the bonds had been purchased at much less than par. France could not at once exclude foreign commercial interests from Tunis, as Great Britain had obtained from the Bey in 1875 a treaty promise to limit the tariff to 8% ad valorem on imports, and other powers had treaties providing for equal treatment. But in 1896 to 1897, these powers gave up their rights and permitted France to establish a high protective tariff in Tunis, from which French goods were in large part exempted. It is interesting to note that Great Britain consented to this step only on the explicit condition that British cotton goods should not be taxed more than 5% ad valorem, and as a result, Great Britain continued to supply the Tunisian Arabs with most of their flowing cotton garments, while France practically monopolised the other branches of trade after 1898. Tunis, like Algeria, is temperate and suitable for white colonisation, but despite the earnest efforts of a Committee of French Settlement to promote French immigration, Tunis has attracted only 55,000 French settlers and businessmen. The French, by the way, occupy 2,530,000 acres as compared with the total 7 million acres of tillage land available for the population of 2 millions. Strangely enough, there are almost 50% more Italians than Frenchmen in Tunis. By the punitive expedition of 1881, then, France gained a fairly valuable colony. But she gained also an enemy. Tunis, remember, is the Carthage of ancient history, and as such was regarded by Italian patriots as the historic footstool of Rome. Great was the Italian indignation when France occupied the country of Hannibal. And in the very next year, Italy joined hands in the Triple Alliance with Germany and Austria-Hungary. The secret negotiations between Rome, Berlin, and Vienna, published since the Great War, reveal the depth of Italian enmity toward France during the 2 decades that followed 1881. When the Triple Alliance was renewed in 1887, Italy signed with Germany a secret treaty, Article 3 of which provided, "If it were to happen that France should make a move to extend her occupation, or even her protectorate, or her sovereignty, under any form whatsoever, in the North African territories, whether of the Vilayet of Tripoli or of the Moroccan Empire, and that in consequence thereof Italy, in order to safeguard her position in the Mediterranean, should feel that she must herself undertake action in the same North African territories, or even have recourse to extreme measures in French territory in Europe, the state of war which would thereby ensue between Italy and France would constitute ipso facto the casus foederis. In short, Germany and Italy together would fight to prevent any further extension of French imperialism in northern Africa. The reference to extreme measures in French territory in Europe was interpreted by Prince Bismarck to mean Nice and Corsica. End of section 5. Section 6 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 10b, North Africa and the Great Powers. Subsection, Inevitable Necessity in Morocco.
Not insatiable land hunger, but inevitable necessity,
says a French historian, took France into Morocco. And he was not entirely wrong. It was inevitable in the psychology of imperialism, a French Bourbon having taken Algeria in a futile effort to save his tottering throne. Imperialist logic made Tunis on the east the key to our house, and Morocco on the west became equally indispensable. As someone has said, a large empire is the best of all reasons for a larger empire. Morocco is a country a little larger than France, situated at the western end of the North African coast, south of Gibraltar. Thanks to the snow-crowned Atlas Mountains, the peaks on which by Greek legend the god Atlas dwelt, bearing the heavens on his shoulder, the northern and western parts of the country are sheltered from the hot Sahara winds. Much of Morocco is not only fertile, but marvellously pleasant and healthful in climate. Attractive as the country might be, however, and important in strategic situation, it was the last part of Africa to be appropriated by European imperialism. Until 1912 it remained an independent empire, ruled by a Mohammedan sultan or emir, prince of true believers, directly descended from the son-in-law of the Prophet Muhammad, and entitled therefore to the Sharifian umbrella as a signature of exalted rank. Barbarous Berber tribes in the mountains, Arabs and Moors, or Arab-Berber hybrids in the plains and towns, gave little obedience to the central government, or Magzen. In fact, only a certain number of tribes were directly subject to the Sultan, the others being a law unto themselves. Perhaps their warlike spirit may account for the long preservation of their independence. But a better reason is the fact that too many European powers were interested in preventing any one empire from swallowing up the Sultan's realm. Spain, asserting historic claims, had sent General O'Donnell to Morocco with a strong army in 1859 through 1860, only to be checked by England, but still Spain retained a weak grip on Ceuta, just opposite Gibraltar, and several other places along the coast. England, for her part, not only had a strategic reason for keeping any strong European power out of the hills across the strait from Gibraltar, but also enjoyed at the opening of the 20th century the largest share of Morocco's trade. Germany had had a representative at the Sultan's court since 1873, and by the Treaty of 1890 obtained a guarantee of commercial rights equal to those of the most favoured nation, although her share in Morocco's commerce was small. A number of other European powers, and also the United States, enjoyed the same right of most favoured nation treatment, under the convention signed at Madrid in 1880 by 14 nations. Morocco, however, was on the border of Algeria, and Théophile Delcasse, Foreign Minister of France from 1898 to 1905, was determined to add it to the French African Empire. Realising that it would be necessary to gain the consent of other European powers, Delcasse resorted to secret diplomacy before overt action. With Italy, an agreement was quickly made. Fortunately for Delcasse's purposes, the Italian government inquired whether the Anglo-French Agreement of 1899, the agreement which settled the Fashoda crisis, marking out French and British spheres of interest in the Sudan, would infringe on the Turkish provinces of Tripoli and Cyrenaica, which Italians coveted for themselves. Promptly, Delcasse instructed the French ambassador in Rome to reassure the Italian foreign minister that France had no designs on Tripoli and Cyrenaica. In exchange, the foreign minister, in December 1900, handed the French ambassador a note saying that Italy would not oppose France in
the exercise and the safeguarding of the rights which are the result for her of the proximity of her territory
Algeria
with that
Moroccan
empire.
It being
Understood that if a modification of the political and territorial status of Morocco should result therefrom, Italy would reserve herself a measure of reciprocity, the right eventually to develop her influence with regard to Tripolitania Cyrenaica.
Since up to this date the Italian government had been prepared to fight rather than permit France to take more of North Africa, the meaning of the rotund and dignified phrases just quoted is clear and simple. Italy would let France conquer the independent empire of Morocco if France would let Italy seize the Turkish provinces of Tripoli and Cyrenaica. This secret agreement, we may add, so reconciled Rome and Paris that a little later, in 1902, further secret letters were exchanged, by which each nation pledged itself to neutrality in the case the other should be attacked or
should find herself compelled, in defence of her honour or of her security, to take the initiative of a declaration of war.
inconsistent in spirit, though not in letter, with Italy's obligations to the Triple Alliance. This secret bargain made it practically certain that Italy would not join Germany in war against France. Thus, in one more case, Africa shaped the destiny of Europe. With Spain, Delcasse next sought to bargain. Spain was to have the northern coast, including Tangier and Fez, and a part of the south, if France took the rest. But the Spanish cabinet, probably fearful of British displeasure, refused to sign the pact, and Delcasse turned to England. The moment could not have been more favourable. The British government, afraid to remain longer in isolation, had been negotiating for an alliance with Germany, only to be irritated and angered by tactless German diplomatic bungling, by German press tirades against British conduct in South Africa, by German navy increases, and by the German Baghdad railway scheme. From Germany, the English turned to Japan, with which power an alliance was made in 1902, and to France. We need not attempt here to evaluate the miscellaneous factors which brought France and England together in the Entente Cordiale of 1904. Only one point is relevant, that the agreements which sealed the Entente were nothing more nor less than imperialist bargains. One was a convention settling disputes in Newfoundland, West Africa and Central Africa. Another convention dealt with the New Hebrides in the South Seas. There was a declaration concerning Siam, Madagascar and the New Hebrides. But most important of all was the bargain regarding Egypt and Morocco. France, to gain Morocco, was willing that England should keep Egypt. Such was the meat of the matter. The details are not without interest as illustrations of imperialist diplomacy. Part of the agreement was published as the Anglo-French Declaration of April 8, 1904. In this document, France denied any intention of altering the political status of Morocco, that is to say, of annexing Morocco or establishing a protectorate. France was to make an agreement with Spain concerning Morocco. No fortifications were to be constructed opposite Gibraltar, and Great Britain recognised that
it appertains to France
to
preserve order
and to
provide assistance for the purposes of all administrative, economic, financial, and military reforms
in Morocco. In exchange, France gave Britain a free hand in Egypt, as will presently be explained more clearly. Very different were the secret articles signed on the same day, and carefully concealed until they leaked out in a French newspaper 7 years later. The public declaration that France had no intention of altering Morocco's independent status was given the lie by the secret agreement that
whenever the Sultan ceases to exercise authority over it,
the northern part of Morocco should
come within the sphere of influence of Spain.
The bulk of the territory, of course, being left for France. If Spain should decline, the Anglo-French agreement
would be nonetheless at once applicable.
So little, after all, does the consent of a smaller power matter. Spain, however, did not decline, but rather joined France in making a public declaration that both powers were firmly attached to the integrity of the Moorish Empire under the sovereignty of the Sultan, and in signing a secret convention which provided for the division of Morocco between France and Spain. With these secret treaties in his pocket, so to speak, Delcasse confidently appeared before the French Chamber of Deputies on December 10th, 1904, and announced that the time had come for France to convince Morocco that France, in her own interest, must serve the interests of Morocco.
For the sake of our tranquillity, to aid it,
being Morocco,
in establishing internal security and order, for our prosperity, to furnish means,
being capital,
to profit by the resources in which Morocco abounds, so that, continuing to live its own life, its customs, laws, and chiefs being safeguarded, under a sultan whose authority will be strengthened and extended, Morocco will know our power only through the benefits which accompany it.
Morocco, in plain Anglo-Saxon, was to be another Tunis. The moment was favourable enough. The capture of an American citizen, Perdicaris, by the Moroccan bandit Ray Sully, had called worldwide attention to the disorderliness of the country, and French diplomatic aid in obtaining the release of Perdicaris had made a good impression. Affairs in Morocco were approaching a crisis. The young Sultan Abdelaziz, who had ascended the throne, or assumed the umbrella, in 1900 at the age of 16 years, had been encouraged to spend money recklessly on fireworks, bicycles for himself, and the ladies of his harem, player pianos and other ingenious products of European civilization. To fill his empty treasury, he levied higher taxes, but they only produced revolts. He turned to the Parisian bankers in 1904 for a loan of 62.5 million francs at 5% on the security of 60% of his customs revenues. He received in cash, by the way, only about 3/4 of the face value of the loan, as the investment was risky. Such was the situation when Delcasse sent Monsieur Saint-René Thénardier to Fez with a programme of reforms for the Sultan's signature. A force of military police was to be organised under French officers. A state bank was to be established to bring financial order out of chaos, and various public works were to be undertaken with French capital. Subsection: A crisis and a conference. Just at this point occurred the proverbial slip twixt cup and lip.
By incredible blindness,
Writes a candid Frenchman, the French government
took precautions with everybody except the only one of its neighbours whom it had serious cause to fear.
Italy, Spain, and England had been brought off. Russia was an ally, but Germany had been ignored. By the unwritten law of imperialist ethics, when one great power seizes an important colony, its rivals may justly feel aggrieved if they be ignored. They should be consulted in advance, and permitted to seize something for themselves by way of compensation. The German government felt such a grievance, and was resolved to make its displeasure felt. Early in March 1905, the Kaiser appealed to President Roosevelt, urging him to join in promising to protect the Sultan against any nation seeking exclusive control. If Spain took Tangier and France the Moroccan hinterland, the Kaiser gloomily predicted they would dominate the road of American commerce to the Near East and the Far East. As Roosevelt demurred, the Kaiser himself, acting somewhat reluctantly, at his Chancellor's suggestion, landed from his imperial yacht at Tangier and made 2 speeches, short but fateful. The Moroccan Sultan, he said, was sovereign and independent. He should be cautious about adopting the French programme of reforms. Morocco should remain open to the commerce of all nations on equal terms. These apparently banal reaffirmations of the existing legal situation were rightly interpreted in France, by reading between the lines, as a direct veto to Delcasse's plans, a deliberate challenge. This impression was confirmed when, After receiving advice from a German diplomatist, the Sultan declined to ratify the French programme of reforms unless they were first discussed by an international conference of the numerous powers which had signed the Madrid Convention of 1880. Germany likewise demanded an international conference. Delcasse angrily opposed the idea. It would balk his scheme. War seemed very near indeed when the French cabinet met early in June to decide between yielding and fighting, for there seemed to be no other choice. Delcasse pleaded with his colleagues to maintain the honour of France and told them that Great Britain had promised to mobilise her fleet and land 100,000 men in Schleswig-Holstein, if necessary, to support France. This British promise, by the way, is viewed by English historians as a figment of Delcasse's imagination, and it is probably true that he wrongly interpreted British expressions of sympathy as promises of support, but it is also true that years afterward, in his speech of August 3rd, 1914, Sir Edward Grey declared England had come very close to war in 1905, on account of Morocco. Fortunately for peace, Delcasse's colleagues in the cabinet were against him. They dared not risk war with Russia, sole ally of France, crippled by the Russo-Japanese War and torn by revolution. Delcasse therefore resigned, and the French Premier, Rouvier, agreed to a conference. That France yielded gracefully, averting war, was in part due to President Roosevelt's secret urging.
It looked like war,
Roosevelt reminiscently confessed.
so I took active hold of the matter and got things temporarily straightened up.
He persuaded France that war would be dangerous, and that if a conference were held, he would exert his influence to safeguard legitimate French interests.
It was eminently wise
He told the French ambassador,
to avoid war if it could be done by adopting a course which would save the Emperor's self-esteem, that for such a purpose it was wise to help him save his face.
Subsection, the Algeciras Conference. The conference held at Algeciras from January 16th to April 7th, 1906, included representatives of 11 European nations, and of the United States, and of Morocco. France had secret assurances of support from England and Russia, and could count also on Spain and Italy, while Germany was practically alone, save for Austria's half-hearted backing. The American delegates, Henry White and Samuel Gomery, took little part in the public proceedings, except to demand equal treatment for the numerous Jews in Morocco. But behind the scenes, Roosevelt was working for France. The real contest was fought over the questions of police and finance, who would have military control, and who would exploit Morocco. That the Sultan would remain nominally independent, with a nominally open door, was agreed in advance. But France wanted to officer the police and control the bank. Germany, of course, was opposed, and so stubbornly that Roosevelt later wrote Whitelaw Reid,
The trouble is that with Russia out of the way, as she now is, Germany believes that she can whip both France and England.
Strenuously, Roosevelt urged the Kaiser to accept a compromise whereby France would accept,
Jointly with Spain, a mandate from all the powers and a responsibility to all of them for the maintenance of equal rights and opportunities.
the word mandate, which I have italicized, and indeed the whole conception, anticipates in almost uncanny fashion the mandate system established 14 years later. Germany, however, refused the plan and offered instead, through the Austrian representative, a project for French military instructors at Tangier, Safi, Rabat, and Tetouan, Spanish at Mogador, Larache, and Mazagan, Swiss, Dutch, or Belgian at Casablanca, all supervised by the diplomatic corps representing all the powers at Tangier. How Roosevelt interpreted such proposals one may learn from his confidential letter to Reid.
We became convinced that Germany was aiming, in effect, at the petition of Morocco, which was the very reverse of what she was claiming to desire. She first endeavoured to secure a port for herself, and then a separate port, nominally for Holland or Switzerland, which we were convinced would, with the adjacent hinterland, become German. The French said they would not yield on these points, and as you know, it looked as if the conference would come to nothing, and that there would then be the possibility of trouble between France and Germany.
Shrewdly taking advantage of the Kaiser's egotism, Roosevelt threatened to publish the whole secret correspondence if Germany should persist in her refusal of compromise. But if Germany yielded, he would keep his own role secret and give all the credit for preserving peace to the Kaiser. The psychology was accurate. Germany yielded, and Roosevelt publicly declared, perhaps with a suppressed chuckle,
In no country is there a warmer admiration for Germany, and for Germany's exalted ruler, Emperor William, than here in America.
In private, Roosevelt admitted,
In this Algeciras matter, you will notice that while I was most suave and pleasant with the Emperor, yet when it became necessary at the end, I stood him on his head with great decision.
or to put it differently,
Where I have taken part of the kernel from him, I have been anxious that he should have all the shell possible, and that shell painted any way he wished.
after such decisive intervention by the President personally, the Senate rather incongruously ratified the agreement with a declaratory resolution which denied any purpose
To depart from the traditional American foreign policy, which forbid participation by the United States in the settlement of political questions which are entirely European in their scope.
The General Act of Algeciras, signed on April 7, 1906, by the United States, 11 European powers and Morocco, was an elaborate affair, interesting both as a compromise between France and Germany and as an experiment in international control of imperialism. Its preamble recognised the independence of Morocco. Government finances were to be entrusted to a state bank at Tangier, managed by 4 censors appointed, respectively, by the Deutsche Bank, the Bank of England, the Banque de France, and the Bank of Spain. Its capital was to be subscribed in equal parts by the signatory powers, excepting that France should have a larger share. Customs duties likewise were placed under international supervision. Concessions or contracts for public works such as railways, roads, telegraphs, harbours, etc., were to be granted upon impartial adjudication, which would accept the most favourable bids, regardless of the nationality of the bidder. As for the police, a force of 2,000 to 25,000 armed Moroccan police was to be organised under 16 to 20 French and Spanish officers and 30 to 40 French and Spanish subalterns, sous-officiers. The officers would be Spanish at certain ports, French at others, mixed at others. This provision, favourable as it seems to French interests, was partly counteracted by the stipulation that the whole police administration should be supervised by a Swiss officer as Inspector General. Taken as a whole, the Algeciras Act would appear superficially to have been a German victory because it definitely substituted international control for the French protectorate at which Delcasse had aimed. But in reality, France was the victor in the Algeciras duel. Precisely what privileges she obtained by the act mattered little. The reality was that France emerged from the conference much stronger, because more certain of English support, of at least neutrality on the part of Italy, of America's friendliness. There had been some danger that the entente with England might be broken by a clever German move. Instead, Germany's rather clumsy manoeuvres had strengthened the entente, as may be seen by the fact that in January 1906, Sir Edward Grey consented to conversations between the naval and military experts of France and England. Such conversations were, of course, not binding pledges, but they were an indication that if war occurred, France and England would probably carry out jointly the plans their experts had drawn up against Germany. About the same time, the British military attaché opened conversations with the Belgian military authorities with a view to preparing for resistance to German invasion of Belgium in case of war. Such being the attitude of England, France could soon venture, as soon as Russia had recovered her strength, to interpret the Algeciras Act in her own way, regardless of Germany. That is precisely what happened. Sure of English and Russian support, France continued the policy called peaceful penetration, which means gradual conquest, as though nothing had happened at Algeciras. The weakness of the Algeciras Act was its failure to provide what should happen in case disorders or murders of Europeans should occur in Morocco. There would surely be demand for armed intervention, but if France or any other state sent in troops, the other powers would regard the deed as a violation of the treaty. Of disorder there was plenty. In the northern part of the country, the celebrated bandit Rhodes captured Sir Harry Maclean and held him for £20,000 sterling ransom. In the south, Mulai Hafid, elder brother of the Sultan and aspirant to the throne, rallied warlike tribesmen to his rebellion against European control and against the Sultan who had accepted it. On the Atlantic coast, the Shawia tribesmen, infuriated by a rumour that a Franco-Spanish syndicate was building a railway through a Muslim cemetery at Casablanca, invaded the town and killed 5 Frenchmen and 3 other Europeans, whereupon France sent a warship to rain shells upon the town, killing guilty tribesmen and innocent townsmen alike. 1907. Then, to pacify the Shawia district, a French army of 3,000 men occupied Casablanca, the town of Rabat, farther north, and the surrounding region by dint of incessant fighting. The effect was, naturally, to increase the hostility of the tribesmen, who flocked to the standard of Mulai Hafid, the pretender. Strangely enough, the French gave no effective aid to the Sultan, but permitted the pretender to defeat him in 1908 and seize the throne for himself. Still, the civil war continued until Mulai Hafid had crushed opposition in the northern hill country of the Rif, and captured a rival aspirant to the throne, whom he imprisoned in an iron cage. Even then, though the European powers recognised Hafid as Sultan, peace was not secured. No sooner had the new Sultan come to terms with the Europeans than his native supporters turned against him. No Sultan could be popular in Morocco and Europe both. One great difficulty was finance. To satisfy France, Mulai Hafid was obliged to accept, much against his will, a loan of 100 million francs at 5%, which was used to pay off the debts incurred by his predecessor and to indemnify France, to the extent of 60 million francs, for the cost of the French occupation of Casablanca and the damage done to French property by the French bombardment. As the customs taxes, his chief source of revenue, were entirely pledged to pay interest to European bondholders on this and previous loans, the Sultan had to raise funds for his own expenditures by heavier direct taxes, which the tribesmen refused to pay. Within less than 3 years, he found himself besieged in his capital by rebel forces, and appealed to France for military aid. Obligingly, France sent an army of 10,000 men to defeat the rebels and occupy the capital city of Fez. Though the French government claimed that such an action was necessary to protect the European residents of Fez from violence, and that French troops would be withdrawn as soon as possible, the Spanish government suspected that France was aiming to conquer Morocco, regardless of the Algeciras Act, and the German government had similar suspicions. Subsection: Economic Equality in Morocco. We must turn back, for a moment, to explain Germany's attitude towards French peaceful penetration of Morocco from 1906 to 1911. At first, in 1906, Germany seemed unwilling to permit Franco-Spanish punitive expeditions, and the dispatch of German warships was considered as a protest, but vetoed by the Kaiser. Later, Germany remained passive even when France occupied Casablanca in 1907, but the next year, an incident brought the two great powers to the verge of war. In September 1908, the German consul at Casablanca, cooperating with a private German organisation to encourage desertions from the French Foreign Legion, attempted to smuggle 6 deserters out of the town to a German steamship in the harbour. But the French authorities arrested the deserters, and 2 employees of the German consulate attempting to prevent the arrest were roughly handled. Trivial as it may seem, the Casablanca incident was regarded in Germany as an outrageous affront to the German flag. Germany promptly demanded an apology and liberation of 3 of the deserters, and compensation for the injured employees, war clouds gathered. But while France was firmly supported by Russia and England, Germany was urged by the Austrian Empire to be moderate. Austria had just become involved in the Bosnian crisis of 1908. Accordingly, the Kaiser gave the word for peace, and the dispute was referred to the Hague Tribunal for arbitration. The tribunal, we may add, held the German consulate at fault for aiding deserters and the French at fault for using needless violence. Shortly afterward, Germany, in February 1909, made an agreement with France
to avoid all causes of future misunderstanding.
Germany magnanimously promised not to thwart French political interests in
the consolidation of order and internal peace.
In Morocco, Germany's interests were
merely economic.
In return, France promised to preserve the independence and unity of Morocco and to
safeguard economic equality.
Germany, in short, was willing to let France control political and military affairs on condition that German business interests were safeguarded. Why Germany adopted so magnanimous an attitude was a mystery at the time to the French and even to some of the German diplomats. The explanation provided by German secret archives recently opened was that the Kaiser himself insisted
the wretched Morocco affair must be brought to a close, quickly and finally. Nothing can be done. Morocco will be French. So get out of the affair gracefully, in order that we may at last end the friction with France, now, when great questions are at stake.
The great questions, it may be explained, were the Near Eastern negotiations arising out of the Bosnian crisis. Perhaps this Moroccan agreement is one reason why France left Russia in the lurch in the Bosnian question. The economic equality which Germany desired in Morocco, so it soon appeared, was in reality the formation of international syndicates, mainly Franco-German, for mining, railway construction, and other public works. A beginning in this direction had already been made on private initiative in the Union of Mines, formed by the German armament firm of Krupp and the leading French armament firms Schneider and Creusot, the French taking 50% of the stock, the Germans 20%, and the remainder being assigned in smaller blocks to English, Spanish, Italian and Portuguese syndicates. The same principle was applied in the big Moroccan loan of 1910. French bankers subscribed 40%, Germans 20%, British 15% and Spanish 15%. For railway and harbour construction, French and German capitalists formed a Moroccan Public Works Company. The idea seemed so attractive that plans were made for the cooperation of French and German business interests in West Central Africa. Had such economic cooperation been successful, it is possible that the Great War of 1914 would have been averted. But difficulties arose. The French refused to ratify the plans for a merger in Central Africa. Great Britain objected to the proposed Franco-German monopoly of public works in Morocco, and a German firm, the Mannesmann brothers, having obtained extensive concessions for iron mining in Morocco, they obtained the concessions by lending money to Mulai Hafid when he was fighting for the throne, refused to come to a reasonable agreement with the Union of Mines. Particularly discouraging was the controversy regarding railway construction. An agreement on this subject had been drafted, to be sure, but the French government had not yet approved it when rumours began to reach Germany that France intended to send a French army to the Moroccan capital. Subsection: Another Crisis. Agadir. The two threads of our story now come together in the spring of 1911. Sultan Mulai Hafid, besieged at Fez by rebels, was appealing for French aid. European diplomats were beginning to discuss, secretly of course, the probable consequences of a probable French expedition to Fez. The French press clamoured for the protection of the Europeans in Fez, and some of the Jingo journals began to talk of the Tunisification of Morocco. In France, an inexperienced foreign minister, Kroupi, who apparently knew little about the Algeciras Act or the Moroccan situation, was goaded into action by the French press and by Delcasse, father of the Moroccan venture, who was now once more a member of the cabinet. Despite German warnings that it was easier to occupy a city than to evacuate it, Krupi announced in April 1911 that a French army would be sent to relieve the Sultan and the endangered Europeans at Fez. Again, the German Chancellor warned Cambon,
"If you go to Fez, you'll stay there, and then the Moroccan question will be raised in its entirety, which I wish at all costs to avoid."
But the French persisted, and in May a French army occupied Fez. Spain, suspicious of French intentions, took the precaution of sending Spanish troops to occupy the part of Morocco which had been promised to Spain by the secret articles of 1904. Perhaps the French foreign minister, Krupi, in his ignorance believed that he was not violating the Algeciras Treaty. Perhaps he intended sincerely that the Fez expedition should soon be withdrawn. So, at any rate, his intentions are pictured in a secret report, now published, of the Russian ambassador at Paris. But the occupation of Fez afforded Germany a splendid opportunity to claim, and rightly claim, that the act of Algeciras was being torn up by France. Kidelen Wächter, the German foreign minister, decided to use the opportunity. He was willing enough to let France take Morocco if he could get something in compensation. His plan, formulated early in May, was to ask the French how long they intended to stay in Fez. If they remained there, he would demand compensation for the violation of the Algeciras Act. To make his demand more forceful, he would send a warship to Agadir, the best port on the southwestern coast of Morocco, and hold Agadir as a Faust fund until France offered part of her colonial possessions as satisfactory compensation. Incidentally, success in this move would have a good influence on the forthcoming elections in Germany and silence the pan-German critics who had censured the government for excessive generosity to France. The plan was pursued faithfully. On July the 1st, the small German gunboat Panther dropped anchor at Agadir, and the great powers were notified that the ship had been sent to protect German lives and property. This, of course, was a transparently false diplomatic formula, which meant that Germany would hold Agadir until she obtained some other colonial compensation. Kidelen seems to have expected that France would hastily offer such compensation, but to his chagrin, France delayed, and at length, to open the bargaining, he suggested that French Congo, from the Sangha River to the seacoast, would be satisfactory. Cambon, the French ambassador, replied that such a concession was impossible, even if, as Kidelen suggested, Germany should throw her small colony of Togoland and part of Cameroons into the deal. Kidelen retorted,
"You have bought your liberty in Morocco from Spain, England, and even from Italy, and you have left us out."
This feeling that Germany had been left out was expressed even more vividly by Count Metternich, German ambassador in London, in a conversation with Sir Arthur Nicholson. "Between 1866 and 1870, Germany became a great state, victorious over all her enemies. But since then, France, defeated though she was, and England have divided the world between them, whilst Germany has received only a few crumbs. The time has now come for Germany to make just demands." Meanwhile, Sir Edward Grey, the British Foreign Minister, had become uneasy. Not that he was fundamentally opposed to German aggrandizement in Congo, for he was not, but as it was obviously impossible for France to cede French Congo, Germany might perhaps remain at Agadir and create a naval base there. Such was not the German Chancellor's intent, it seems fairly clear now, but unfortunately the German ambassador had not been authorized to repudiate designs on Agadir. The ambassador at once wired Berlin for such authority, and received it, but before he could assure Grey that Germany had no intention of creating a naval base in southern Morocco, a speech was made that altered the whole situation. David Lloyd George, Chancellor of the Exchequer, who had been scheduled to speak at the Mansion House on July 21st, introduced into his speech a violent tirade on the Moroccan crisis. If Great Britain were
to be treated where her interests vitally affected, as if she were of no account in the Cabinet of Nations, then I say emphatically that peace at that price would be a humiliation intolerable for a great country like ours to endure.
Here was a threat of war which could not fail to imperil the peace of Europe. If Lloyd George had waited, the threat would never have been made, but the danger of war passed quickly when Grey received Germany's explanation. The bargaining in Berlin between Germany and France proceeded slowly. Little by little, Kiderlen retreated from his rash suggestion that France cede the whole Congo. Caillou, the French premier, proposed that Germany and France should liquidate all their colonial disputes while they were at it: the Baghdad Railway, the Turkish debt, the South Sea Islands, etc. But the Kaiser, fearful of war, was pressing for a quick conclusion, and the imperialists in Germany, especially the Pan-German League, were becoming more and more dangerous with their unofficial demands for a German West Morocco. Though Kaiser and Chancellor alike desired peace, and, in fact, had gotten into the crisis without realising its gravity, the Jingo press, talking of national honour, made retreat difficult. By September, the situation became so acute, and the danger of war so great, that there was a financial panic in Berlin. Perhaps the bankers averted war. At any rate, Kiderlen yielded to French views regarding Morocco early in October, and on November 4th the whole bargain was completed and signed. One treaty permitted France to intervene in Morocco on condition that all nations should enjoy equality as regards customs tariffs, transportation charges, and mining. The exaggerated view which prevailed at that time regarding the iron resources of Morocco was reflected in the stipulation that no tax would be laid on the export of iron ore. By way of compensation from Morocco, Germany received 100,000 square miles of French Congo. It was a small reward for all Kiderlen's manoeuvring, for the risk of war incurred by Germany, and it left German imperialists disappointed, German patriots bitter against France and England, while on the other hand, French and English public opinion had been rendered suspicious and resentful toward Germany. All Morocco would not have been worth such a price, much less was the stretch of thinly populated Congo jungle. Subsection: French Morocco and the Riffians. With German opposition removed, there was no longer need for France to pursue a hypocritical public policy of maintaining the independence and integrity of the Sharifian Empire while secretly endeavouring to conquer it by degrees. The only obstacles to French imperialism were now Spain and the Moroccans. The former was overcome by a Franco-Spanish treaty, November 27, 1912, whereby the northern coast, about 200 miles long and 60 deep, was set aside as a Spanish zone to be administered by a Moroccan Khalifa or lieutenant of the Sultan, under the supervision of a Spanish High Commissioner. This zone would remain nominally part of Morocco, but would become, to all intents and purposes, a Spanish colony. Spain also received 2 pieces of territory in the south, making a total of about 18,000 square miles, a 12th of the area and a 10th of the population of Morocco. Further, the strategically situated town of Tangier, with 140 square miles of surrounding territory, was to be internationalised. The remainder was the French zone, 11/12 of Morocco. But paper conquests made by diplomats have to be translated into reality by machine guns and bayonets. Morocco had to be conquered by French troops. Profiting by past experience in Algeria, the French government realised that attempting to destroy the native government and treating Morocco as an annexed colony would so enrage the Mohammedan tribesmen as to make conquest exceedingly difficult, bloody, and costly. Hence, instead of annexing the country, as they had Algeria, the French used the method employed in Tunis. The Sultan was retained with his lieutenants and chieftains, but compelled to accept a French protectorate by a treaty signed March 30th, 1912. This meant, in reality, that a French resident general would supervise the government with a staff of French officers and officials to supplement the native administration. Yet even such a tactful procedure was not wholly successful. Hardly had the protectorate been established when Moroccan police mutinied, 80 Frenchmen were killed in Fez, and rebellion swept over the country. Mulai Hafid, who had unwillingly signed away his independence, prudently accepted a generous French pension and left the throne to his brother, Mulai Youssef. Youssef, in turn, would probably have been forced out, but France rushed troops into the country under General Lyautey and began the work of conquest in earnest. One district after another was subjugated. Layute's method was to conquer a district, establish a military post, a market, and an infirmary, and then move on to conquer another region, leaving the market and the infirmary to gain the goodwill of the natives. This, it may be remarked, was an advance on the strategy employed in Algeria, and described by a patriotic French author in these words:
"Mobile columns which incessantly overran the country in all directions, firing grain crops, burning the villages, leaving nothing but ruins, until the natives asked for mercy."
Layute made conquest and conciliation go hand in hand. The most elaborate care was taken to avoid wounding native sentiment. Mohammedan colleges were established and Mohammedan institutions preserved. Above all, true to Cecil Rhodes' maxim that rails cost less than bullets and carry farther, the French exerted themselves to construct railways and good roads. Native industries and agriculture were zealously fostered. Artistic Arab pottery and weaving were encouraged. Harbours were developed. Casablanca and several other towns began to take on the appearance of progressive European cities. In few cases has European imperialism been more intelligently and efficiently conducted. The reward to French commercial and financial interests need detain us but a moment. French investors, who had purchased Moroccan bonds below par as a risky speculation, were now assured of interest and repayment. French capitalists found employment for many hundreds of millions of francs in the construction of Moroccan public works, in mines, and trade. French merchants who had enjoyed only 43% of Morocco's commerce when the Protectorate was established increased their share under the Protectorate to 63% in 1920. Yet so rapid was the growth of Moroccan commerce that other nations, although enjoying smaller percentages of the total, found the absolute amount of their business with Morocco increased, not diminished, by the French Protectorate. During the Great War, German agents managed to convoy funds to Moroccan rebels, thus increasing the difficulties of pacification. But at the close of the war, France obtained from Germany, in the Treaty of Versailles, a cancellation of all German treaty rights in Morocco. Shortly afterward, German mining concessions in Morocco were annulled, and German trade with Morocco was placed under special tariff burdens. It is not idle prophecy to point out that the peace treaties marked a step toward the closing of the open door for which Germany had contended. Morocco was on the road to Tunisification. Spain was less successful in her 12th of Morocco. The turbulent hill tribes of the Jabala district, shrewdly led by the expanded Raisuli, refused to be pacified. Futile efforts to establish order in the Spanish zone cost Spain heavily in men and money. More than that, they destroyed the constitutional government in Spain, for Spanish military leaders, impatient with the defeats which Spain had suffered, overthrew the Spanish cabinet in 1923 and established the military dictatorship of General Primo de Rivera. Spain's efforts to deprive the Moroccans of liberty cost her her own freedom. It may be added that General Primo de Rivera, although he withdrew Spanish troops from the Jabala Hills, suffered shocking losses. The defeat of the Spaniards was but the prelude to graver events in Morocco. While the Spaniards clung grimly to the coastlands of their zone, another Moroccan chieftain, Abd el-Krim, who had made himself master of the Rif mountain tribes and had won brilliant victories over both Spaniards and Raisuli, decided in 1925 to invade the French zone to the south. The French, it may be explained, had recently extended their military occupation to the upper Wurga Valley, just south of the Rif, whence Krim's followers had hitherto obtained grain supplies. So effective was Krim's well-armed veteran infantry that France found it necessary to combine with Spain against him to reinforce her army of occupation and to send Marshal Pétain to organise the campaign against the Riffians. Layute resigned on September 28, 1925. Before the end of the year, France had lost 11,419 men, mostly colonial troops. So the government announced. Krim was driven back into his mountains, but did not surrender until 1926. A word about the international zone of Tangier. Exactly how Tangier should be internationalised, the Franco-Spanish Agreement of 1912 did not specify. Plans were discussed, no agreement was reached before the war broke out in 1914, then, during the war, Spanish imperialists, lending an ear to German propaganda, cherished hopes of obtaining Tangier for themselves, and perhaps even of gaining Gibraltar from England, if Germany should win. After the war, Spain was more reasonable. France, Spain and England proceeded to draw up an agreement, 1923, establishing a rather complicated system of international government for Tangier, giving France a preponderant influence. It may be of interest to add that the United States in July 1924 refused its consent to the plan on the ground that it would curtail the rights guaranteed by the Algeciras Act of 1906. And in 1926, Spain again revived her claims to Tangier. End of section 6. Section 7 of Imperialism and World Politics. Part 2 of 4. By Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 10c. North Africa and the Great Powers. Subsection: Italy's vital interest in Libya. The seizure of Morocco by France was in more than one way an indirect cause of the Great War. Not only did it exacerbate Franco-German and Anglo-German relations, it also precipitated the Turco-Italian War of 1911, which led to the Balkan War of 1912, which in turn led to the Sarajevo Crisis and the catastrophe of 1914. It is with the Turco-Italian War that we now propose to deal. That Italian imperialists should have looked hungrily upon the littoral of Africa, just across the Mediterranean from Italy, was almost inevitable, not only because of the geographic proximity, but also because in these lands Italians outnumbered other Europeans, and above all, because ancient Rome had once been mistress of North Africa. Soon after Italy had become a united nation in the 19th century, Italians turned their eyes toward Tunis, ancient Carthage, only to see France carry off this prize in 1881, with lordly disregard of Italian aspirations. Italy, as we have seen, promptly allied herself with the enemies of France in the Triple Alliance of 1882, and looked elsewhere for colonies. Just east of Tunis, between that country and Egypt, lay two Turkish provinces, Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, much larger than Tunis, if less valuable. These, at any rate, Italy would secure for herself. This time Italian statesmen took pains to secure promises of support from the other great powers. From Germany, a pledge was obtained, in 1887, of armed assistance to prevent France from taking Tripoli. Great Britain and Austria-Hungary also promised, in the Mediterranean Agreement of 1887, to oppose any attempt of France to extend her domination on the northern coast of Africa. Spain too came to an agreement. But these were negative pledges, not positive approvals of Italy's designs, nor did a favourable opportunity soon arise for Italian seizure of the coveted lands. Italy waited. 13 years later, Italy was able to strengthen her secret agreements by obtaining, in December 1900, a promise from France to refrain from opposing Italian ambitions in Tripoli and Cyrenaica if Italy would be equally considerate as regards French interests in Morocco. England was also favourable. In fact, Lord Salisbury in 1890 had suggested that to prevent the Mediterranean from becoming a French lake, Italy should take Tripoli, but not just then. To make assurance doubly sure, the Italian government, in renewing the Triple Alliance in 1902, obtained not only the pledge of German military support in case French aggression should move Italy to undertake action in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, but also from Austria-Hungary a declaration that no opposition would be offered to Italian measures in these provinces. Russia's consent was purchased by the secret Pact of Racconigi, October 24, 1909, in exchange for Italian benevolence regarding the Dardanelles. Italy now had secret agreements with all the other great powers of Europe. Pending a favourable opportunity for armed conquest, the Italians proceeded with what is known as peaceful penetration of Tripoli and Cyrenaica. Leading Italian banks, notably the Banca d'Italia and the Banca di Roma, invested money in olive oil and soap factories, olive groves and farms, sponge fisheries, steamboats, and other business enterprises in the Promised Land. Italian newspapers grew amazingly optimistic regarding the potential grain fields, the potential cotton plantations, the potential phosphate and sulphur mines, the potential cattle ranches, which would be added to Italy's national wealth. As the time for annexation drew near, atrocities such as the kidnapping of an Italian girl and insults to the Italian flag aroused the Italian public to the required pitch of warlike enthusiasm. In July 1911, the Morocco crisis afforded the long-desired opportunity. In August, Italy quietly informed the great powers that she intended to restore order in Tripoli. The Italian army was made ready. Then, on September 28, 1911, Italy took the final step by sending to Turkey one of the most amazing ultimatums in the annals of diplomacy. The Italian note of September 28th declared that the
state of disorder and neglect in which Tripoli and Cyrenaica are left by Turkey
must come to an end. This was, for Italy,
a vital interest of the very first order.
It may have been vital for the Banca di Roma and the Banca d'Italia, but what difference the welfare of 500,000 Arabs, mixed with Berber and Negro, in the Tripolitanian deserts made to Italy as a whole, must be left to the reader's imagination. The note continued in like exaggerated vein to say that all Italian business enterprises
constantly encounter a systematic opposition of the most obstinate and unwarranted kind,
and to complain of the
agitation prevailing against Italian subjects,
and the
arrival at Tripoli of Ottoman military transports.
And now comes the delightful denouement.
The Italian government, therefore, finding itself forced to think of its guardianship of its dignity and interests,
note the combination, national prestige and business interests,
has decided to proceed to the military occupation of Tripoli and Cyrenaica.
This in itself would be ironic, in view of the secret intrigues which the Italian government had been conducting for a generation to prepare for the conquest, but the supreme touch of irony was added by a suave request that Turkey give orders so that the Italian invasion may meet with no opposition. Turkey replied the next day that anything short of territorial cession would be granted if Italy would but specify what reforms were desired. But Italy declared war. Secretly, through Germany, Italy offered to be content with the occupation of Tripoli on terms resembling the Austrian occupation of Bosnia, but before an agreement could be reached, Italian troops had taken the town of Tripoli, and the Italian public was so aroused that nothing short of annexation, by decree of November 5th, would suffice. It was not difficult to capture the ports on the Tripolitanian coast, but to subdue the Arabs in the interior, or bring Turkey to terms, proved unexpectedly difficult. The war dragged on into 1912. Italy occupied some of the Aegean islands, and twice attacked the Dardanelles, but not until October 1912 was peace concluded, and only then because Turkey was about to engage in war with the Balkan nations, to which the Turco-Italian War had offered an opportunity for attack on Turkey. Italy emerged from the war with Tripoli and Cyrenaica in her possession, though Turkey never formally recognised Italian annexation of these provinces until the Treaty of Lausanne of 1923. In addition, Italian troops occupied the group of small islands known as the Dodecanesia. Ever mindful of the imperial Roman tradition, Italy applied to Tripolitania and Cyrenaica the old Roman name of Libia, Libia Italiana, but Libia Italiana was not the prosperous province that Roman Libya had been. Since Roman days, much of the colony had become uninhabited desert. Moreover, the Arab and Berber tribes of the interior fiercely opposed Italian rule. Pacification by extermination may be a very unfair description of Italy's policy toward these tribes, but it suggests the difficulties of Italian conquest. During the Great War of 1914, Turkish and German officers encouraged and aided the tribesmen in an effort to drive the Italians into the sea, and at the close of the war, Italy held only some of the coast districts. But in 1919, the Italian government adopted a new policy of granting the natives equal citizenship with Italians, of governing, so far as possible, through the native chiefs, and of granting the natives representation in a colonial parliament, one for Tripolitania, one for Cyrenaica. By this means, most of the chiefs were more or less successfully conciliated, but Italian rule was by no means solid or secure. The war by which Italy won Libya is said to have cost over $200 million. And after the war, Italy continued to pay heavy military expenses. Each year, Italy had to contribute a large sum. In 1922 through 1923, it was 203 million lira, to make good the difference between heavy expenditures and small revenues in Libya. Altogether, it was estimated that Libya had cost Italy 3 billion lira, about $600 million, up to 1924. Was it worth the price? The colony is large enough, 580,000 square metres. And if what Italian newspapers had said of Tripoli before the conquest were true, it would have been valuable enough. But after the conquest, Italy discovered that Libya was a relatively barren country. A large part of the interior was actual desert, where shifting sands mocked the imperialist. Other parts were suitable only for grazing. There were, to be sure, some regions, particularly along the coast, where olive, palm and fruit trees were grown, but the value of their products was small. Unfortunately for Italy, the caravan trade from the Sahara and the Sudan, formerly passing through Tripoli, was diverted to Egypt and Tunis, and even the extension of Italian frontiers, after the war, at the expense of Tunis and Egypt, giving Italy control of important caravan routes, did not entirely remedy the situation. Moreover, the scanty population of 800,000, little more than one person to the square mile, was an additional handicap to economic development. The total exports, chiefly hides and wool, were worth only 4,774,147 lira in 1912, and actually declined after the conquest to 4,493,638 lira in 1914. Later they recovered and in 1923 reached the figure of 39,735,358 lira, but as the exchange value of the lira had fallen, this sum should be divided by about 4. The imports, thanks to Italian investments and expenditures, increased after the conquest, and were many times larger than the exports. Even so, the total commerce was only 201,630,575 lira in 1921, less than the annual deficit paid directly by Italy in the colonial budget. But the Banca d'Italia and the Banca di Roma, through branches in the colony, may have made considerable profits. And, above all, Italian patriotism exulted in the possession of a colony so large, albeit so costly. Mussolini, moreover, balanced the colonial budget. Subsection: The Entering Wedge in Egypt. Great Britain obtained what is generally, though mistakenly, considered the chief prize in North Africa, namely Egypt. Large as it appears on the map, one should remember that the real Egypt is merely a narrow river valley and delta, only 12,000 square miles in area, densely settled by 14 million people. The rest, the 370,000 square miles of desert, is unimportant save on the map. When the age of imperialism dawned on Europe, Egypt was a province of the Ottoman Empire, paying tribute to the Turkish Sultan, ruled by the Sultan's representative, a governor or pasha. France, rather than Britain, seemed the most interested European power. French interest was partly due to the Napoleonic tradition. Had not Napoleon declared,
"Really, to destroy England, we must make ourselves masters of Egypt"?
And had he not compelled the pyramids, for a fleeting moment at least, to bow to the glory of France? As every schoolboy knows, Napoleon had to flee from Egypt in defeat, but in after years French interest remained lively. It was to France that the ambitious Mehemet Ali, Pasha of Egypt from 1806 to 1849, turned to advisers to aid him in promoting technical education and irrigation. It was to the Frenchman de Lesseps that a later Pasha granted a concession to dig a canal through the Isthmus of Suez. England became interested after the canal was opened. As in the case of Tunis, or of Morocco, the entering wedge for imperialism in Egypt was finance, and the wedge was driven in because of the reckless extravagance of the ruler. The ruler, in this instance, was Ismail Pasha, 1863 through 1879, a squat and rather stout red-bearded gentleman with a passion for power and for European culture. In 12 years he spent $500 million. Some of it was well expended, on schools, on canals and railways, and telegraphs, on harbours and on public buildings. He bought up-to-date ironclads for his navy. He poured out money to conquer the Sudan. Hoping to obtain European favour, he generously sent 1,200 Nubian soldiers to help the French establish an empire for Maximilian in Mexico. When the Suez Canal, in which he invested $80 million, was opened in 1869, he entertained the Emperor of Austria and the Empress Eugenie of France and other European luminaries in truly royal style. He even built a special road from Cairo out to the pyramids and the Sphinx for the convenience of his guests, and a special palace for a ball at the terminus of the canal in the town called Ismailia in his honour. By increasing his annual tribute to the Turkish Sultan, he obtained the more dignified title of Khedive instead of Pasha, and the right of succession by primogeniture for his heirs. Meanwhile, he was buying up land in Egypt from private owners until he had increased his personal estate to 916,000 acres. All this cost money. Though he imposed crushing taxes on the peasantry, Ismail got into embarrassing financial straits, especially when the price of Egyptian cotton, which had soared high during the American Civil War, suddenly dropped after the war, causing terrible suffering in Egypt. But European bankers were accommodating. Year after year he added to the foreign debt, which had been only £3,292,800 sterling at his accession, but reached a total of £68,497,160 sterling after 10 years of his extravagance. As his credit weakened, he had to sell his bonds for less cash. For example, he received less than 20 millions cash for 7% bonds whose face value was 32 millions in 1873. Short-term treasury bonds bearing 20% interest could be sold in 1875 for only a quarter of their face value. To stave off ruin, he offered to sell, to French interests, the 176,602 shares he held in the Suez Canal Company. These, as we have previously explained, were bought up hastily by Disraeli for £3,680,000 sterling in 1875, for Disraeli believed that the canal was
a highway to our Indian Empire.
But even this sum was not enough. In response to Ismail's appeal for further loans, the British cabinet sent Mr. Stephen Cave to investigate Egypt's finances in 1875. Cave's report asserting the economic wealth of Egypt, but recommending sounder financial methods, resulted in the establishment the following year of an international debt commission, the Caisse de la Dette Publique, comprising representatives of England, France, Italy and Austria. All existing loans were to be consolidated into a general debt of £91 million sterling, bearing 7%. Revenues sufficient to bear the charges on this debt were to be received directly by the Caisse, and no new loans were to be issued without its consent. Dissatisfied with this arrangement, the British and French bondholders induced the Khedive to appoint an Englishman to take charge of the revenue and a Frenchman to audit expenditures. A bad Nile and a famine year, however, so reduced revenues that interest payments could not be met in 1878, and the Khedive proposed to reduce the rate of interest. Such a proposal, naturally, was most unwelcome to the bondholders. They insisted on the appointment of a commission of 6 Europeans and 1 Egyptian to investigate the situation. The commission proposed wholesale reforms, a budget system, tax reform, cession of the Khedive's personal property to the state. Helplessly, Ismail tried to placate his creditors by appointing a Christian premier, Nubar Pasha, with an Englishman, Wilson, as finance minister, and a Frenchman, de Blinière, as Minister of Public Works. But, dreading the proposed reforms, and knowing well that landowners would support him in resisting heavier taxation, and army officers in opposing economy, Ismail, in April 1879, discharged his European ministers, appointed a new cabinet, and announced that he would resume his prerogatives and protect the privileges of the upper classes. Loudly, the foreign bondholders protested. Vainly, the French and British governments remonstrated. And the two Western powers did take joint action. First, they asked Ismail to resign. When he refused, they persuaded the Turkish Sultan to depose him. The Sultan was willing enough to reassert his authority over an almost independent vassal. Ismail departed on his yacht with the favourites of his harem and such jewels and funds as he could hastily gather together. The new Khedive, Tawfiq Pasha, was compelled to revive the Anglo-French financial control and was warned that the establishment in Egypt of political influence on the part of any other power in competition with that of England and France would not be tolerated. The dual control by France and England lasted from 1879 to 1883. A budget system was established, heavier taxes were laid on the wealthy landowners, and the crushing burdens on the peasants were lightened. And although the interest on the debt had been lowered to 4%, there seemed to be good reason for believing that if this could be paid regularly, the foreign loans to Egypt would still prove profitable investments, since the price paid for the bonds had been very low. Trouble, however, arose soon. In 1881, Tawfiq summoned an assembly of notables, a sort of aristocratic parliament, to meet, and the notables promptly demanded the ordinary parliamentary right to control the expenditure of at least that part, about half of the revenue, which was not required for debt service. To this, France and England replied in a joint note, January 8th, 1882, announcing their intention of supporting the Khedive's authority. Parliamentary rule, apparently, was not for Egypt. More than a note, however, seemed to be needed, in view of the fact that, to save money, the Anglo-French advisers had insisted on the dismissal of about 2,500 Egyptian army officers on half pay, besides other unpopular reforms, and had thus called into life a powerful nationalist anti-European agitation led by Colonel Ahmed Arabi. There was a danger that Arabi's followers would become strong enough to insist on Egypt for the Egyptians and to overthrow the dual control. There were even rumours that the foreign debt was to be repudiated. The British and French governments now decided on a fateful step, whose consequences were quite unforeseen. In May 1882, they sent an Anglo-French fleet to make a naval demonstration, that is, to appear off the coast and by its mere presence terrify the Egyptians, and thus, in the British Foreign Minister's words,
strengthen the authority of the Khedive.
They also demanded the retirement of Arabi, who was now a member of the cabinet. This ultimatum, however, simply inflamed the Egyptian nationalists. In Alexandria, a number of Europeans were killed by rioters. Arabi prepared an army to resist foreign attack and had begun to fortify Alexandria. And in July 1882, Admiral Seymour commanded the British ships to open fire on the city. Alexandria fell, British troops were landed, and in a few weeks Great Britain completed the conquest of Egypt. France, it must be noted, took no part in the bombardment or conquest. On the contrary, the French ships sailed away, and Freycinet, the French premier, fell from power when he asked the French Parliament for funds to defend the canal, for public opinion in France, mindful of the recent Tunisian scandals, was hostile to imperialism and fearful of a quarrel with England. England made a show of inviting Turkey and Italy to help, but both refused. How the British Foreign Minister, Lord Granville, felt about such refusals may be inferred from his own words, in a confidential letter.
We have shown our readiness to admit others, and we have not the inconveniences of a partner. If Arabi caves in, as appears probable, we shall be on velvet.
Less enthusiastic, in all conscience, was the British Prime Minister, none other than William Ewart Gladstone, who had been an eloquent and impassioned opponent of imperialism in general, and intervention in Egypt in particular. Against his own principles, Gladstone had been pushed into Egypt by the pressure of Foreign Office officials, financiers, and shippers, and parliamentary opinion. He had taken one step after another, hardly realising how far he would be carried. Landing troops in foreign territory is not usually considered a conventional, legal procedure, but British statesmen, always eager to cover their actions with the dignified mantle of law, represented the seizure of Egypt as a matter of justice, of legal right, of disinterested duty. Said Gladstone,
"We seek the maintenance of all established rights
in Egypt,
whether they be those of the Sultan, those of the Khedive, those of the people of England, or those of foreign bondholders."
The last was not least. Said Lord Granville, England sought the
maintenance of the sovereign rights of the Sultan, of the position of the Khedive, and of the liberties of the Egyptian people under the firmans,
that is decrees,
of the Porte,
that is Turkey,
the prudent development of their institutions, and the fulfilment of all international engagements.
Dilke, the Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, held that intervention in Egypt would benefit the British working men through trade, but that necessity and treaty right and duty were the reasons for intervention. But treaty rights and the Sultan's rights and the Khedive's rights, like flowers that bloom in the spring, had little to do with the case. The important factors were Ireland, bonds, and the Suez Canal. Ireland, because the violence of the Irish nationalist movement at this time not only preoccupied Gladstone's mind, but made it easier for him to yield to the clamour for action against Egyptian nationalists. Bonds, because about £30 million of Egypt's debt was held in England, so Joseph Chamberlain said, and the bondholders feared that the Egyptian nationalists would repudiate the debts. Lord Cromer, of whom more will be said, bluntly declared,
The origin of the Egyptian question in its present phase was financial.
Perhaps Gladstone and Chamberlain, however, were sincere in denying that the interest of the bondholders was the primary factor. The canal was even more important to British public men. About 80% of the shipping which passed through the canal in 1882 flew the British flag, and a considerable portion, 13% in 1881, of Britain's entire foreign trade went by way of Suez. There is convincing evidence that the canal was a factor of primary importance in Gladstone's mind, and Granville's, and perhaps the clearest statement about it was made by Sir Charles Dilke, Under-Secretary in charge of the Commercial Division of the Foreign Office.
The canal is the principal highway to India, Ceylon, the Straits Settlements, and British Burma, where 250 million people live under our rule, and also China, where we have vast interests, and 84% of the external trade of that still more enormous empire. It is also one of the roads to our colonial empire in Australia and New Zealand.
To protect the canal permanently, Dilke and others believed it was necessary to control Egypt.
The dominance of a purely military faction at Cairo must place our communications with India and the East in permanent jeopardy.
All things considered, it is not far from the truth to say conflict between foreign finance and native nationalism produced the crisis in 1882, inviting intervention, and that a desire to control the Suez Canal made British statesmen unwilling that any power other than England should occupy Egypt. As a liberal who opposed imperialism on principle, Gladstone did not intend permanent conquest when he permitted British troops to occupy Egypt. On the contrary, so at least he declared,
Of all the things in the world, that
being permanent occupation,
is the thing we are not going to do.
Great Britain formally and explicitly notified the other powers on January the 3rd, 1883, that the British Army was to be withdrawn as soon as the state of the country and the organisation of the proper means for maintenance of the Khedive's authority will admit of it. These pledges Gladstone regarded as peculiarly sacred. In his own words, August 9th, 1883, they were
Specific and solemn pledges given to the world in the most solemn manner and under the most critical circumstances, pledges which have earned us the confidence of Europe at large during the course of difficult and delicate operations, and which, if one pledge can be more sacred than another, special sacredness in this case binds us to fulfil.
But Gladstone, though he lived to an advanced age, never fulfilled his pledge. It is difficult to abandon conquests. Subsection: British Reforms and the Independence of Egypt. The organisation of the proper means for the maintenance of the Khedive's authority, which, according to the British pledge, would permit England to evacuate Egypt, proved to be a long process. The Anglo-French dual control gave place to British control. A sort of constitution for Egypt was drawn up by Lord Dufferin in the winter of 1882-1883, and promulgated as the Organic Law of 1883. The Khedive was to exercise his authority through a council of ministers, with the advice and criticism of a legislative council and a general assembly, without whose consent new taxes could not be levied. The Khedive, with his ministers, council and assembly, and native officials, constituted the visible government, but the real government was a more or less invisible system of British advisers supervising and controlling every department of the administration, and taking their orders not from the Khedive, but from the British Consul General at Cairo. As British Consul General and High Commissioner, Lord Cromer was the real monarch of Egypt for a quarter century, from 1883 to 1907. At the time of his appointment, Cromer had not yet earned his peerage. He was simply Major Evelyn Baring, a colonial official who had shown great ability in financial matters and who was related to the great London bankers of the same name. He won his earldom by his remarkable achievements in Egypt, of which he has left an ample record in his 2-volume work on Modern Egypt. His first great task was
the race against bankruptcy.
For 5 years.
The issue seemed doubtful.
He writes, but soon the budget began to show a surplus, after paying interest on the debt and expenses of administration. The bondholders were saved. Another task of supreme importance was to regulate the water supply. Egypt, it must be remembered, is a practically rainless country, and the cultivated lands of the valley and delta depend absolutely on the water of the Nile. For thousands of years, Egyptian agriculturalists were at the Nile's mercy, and the great river with fickle humour gave their fields too much in some years, too little in others, of the life-giving water. Moreover, for the increasingly important crops of sugar and cotton, a regular supply of moisture, rather than an annual flood, was needed. British engineers solved the problem by constructing the Great Aswan Dam, more than a mile long and 82 feet thick, to check the floods and hold a reservoir of water 200 miles long for gradual use in the dry season. By irrigation canals, this water is distributed to the thirsty fields. It is the greatest achievement of the British in Egypt. Other reforms also the British accomplished. The 3 crying evils which Lord Cromer styles
the 3 C's, the Kourbash, the corvée, and corruption,
were attacked. The Kourbash was the strip of hippopotamus hide with which the peasants were almost universally flogged. It was the favourite means of forcing labourers to work, of prompting unwilling witnesses to give evidence in judicial processes, or suspected criminals to confess their faults, of persuading taxpayers to meet their due, and tenants to pay their rent. Egypt was ruled with the Kourbash until the British administration forbade its use. The corvée was compulsory labour. Each year a vast amount of labour was required, during the period when the Nile was low, to remove accumulation of mud from the bottom of the irrigation channels. The poorer peasants were compelled to do this work. In one district they had to work, without wages, 180 days in the year. As long as the Kourbash sang over their backs, they did the work, but with its abolition a new system had to be found. And though it required an additional governmental expenditure of $2 million a year, the British substituted free labour and wages for the corvée to a large extent. The third C, corruption, could not be entirely abolished, but we have Cromer's word that it
was greatly diminished.
But these were only the most conspicuous of the many reforms, some economic, some humanitarian, that were carried out. Railways were built, harbours developed, schools established, and from such reforms there can be little doubt that the fellaheen, the downtrodden peasantry, greatly profited. Saved from the whip and forced labour, protected by wise laws from grasping moneylenders, encouraged in 100 ways by a watchful government, the peasants gained greater freedom and prosperity than had ever been theirs. The welfare of the peasantry meant increased population. The population has doubled since 1882, increased agricultural production, increased imports and exports, and tax revenues. Cotton production was more than doubled, and the value of the crop rose from £9 million, Egyptian, in 1881 to 52 in 1924. Most of the cotton was exported for manufacture, England taking the largest share. Imports increased from 7 million sterling in 1881 to 43 in 1922, and most of the imports were cotton manufactures, coal and iron, and steel goods from England. Yet the Egyptian was not happy. Cromer says,
"The want of gratitude displayed by a nation to its alien benefactors is almost as old as history itself."
But ingratitude is not the only reason why British rule was unpopular. There were instances of overbearing arrogance, and unfortunately in some cases, notably the Denshawe incident, certain Englishmen felt it was necessary to display ruthlessness in punishing native antagonism. But the chief and most obvious source of trouble was that the Egyptians, as they came more and more under European influence, learned to feel a crude sort of national consciousness and longed, like every other nation, for self-government, whether it were good government or not. And in Egypt, nationalism was intensified by Mohammedan hatred of the Christian. Hoping to conciliate the natives, the British in 1913 modified the organic law and merged the Legislative Council and General Assembly into a single legislative assembly with power to propose as well as discuss legislation. But the new assembly, in its first meeting, showed a strong nationalist hostility to British domination. Then occurred the Great War of 1914. When Turkey entered the war against Great Britain, the latter took advantage of the situation to declare Egypt no longer a Turkish province, but a British protectorate in December 1914. The pro-Turkish Khedive, Abbas Hilmi, was deposed, and Hussein Kamal was given the throne, with the new title Sultan of Egypt. Thus England fulfilled the aim of safeguarding the rights of the Turkish Sultan and the authority of the Khedive. During the Great War, England ruled Egypt with a strong hand, disregarding the puppet Sultan, refusing to convene the Legislative Assembly, censoring the press, and suppressing nationalist agitation. Such tactics only made more Egyptians nationalists. At the close of the war, the Egyptian leaders appointed a peace delegation to put Egypt's case before the Paris Conference and to claim the right of self-determination which Wilson and Lloyd George and other Allied orators had so eloquently proclaimed. The Egyptian delegates were quietly arrested by British police and shipped to Malta, and General Allenby, who had won splendid laurels during the war in the Near East, was sent as Special High Commissioner to prevent the ominous unrest of Egypt from developing into a full-fledged rebellion. But even Allenby could not silence the clamour for independence. Then a mission of inquiry, headed by the celebrated empire builder Lord Milner of South African fame, was sent down to Egypt. Milner returned discouraged. In London, the commission interviewed Zaghloul, leader of the Egyptian peace delegation. In its report, the commission admitted that
the spirit of Egyptian nationalism cannot be extinguished,
and recommended that England should abolish the protectorate and grant Egypt independence on certain conditions. Subsection Independent Egypt. Great Britain's recognition of Egypt as an independent sovereign state in February 1922 was clear evidence that in London the Egyptian situation was considered extremely grave. It is difficult, we repeat, to give up possessions, but England retained the rights which seemed most vital to imperial interests. 1. The right to defend the Suez Canal using Egyptian territory for military operations if necessary. 2. The right to defend Egypt against all foreign aggression or interference. 3. The right to protect foreign interests in Egypt. And 4. Control of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. While these matters, absolutely reserved by Great Britain, pending future discussion, were left unsettled, the Egyptians were allowed to draw up a constitution, 1923, providing for the government of Egypt as an independent constitutional monarchy, with King Fuad as sovereign, a cabinet responsible to Parliament, and a Parliament elected by the people. The formerly persecuted peace delegate, Zad Zaghul, the nationalist who had been imprisoned in Malta, now became Premier of Egypt, and nationalism had full sway. So exuberant were the newly emancipated people that they even ventured to insist in firm tones that the Sudan must be turned over to Egypt as her rightful heritage. One backward people hardly freed from alien rule demanded its right to rule another backward people. Such is the circular path of human logic. England, however, retained the Sudan, and General Allenby, we may add, remained in Egypt with British soldiers for all Egypt's independence. Egyptian agitation against British rule in the Sudan reached a climax with the assassination by Egyptians of General Sir Lee Stack, Governor-General of the Sudan and Sirdar, commander of the Egyptian army, on November 19, 1924. The British government seized this opportunity to insist upon the withdrawal of all Egyptian officers and troops from the Sudan, and the increase of the area to be irrigated at Jazeera in the Sudan to an unlimited figure. If this meant that Great Britain would draw off from the Nile an unlimited amount of water for the irrigation of British cotton plantations in the Sudan, it would be a grave threat to Egypt, for Egypt lives by the waters of the Nile. The British Foreign Minister, however, soon silenced criticism on this point by promising a joint inquiry as to the amount of water available for the Sudan after making full allowance for Egypt's needs. This is the story of Britain in Egypt, but not the whole story. We have not mentioned the effect on American cotton planters of the increasing cotton cultivation in Egypt, nor have we mentioned the effect of England's aggression on European peace. In January 1882, just after the Anglo-French note was delivered to Egypt, Bismarck thought it
regrettable for the general European situation to see the English cabinet gliding from one adventure into another.
And he predicted that England would have trouble with France. He had previously been inclined to favour France in the Egyptian question, but after England intervened, Herbert Bismarck told Lord Granville that Germany would not object even to annexation of Egypt by England. Granville, of course, was pleased, and Dilke, British Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, favoured Herbert Bismarck with such frank expressions of his views as,
I am very much anti-French. They
being the French,
behave like children.
England's intervention in Egypt in 1882 not only antagonised France, but disturbed the status quo in the Near East. Fortunately, Gladstone's promise to get out of Egypt soon reassured the other powers, and peace was preserved. But France continued to cherish her grievance, and during the next few years cooperated with Germany in opposition to England as regards African matters. In another chapter we have seen how Anglo-French rivalry reached its climax when Kitchener and Marchand met at Fashoda in 1898. It was no small part for the purpose of ending French opposition to British rule in Egypt that Great Britain formed the Entente Cordiale with France in 1904. The Anglo-French Declaration, signed on April 8, 1904, provided that France
will not obstruct the action of Great Britain in that country,
that is, Egypt,
by asking that a limit of time be fixed for the British occupation, or in any other matter.
France also agreed to give the British a free hand in raising the new Egyptian loans without the consent of the powers, and in disposing of the surplus revenue of Egypt, over and above the sum required for interest on the debt, which surplus had long been tied up by international agreements. In return, England agreed to equal rights in the Suez Canal for the ships of all nations. In the secret articles signed the same day, France agreed in advance to the abolition of the treaty rights, which had hitherto hindered Great Britain from effecting judicial reforms in Egypt. This agreement, as the reader doubtless recalls, was part of a comprehensive set of colonial agreements, but the essential element in the complex balance of gains and concessions was the simple bargain that France would not oppose British imperialism in Egypt if England would not oppose French imperialism in Morocco. Gladstone's stumbling into Egypt in 1882 was therefore one of the reasons, perhaps the chief, why, 22 years later, Great Britain should embrace her age-long enemy in an entente cordiale, why in 1905 and 1911 Great Britain should stand ready to join France in war against Germany for Morocco, why in the Great War of 1914 Great Britain fought side by side with France and Russia. It is a tangled web that imperialism weaves. End of section 7. Section 8 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 11a, Near Eastern Questions, Old and New. In the storied lands of the Near East, where successive empires in their rise and fall have left a history more fabulous than fiction, modern imperialism has built railways where once swaying camels marched in caravan, has sunk oil wells where once proud Xerxes ruled, has won the walled cities for which the Crusaders shed their blood. More subtle than in Africa, but no less intense, imperialism in the Near East has been, and still remains, not merely a dynamic factor transforming the life of the people, but also a peril to the peace of the world. That among English writers the phrase the Near Eastern question, or simply the Eastern question, and among French historians the same phrase, la question d'Orient, has become a cliché, is clear enough proof that to Europeans the Near East has been a problem, possibly the most vexing problem of international politics. But the phrase is a misnomer. There have been a succession of Near Eastern questions. Subsection 2 Near Eastern Questions. From the 16th century to the 18th, one question was, shall the great Muslim empire of the Ottoman Turks be allowed to carry the crescent of Islam, already triumphant in the Balkans, into the heart of European Christendom? And the answer was negative. Throughout most of the 19th century, the principal question was whether Russia should be allowed to dismember the sick man, the decaying Ottoman Empire, assigning fragments of his estate to Austria and England, and to this the answer was written in blood by the Crimean War of 1853-6, whereby France and England checked Russian aggression, and repeated less vigorously in diplomatic ink by the Berlin Congress of 1878 after the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-8. Disraeli's Cyprus Convention with the Porte, pledging England to defend the Ottoman Empire, and the General Treaty of Berlin checked Russian encroachment, but were tinctured by the spirit of compromise, for Russia was permitted to appropriate Bessarabia and the Armenian districts of Kars, Ardahan and Batum, while Austria-Hungary occupied the Turkish provinces of Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, and Great Britain occupied Cyprus, and France was secretly encouraged by England and Germany to console herself in Tunis, then a tributary of the province of the Sultans. Moreover, the Balkan nations of Romania, Serbia and Montenegro were given full independence, part of Bulgaria received autonomy, and Serbia, Montenegro and Greece enlarged their frontiers at Turkish expense. Yet, considered as a whole, the settlement of 1878 was an English veto on Russia's plan of partition, as the British Foreign Minister wrote 3 months later.
The reluctance of England to enter on a full policy of partition is now the solitary support on which the Sultan's empire now rests.
Perhaps in English eyes the importance of the English veto was exaggerated. One might add another obstacle to partition, namely, the unwillingness of Austria, backed by Bismarck, to permit the acquisition of a larger share in the spoils by Russia. Though he helped Austria to secure Bosnia, Bismarck considered the Near East unattractive, not worth the bones of one Pomeranian grenadier. His interest was to prevent Anglo-Russian or Austro-Russian rivalry from causing war. As he wrote to his son,
"Our interest is not in this or that state of affairs in the Turkish Empire, but in the attitude which the powers friendly to us may be brought to assume toward us and toward each other."
Subsection: The Baghdad Railway Concession. A wholly novel Near Eastern question arose after the accession of William II to the German throne. Whether Germany should, so to speak, swallow Turkey whole now became the issue. And on this new question the great powers realigned themselves, Russia joining with her former enemies, France and England, to oppose German imperialism abetted by Austria. On this new question the verdict was finally passed only by the method of ordeal by battle in the Great War of 1914. Unlike Bismarck, William II considered the Near East to be of immense importance. The ambitious young Kaiser, coming to the imperial throne in 1888, believed ardently in the imperialist creed, and was eager to gain what he could for Germany. The choice morsels in Africa were almost gone, but the Near East might prove to be a richer treasure house. As early as 1889, William visited Constantinople, despite the grizzled chancellor's disapproval. The latter, concerned lest the young emperor's visit might give offence to Russia, assured the Tsar that the visit was not dictated by any political interest, and that Germany could not consider adding Turkey to the Triple Alliance or assuming the duty of warring with Russia for the future of Baghdad. And William's attempts, on his return, to inspire Bismarck with more favourable opinions toward Turkey were of little avail. Still, a reading of the German Foreign Office documents in the early 90s reveals the absence of imperialistic designs in the Near East on the part of Germany. When in 1895 Lord Salisbury secretly proposed to Germany that Turkey ought to be divided up among the great powers, William II rejected the proposal, not with any thought of German imperialist interests in Turkey, but rather with concern as to the possibility of satisfying Italian and Austrian aims, and as to the effects which the partition might have on the general diplomatic situation. Quite different was the situation in October 1898, when the German Emperor made his second visit to Turkey, ostensibly to attend the consecration of the German Evangelical Church of the Redeemer at Jerusalem, but incidentally to further political and economic interests. On this occasion he ostentatiously declared,
"May His Majesty the Sultan, and may the 300 million Mohammedans who, living scattered about the earth, venerate him as their Caliph, be assured at all times that the German Emperor will be their friend."
Incongruous as this utterance may have been with the purpose of the visit, it was not less anomalous than Abdul Hamid's expression of admiration for the Kaiser's
"True religious spirit and deep understanding of the meaning of religion."
The sagacious Sultan felt that Wilhelm and he could agree on the value of religion in forming
"the foundation of obedience, and thereby of the welfare of the nations."
The material results of the Kaiser's visit show how sudden and how great a change had occurred within the last few years as regards the nature of German interests in Turkey. According to a memorandum by Foreign Minister von Bülow,
As economic results achieved by the Kaiser's trip, we may regard the allotment of a concession for the construction of a harbour in Haidar Pasha, the concession of a German cable between Constanza and Constantinople, The strengthening of existing relations between the Turkish government and the great German firms. Through the cable concession, we arrive in possession of a direct telegraphic connection with Constantinople, which probably will serve as the beginning for a whole new world line. Here we should also note the plan for a continuation of the Anatolian railways to Baghdad, whereby we may hope the foundations will be laid for the further economic opening of Asia Minor. It is to be emphasized that all these concessions will benefit not only German trade and industry, but still more, the Turkish population.
These were only a few of the new German interests in Turkey. Missionaries, shipowners, exporters and importers, bankers and investors, and military men, almost all the typical dynamic elements of imperialism, were becoming active in Turkey in the last 2 decades of the century. Footnote: for details, see Earl, Turkey, the Great Powers, and the Baghdad Railway. End footnote. But the salient factor was the railroad enterprise. The first German railway project in Turkey was launched, by coincidence, the very year of William II's coronation. In October 1888, George von Siemens and Alfred Kohler, representing a syndicate of German bankers, obtained from the Turkish Minister of Public Works a concession to reconstruct and operate a 56-mile railway from Haydar Pasha on the Asiatic coast opposite Constantinople to Izmit, and to extend it 300 miles further to Ankara in the heart of Anatolia. This seemed an innocent business enterprise, but it led further. Even before the able German railway engineer, Wilhelm von Pressel, had laid the rails to Ankara, the question arose whether and whither the line should be extended. Discussions began as early as 1890. The Sultan was eager to have it continued to Baghdad and by the Germans. But French, British and Russian competitors with rival projects intrigued against the Sultan's plan of confiding this project to the German caller. A provisional agreement was reached in 1899, but immediately Russian complaints poured in upon Constantinople. By way of
moral compensation,
Russia must have a monopoly of railway concessions in the Black Sea coastal region. Moreover, Russia objected to the route via Diyarbakir, the Tigris and Mosul, which the Turks and Germans had agreed on in 1900. This route might have brought Turkish troops too near the Russian frontier, or might have strengthened the Turkish grip on lands coveted by Russian imperialists. So strong was Russian influence that the Germans had to content themselves with a more southerly route, via Konya, Adana, Nusaybin, Mosul, Baghdad, Basra, Kuwait. Finally, the definitive contract was made, in the form of a convention or concession, dated March 5, 1903. The Baghdad Railway project was launched on what stormy waters few men could then foresee. There is a map on page 242 titled Turkish Railways in 1918. The concession of 1903 may well be analysed as a type whose counterpart may be found in many an Asiatic or African or Latin American country. The so-called Baghdad Railway was to be constructed from Konya, which was already connected with Constantinople by the rail and ferry, across the frowning Taurus Mountains, skirting the Gulf of Alexandretta, but for safety from British naval guns not touching the coast, then stretching east across the desert lands to Mosul on the Tigris, following that river down to Baghdad, thence down the Euphrates to Basra, and thence to the Persian Gulf. This would be the trunk line, from which branches would reach out, the most important being the proposed feeder to tap the trade of Persia at Kanakin. The total length would be 3,733 kilometres, or about 2,400 miles. The project was magnificent in its daring. It would mean spanning precipitous ravines, tunnelling mountains, crossing great deserts. It would tap the almost untouched mineral resources of Asiatic Turkey. It would provide an artery through which European capital could pour into Anatolia and Mesopotamia to transform the wastelands by a magic touch into fields of snowy cotton or golden grain. it would open up an empire to European trade. But it might not pay its promoters at first. Like most railways meant to open up an undeveloped country, it would have to be built on faith or with governmental aid. And as the builders of the American transcontinental lines sought land grants from Congress, or as railway pioneers in almost every other country asked public support, so in this case the promoters required financial help from the Turkish government. Similar assistance had been given to the railways previously built in Turkey. That it should be extended to this more vital yet more difficult project was a matter of course. The financial arrangement was characteristic of concessions, and not so extraordinarily grasping as it has often been represented. The German promoters were to form the Baghdad Railway Company, incorporated in Turkey. To this company the Turkish government would transfer bonds amounting to 275,000 francs per kilometre of railway to be built, and by selling the bonds to European investors the company would obtain the cash capital for its work. The bonds were not a gift, but a loan, secured by the mortgage on the railway. This, however, was not enough. The company had to be guaranteed against operating the railway, after construction, at a loss. Accordingly, if the gross annual receipts should fall below 4,500 francs per kilometre of railway in operation, the Turkish government was to contribute whatever sum was needed to bring the receipts up to this figure. Per contra, if the receipts should exceed the stated figure, the excess up to 10,000 francs would be paid to the government, and any excess over 10,000 francs would be divided between the government and the railway. That, in addition, the company should be granted a free right-of-way through public lands was in accordance with the normal practice. The provision for exemption of the company's property from Turkish taxation was generous, but not unprecedented. The company received the important right to exploit mineral resources found within a zone 20 kilometres on each side of the railway. Favourable to the German promoters and burdensome to Turkey, as these terms may at first appear, they were in the main typical of railway charters in backward countries, let it be reiterated, and they were granted by the Turkish government not through fear or coercion, but in expectation of benefit. Abdul Hamid was, if anything, more eager than the Germans. The railway would undoubtedly increase the prosperity of Asiatic Turkey, and thereby swell the tax revenue. It would enable the Turkish government to send troops to maintain its authority in distant provinces, or to call up troops in case of war, and at the end of 99 years the railway would become the property of the Turkish government. Subsection: More than a railway. Considered as a business bargain, or a beneficent economic enterprise, which would open up vast areas to civilization and progress, the Baghdad Railway could hardly be opposed by other nations. On the contrary, it won some praise, along with criticism, even in countries like England and France. The French ambassador at Constantinople, Monsieur Constant, actually aided the German ambassador, Marchal, to secure the Sultan's approval of the project. Moreover, French and British bankers seemed willing to join hands with the German promoters, who were eager to obtain foreign financial assistance in their gigantic undertaking. Von Gwinner and Siemens, representing the German syndicate, engaged in a series of negotiations with banking groups at London and Paris. It was proposed that French and German capital should each have a 40% interest, the remainder being assigned to minor groups. As the British, however, felt strongly that they should have an equal share, von Gwinner visited England in the spring of 1903, and an agreement was drafted by which British, French and German syndicates would each take 25% of the stock, leaving 10% for the Anatolian Railway Company, which was predominantly but not exclusively German, and 15% for other groups. On the board of directors were to be 8 German, 8 French, 8 British directors, and 6 appointed by the Turkish government and the Anatolian Railway Company. Though the British government, after some hesitation, decided not to approve this proposal, it is profoundly interesting, both as an indication of German intentions and as a lost opportunity. So little was von Gwinner actuated by German imperialism that he would have given the French and English combined a controlling interest in the stock and a majority in the board of directors, to ensure the financial success of the enterprise. And so short was the vision of British and French statesmen that they deliberately rejected an opportunity to obtain, by peaceful finance, control of a railway which later had to be purchased in blood. Why the Balfour government, at first favourable, adopted an attitude of opposition toward the railway will probably never be wholly clear until its archives are opened to scholars. This much is clear, however, that the British owners of the Smyrna Railway and the Lynch brothers who handled the shipping on the lower Tigris might suffer, and that British shipping interests, which might conceivably lose traffic to the railway. It is also true that in the press and in Parliament, a clamour was raised against the project, against German naval expansion, against German commercial rivalry, but to what extent this clamour was sincerely based on these ostensible reasons, and to what extent on the irritation which had arisen in recent unsuccessful overtures for an Anglo-German alliance, and to what extent, if any, by hidden motives or financial influence, it is difficult even to guess. The German Chancellor believed the anti-German agitation in the English press was solely responsible. The Kaiser suspected it was influenced by Russia, and Sir Clinton Dawkins, the London associate of Pierpont Morgan, in a very interesting letter to von Gwinner, said his
impression is that the instigation proceeded from the Russian embassy in Paris.
Dawkins felt certain that the failure of the Anglo-German agreement was due to the newspaper campaign, which coerced the Foreign Office. On the other hand, Mr. H.F.B. Lynch of the above-mentioned shipping firm boasted that he had the Foreign Office and the press in his hand as regards Mesopotamia, and that if he chose he could guarantee the corporation of the Foreign Office, as well as of such anti-German journals as The Times, The Morning Post, and The National Review. Footnote: he said this to von Gwinner in 1905 to support his proposal that the railway section in Mesopotamia should be surrendered to English financial control. Die Grosse Politik, 25, number 8626. End footnote. It may safely be hazarded that British imperial strategy weighed heavily in the hidden scales of judgment. The Baghdad Railway might be a menace to both the Suez Canal, if from the trunk line a branch running south through Palestine were constructed, and to India, if the trunk line reached to the Persian Gulf. To forestall the latter, the imperialist Lord Curzon, then Viceroy of India, made an arrangement with the Arab Sheikh of Kuwait, in whose small territory, at the head of the Persian Gulf, the German engineers planned to create their terminal. Accordingly, in 1900, the British amiably informed Germany that no concession of land could be obtained from the Sheikh of Kuwait without British consent. Footnote: Confer Infra, Die Grosse Politik, 14, number 4000, 17, numbers 5278 through 5331. The Russian consul at Baghdad also made an impressive visit to Kuwait at this time, presumably to thwart German plans. The British denied having a protectorate over Kuwait. Number 5293. End footnote. But after a lively diplomatic exchange, Lord Lansdowne, in October 1901, said he would not oppose the construction of the railway to Kuwait. In 1903, Lord Lansdowne, British Foreign Minister, declared in the House of Lords,
"We should regard the establishment of a naval base or of a fortified post in the Persian Gulf by any other power as a very grave menace to British interests, and we should certainly resist it with all the means at our disposal."
To be sure, Lansdowne added, no proposals were on foot for such a naval base. As for France, some French financiers did actually subscribe 30% of the capital of the Baghdad Railway Company. Moreover, Delcasse, the foreign minister, is said at one time to have secretly favoured the Baghdad Railway, in hope that by drawing Germany's imperialist energy to the Near East, it would leave Morocco undisputed in the hands of France. Nevertheless, the French government, in October 1903, adopted an attitude of hostility toward the project, and excluded Baghdad Railway bonds from the French bourse. Perhaps this action was due to propaganda, perhaps to economic interests not clearly revealed, perhaps to fear that German penetration of Turkey would deprive France of the predominant influence which French missionaries, merchants, and railway builders had obtained in Syria. Perhaps also pressure was brought to bear by Russia. The Germans suspected that the Russian ambassador persuaded Delcasse to oppose the project. Russia opposed the project from the beginning. On economic grounds, influential Russian interests feared competition. But more important was the strategic problem. The German railway would revive the sick man and strengthen his grip on Constantinople and on Armenia, both of which had long been coveted by Russian statesmen. Between Russian aims and the German railway there was an absolute clash, just as there had been an irreconcilable collision between French and British designs in the Sudan. One or the other must give way. Thus the business proposition of building a railway became a matter of imperialist diplomacy and international enmity. Nor were German imperialists loath to regard the railway as more than a railway. Many believed the railway would open up Asiatic Turkey to German imperialism. This feeling, in all its joyous exaggeration of economic prospects, is perhaps best expressed in the words of Springer.
There are no virgin forests to clear away, no natural difficulties to overcome, but you have only to scratch the soil and sow and reap.
This of the exhausted soil in a worn-out country.
The Near East is the only region in the world not yet appropriated by a great power. Nevertheless, it is the finest field for colonization. If Germany does not lose the opportunity, but seizes it before the Cossacks stretch out their hand in that direction, she will have acquired the best share in the partition of the world.
Others dilated on the as yet unprospected mineral wealth of Turkey in copper and coal and iron and petroleum. Still others reminded the German public that Mesopotamia was once the Garden of Eden, that its agricultural wealth had been described by Herodotus, that it was the granary of ancient Rome, and that with irrigation it could regain its fertility.
Mesopotamia alone can provide all Germany with wheat and cotton,
wrote Paul Rohrbach in glorious disregard of realities. Footnote: in all fairness, it should be added that Sir William Wilcox, an eminent British irrigation engineer, believed an expenditure of about $100 million would reclaim about 2.5 million acres of arable land in Mesopotamia. End footnote. Rohrbach, by the way, was typical of German publicists whose fervour excelled their common sense. What more foolhardy indiscretion can be imagined than to declare, in public print, that the railway could be used as a strategic menace to the Suez Canal and Egypt? Yet Rohrbach earnestly informed his fellow countrymen, and England, that the only way for Germany to prevent her most dangerous foe, England, from oppressing and attacking her, was to menace England at the most vulnerable point, namely Egypt, loss of which would cut communications with India and the Far East, and perhaps endanger other British possessions in Africa and India. Rohrbach wrote as an irresponsible publicist, rather than as a spokesman for von Gwinner and the bankers, or for the German government, but indiscretions such as his could not fail to arouse suspicion in England. Nor could the glowing prophecies of German patriots concerning the roseate future of Turkey under German exploitation and political influence fail to strengthen the impression that the Baghdad Railway was more than a railway, that it was an imperial highway for German Drang nach Osten. Foreign opposition did not prevent the successful and profitable completion of the first section of the railway, amounting to 200 kilometres, in October 1904, but then difficulties arose. To build the next section through the Taurus Mountains would be more difficult and more costly. Moreover, the German bankers had not been able to obtain the large financial assistance they had originally expected from France and England, and the Turkish government, unable to issue additional bonds without increasing its own revenue from customs duties, had difficulty obtaining the permission of the great powers for an increase of the tariff, which was fixed at 8% by treaties, to 11%. Not until June 1908 were arrangements made for the issue of 227 million francs of Ottoman bonds required for the building of the next 840 kilometres of railway. End of section 8. Section 9 of Imperialism and World Politics. Part 2 of 4. By Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 11b. Near Eastern Questions, Old and New. Subsection: The Bosnian Crisis. Then German hopes were dashed to the ground by the Young Turk Revolution in July 1908. The Young Turks, as fervent nationalists, educated for the most part in France or England, were suspicious of Germany and friendly to England and France. Germany had been too friendly with Abdul Hamid. Moreover, the Young Turk Revolution presented Austria-Hungary with an opportunity to annex the Turkish provinces of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which had been occupied since 1878, and the annexation of these provinces in October 1908 by Austria-Hungary, with the firm support of Germany, did not lessen the unfriendliness of the Young Turks toward the Central Powers. The Bosnian crisis in the winter of 1908 through 1909 was the sudden flare of diplomatic embers that had been kindled long before and continued to burn long afterward. As we have seen, Bismarck had permitted Austria-Hungary to occupy Bosnia in 1878, partly in hope of binding Austria close to Germany, and partly in hope that Austria and Russia might agree to define for themselves separate spheres of influence in the Balkans. The former hope had been immediately realised in the Austro-German alliance of 1879, and the latter seemed not impossible when the Three Emperors' League of Russia, Austria, and Germany was formed in the 80s, and Russia secretly agreed that in due time Bosnia should be annexed by Austria. But Russia had subsequently, in the 90s, allied herself with France in hostility to Austria and Germany, and the annexation had been postponed until 1908. In September 1908, however, the Russian Foreign Minister, Izvolsky, had agreed, more or less tentatively, with the Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister Ehrenthal that Austria might use the Young Turk Revolution as a pretext for annexing Bosnia on condition that Russia be allowed to demand the opening of the Turkish Straits. Austria had then gone ahead, rather high-handedly, to realise her part of the bargain, but Izvolsky suddenly turned about face, as though the annexation was an unexpected outrage. His volte-face was partly due to the fact that after sounding English sentiment, he concluded that the opening of the Straits might be a dangerous thing to attempt. This was disappointing, for Russia had but recently formed an entente with England in 1907, and in June of 1908, King Edward and several influential British officials had held the celebrated Rivalry interview with the Russian Tsar and Russian statesmen. Just what was done at Rivalry has not yet been revealed, but it is certain that the Near Eastern question was discussed, and probable that the Russians were encouraged to count on a conciliatory British attitude toward Russia's Near Eastern projects. What followed the annexation of Bosnia was even more disappointing to Izvolsky. When Serbia protested against Austria's action and mobilized her little army, an Austro-Serbian war seemed imminent. Russian pan-Slavists demanded that the greatest Slavic nation should support the smallest. Izvolsky rushed to Serbia's support and gave every appearance of being willing to let Russian troops loose on Austria if the latter did not yield. So far, good. But German diplomacy intervened to support Austria so strongly and to exercise firm pressure in St. Petersburg. The Russian government swallowed its wrath, persuaded Serbia to recognise the annexation, and thus accepted a great humiliation. In this crisis, Russia had looked in vain to France and England for support. England cared more for peace than for Russian prestige, and France, in the midst of the crisis, signed a friendly agreement with Germany for joint economic exploitation of Morocco. Russia, in short, had been left in the lurch. That the Russian government resented the disloyalty of France and England appears quite clearly from various secret documents which have been published. For the moment, however, Russia was helpless. She could and did give secret encouragement to Serbia, holding out hope that the time would come when revenge could be taken on Austria. She could also make a secret military convention with Bulgaria, looking forward to a future struggle with the Central Powers. With Italy, Izvolsky signed a secret pact providing for Italian neutrality if the Straits question should ever again be raised. Subsection: Diplomatic Bargaining, 1910 through 1914. But much more pertinent to our present theme was the bargain which Izvolsky, in his resentment, made with Germany regarding the Baghdad Railway. If, as he had reason to believe, France was following the inclinations of French financiers toward reconciliation with Germany in Morocco and Turkey, and if, as he very well knew, England was already dickering with Germany on the compensation England was to receive for ceasing to oppose the Baghdad Railway, Russia might as well sell Russian consent to the railway as quickly and as dearly as possible. For years, Russian and German diplomats had been discussing this question, and haggling over the terms, but now the bargain was concluded. At Potsdam in 1910, the Russian Tsar and his foreign minister met the German emperor and his ministers and concluded the so-called Potsdam Agreement, which was elaborated and confirmed by a formal convention in the following year. Russia agreed to cease opposing the Baghdad Railway. In return, Germany practically recognised Russia's right to northern Persia as a sphere of influence. Though accused of disloyalty by Russia, the English government regarded the Potsdam Agreement as a sign of Russian disloyalty, and Sir Edward Grey complained that Russia had weakened England's position in opposing the Baghdad Railway, while French opinion resented the agreement and its confirmation, August 19, 1911, at a time when France and Germany were at swords' points over Morocco. It was an exceptionally dismal, or amusing, according to the point of view, illustration of the endless vicious cycle of mutual suspicion among imperialist nations, even among imperialist allies. After Russia, France and England also came to terms on the Baghdad Railway, England had enjoyed remarkable influence in Turkey immediately after the Young Turk Revolution. Englishmen had been appointed as advisors to the Turkish departments of finance, justice and the interior. An English admiral had been asked to reorganise the Turkish navy, and an English banker had established a national bank for Turkey. In November 1909, Anglo-German negotiations were renewed, looking towards some sort of compromise whereby Germany would give up the hope of extending the Baghdad Railway to the Persian Gulf. To France also the Young Turks made overtures, promising railway concessions to French interests, but when Javid Bey went to Paris in the summer of 1910 to borrow $30 million for Turkey, he was shocked by Foreign Minister Pétion's demand that as a condition of the loan, a French advisor should be appointed to control the Turkish budget. Indignantly, the Turks turned back to Germany, and the Germans made good use of the situation by arranging the loan and tactfully winning the friendship of the Young Turks. It was in this same year, 1910, that the Potsdam Agreement was made. Encouraged to hope for similar agreements with England and France, the Germans, and also the Turks, began negotiations with London and Paris. To conciliate England, the Baghdad Railway Company expressed its willingness in March 1911 to abandon plans for the sections from Baghdad to Basra and from Basra to the Persian Gulf, and to permit the construction and operation of these sections by an international syndicate. The negotiations were not wholly interrupted by the Moroccan crisis of July 1911 and the ensuing Turco-Italian and Balkan Wars, and in 1913 through 1914 a series of agreements were reached. The secret bargains of 1913 through 1914 are intensely interesting because they show what England and France wanted in the Near East, and because they exemplify how far secret diplomacy could go toward the solution of this acute imperialist conflict, and because they made patent the close alliance between business interests and diplomacy. With France, or rather with French financiers backed by French diplomats, the German Baghdad Railway Syndicate, represented by Dr. von Gwinner, and Dr. Karl Helfrich, backed by the German Foreign Office, came to terms which were sealed and signed in the form of a Franco-German convention dated February 15, 1914. France sold her consent to the Baghdad Railway dearly. French capitalists were to receive concessions to build a system of railways in northern Anatolia along the Black Sea littoral, and to extend the French railways in Syria, about 2,000 miles in all, almost as much as the mileage of the Baghdad Railway, and with kilometric guarantees and governmental aid similar to that received by the Baghdad Railway. The Deutsche Bank was to repurchase from the Imperial Ottoman Bank, French-controlled, the Baghdad Railway securities, amounting to 69,400,000 francs, which the latter owned, thus making the Baghdad Railway more definitely German and liberating French capital for French enterprises. The French-controlled Imperial Ottoman Bank, it may be added, received the profitable task of underwriting the Turkish loan of $100 million in 1914. That France came off so handsomely was not due to any sentimental generosity on the part of the Germans. For the latter, it was highly important that France should cease to oppose the increase of the Turkish tariff and the allocation of Turkish revenues to fulfill the Turkish government's obligations toward the Baghdad Railway. With England, a series of Turkish agreements paved the way for the remarkable Anglo-German Convention of June 15, 1914, the text of which was kept secret until Professor Earle, having obtained a copy from Dr. von Gwinner, published it in 1923. Though the British Smyrna-Iden Railway Company obtained the privilege of extending its line by 200 miles and connecting it with the Baghdad system, the British government was primarily interested in other matters. One vital point was the German promise not to extend the Baghdad Railway further than Basra, and not to establish a terminal or harbour on the Persian Gulf except by agreement with Great Britain. Thus was to be safeguarded Britain's strategic interest in the Persian Gulf. Thus was to be parried the potential thrust at India. Another important safeguard required by Great Britain was a pledge that there would be absolutely no discrimination against British goods and passengers on the Baghdad Railway, and that 2 British representatives should sit on the board of directors to see that justice was done. In addition, Great Britain had certain interests in Lower Mesopotamia. Any irrigation works here were to be British. A monopoly of river navigation in Mesopotamia was to be enjoyed by an Ottoman navigation company controlled by the affluent British shipping baron, Lord Inchcape, and British interests received a concession to exploit the oil resources of Mesopotamia as far north as Mosul. To be more explicit on this last point, it was agreed that Turkey should grant exclusive oil rights in Mesopotamia to a Turkish petroleum company, half of whose stock would be held by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, British, 1/4 by the Royal Dutch Shell Oil Combine, British and Dutch, and 1/4 by the Deutsche Bank. These Anglo-German agreements, one should remember, went hand in hand with secret agreements for the division of the Portuguese African colonies into British and German spheres of influence. They were part of a general colonial entente, which never reached fruition because, while Sir Edward Grey insisted that the agreements must be published, as a condition of British ratification, Herr von Jagow, German Foreign Minister, fearing that German imperialists would think him too generous toward England, desired to await
a suitable moment when the danger of hostile criticism would be less acute.
In July 1914, he decided to yield this point, but too late. The outbreak of the war through these secret conventions, initialed but never signed or ratified, into the scrap basket. The secret agreements with France and Great Britain would have meant the partition of Asiatic Turkey into spheres of influence. Great Britain would have Lower Mesopotamia and Smyrna. Southern Syria and northern Anatolia would be French. Armenia, it was understood, would be reserved for Russian political and French economic interest, and the rest, central and southern Anatolia, northern Syria, and northern Mesopotamia, would be for German exploitation. The German official attitude toward the question of ultimate partition is shown clearly in a secret dispatch of the German Foreign Minister Jagow to his ambassador in Constantinople, Wangenheim, July 28, 1913, stating that Turkey had no active strength, but must continue to exist
until we further consolidate ourselves in our zones of activity there, and until we are ready for the annexation. That moment I would like to postpone as long as possible.
For Germany was not ready. It has been asserted that these diplomatic bargains would have been sufficient to settle the Baghdad Railway question, and perhaps to have prevented the Great War, had not the Central Powers precipitated the struggle in the summer of 1914. This is hardly true. English and French interests may have been satisfied, and German interests too, but no such bargains could permanently bridge the chasm between Russia and the Central Powers. The imperialistic faction at St. Petersburg might make temporary agreements for present advantage, but could not be sincerely satisfied without Constantinople. In February 1914, a secret conclave or Crown Council of Russian cabinet ministers and military and naval officials discussed this problem. The foreign minister considered Russian conquest of Constantinople as a well-settled aim of Russian policy, and plans were made to seize Constantinople when the next general war should break out. Russia, it is plain, was not content. A little later, in March 1914, Russia made an interesting attempt to sound Germany on the Straits question. The Russian ambassador at Constantinople suggested to the German ambassador that Germany and Russia ought to cooperate in Turkey. Russia should be allowed to rule the Straits through a subservient Turkish government, while Germany would exploit Asia Minor. The only real difficulty would be the question of Germany's support of Austria's Balkan policy. Such an entente, of course, might lead to difficulties with England and France, but Russia, said the ambassador, was quite indifferent to French hopes regarding Alsace. Germany, however, was unwilling to jeopardize her friendship with England for an unreliable partnership with Russia, and so Berlin vouchsafed no reply to the Russian feeler. Subsection: The Balkan Crisis, 1912 through 1914. Moreover, the proposed settlement in Asiatic Turkey was closely related to the perilous Balkan situation, about which, fatuously enough, the diplomats had failed to make any agreement, so far as we know. For decades, Russian and Austrian diplomats had been engaging in a sordid and subtle game of intrigue at the capitals of Serbia, Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania, the object being to secure the favour and friendship, or better still, the puppet-like subservience of the dynasty and the faction in power in each of these Balkan countries, or if that proved impossible, to aid another faction to seize power. Thus, for example, the Russians had gone to the length, on one occasion, of kidnapping an intractable ruler of Bulgaria. In the case of Serbia, a pro-Austrian dynasty, allied to Austria by secret treaty, had been overthrown in 1903, or rather massacred, by a band of conspirators who placed the rival Karageorgevich dynasty on the throne and pursued a pro-Russian policy. That Austrian statesmen should have considered, secretly of course, plans for replacing this pro-Russian dynasty at Belgrade with a pro-Austrian sovereign may be shocking, but can hardly be surprising. In support of his Austrian ally, Bismarck had become involved in the Balkan intrigues before 1890, but he felt that Germany had no direct interest in them. Once the Baghdad Railway was begun, however, in William II's reign, it became a very vital German interest to see that the Balkan nations were properly disposed toward Germany and Austria, because through the Balkans ran the railways, particularly the Orient Railway, which linked Constantinople and the Baghdad Railway with the rail systems of Central Europe. It is significant that these Balkan lines had been owned, since 1888, by Austrian, German and Swiss-German banks, among which was numbered the Deutsche Bank, the financial fountainhead of the Baghdad enterprise. With this background, we may examine a little more closely the imperialist interests involved in the Balkan situation from 1912 to 1914. In 1912, 4 of the Balkan nations, Bulgaria, Greece, Serbia and Montenegro, attacked Turkey. It was not generally known at the time, but diplomats rightly suspected that Russian diplomacy had secretly encouraged Bulgaria, Serbia and Greece to ally themselves and drive Turkey out of Macedonia. Vienna was alarmed because Russian diplomacy had the upper hand. Berlin was anxious regarding Turkey, for German imperialists desired to preserve and strengthen Turkey as a Germanized vassal. For Germany and Austria, the overwhelming victory of the Balkan allies against Turkey was therefore a distinct setback. For Russia, proud parent of the Balkan alliance, a diplomatic triumph. Austria would have drawn the sword against Serbia in July 1913, had Germany and Italy been willing to back her. Hoping to undo Russia's work, Viennese statesmen fostered disagreements between Bulgaria and her former allies over the division of the spoils. This was all the more easily accomplished since Austria and Italy, by refusing to let Serbia take Albania, made it almost inevitable that Serbia should seek consolation at the expense of Bulgarian aspirations in Macedonia. Between Bulgaria on the one side and Greece and Serbia, soon joined by Romania and Turkey on the opposing side, was waged an unequal contest in the summer of 1913. This Second Balkan War simply made matters worse for Germany and Austria, for in backing Bulgaria, they had again picked the losing horse. Serbia emerged jubilant, enlarged and aggressive. By decreeing the nationalisation of the railways in her territory, she served notice on the Central Powers that their railway imperialism was no longer to be tolerated. Romania was, so to speak, flirting with Russia, although legally wedded to the Triple Alliance by a secret treaty. On the other hand, in Greece, Germany could count on King Constantine, a brother-in-law of William II, and of course there was Bulgaria, but Bulgaria was badly battered. Such was the situation on the eve of the Great War. The Austrian foreign minister was secretly planning to attempt the difficult diplomatic feat of forming a new Balkan alliance under Austrian patronage. Germany, for her part, was sufficiently conscious of her weakened position so that she was willing to make agreements at considerable sacrifice with France and England in order to remove opposition to the Baghdad Railway. At the same time, unfortunately, German military leaders felt it necessary to increase the German army and to send a German general, Lehmann von Sanders, to reorganise the demoralised Turkish army. The former measure alarmed France and Russia. The latter provoked the Russians to hold the secret Crown Council of February 1914, which has already been alluded to. Only in the light of these clashing imperialist aims can one perceive the full significance of the crime that was committed in the dusty streets of Sarajevo in June 1914, and of the resulting Austrian attack on Serbia. It was more than a quarrel between Austria and her small neighbour. It was more than a question of suppressing pan-Serbian agitation for the dismemberment of the Habsburg monarchy. It was also a crucial move in the Near Eastern chess game played by the financiers and diplomats of Europe. The Vienna government probably intended to invade Serbia, assign some Serbian territory to Bulgaria and Albania, reduce Serbia to a properly servile condition, and found a pro-Austrian Balkan League. Berlin, though pretending disinterestedness for diplomatic reasons, was vitally concerned not only to preserve Austria's strength and prestige, but also to ensure Austro-German predominance in the Balkans. Behind Serbia loomed the Russian aim of dominating the Balkans and Constantinople. Behind Austria towered German imperialism, determined to safeguard the German Rhodes to the east. End of section 9. Section 10 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 11c, Near Eastern Questions, Old and New. Subsection, War and Peace. During the war, the wildest dreams of German imperialists were realised, for a moment, in the Near East. Turkey, having secretly joined the Triple Alliance, was brought into the war on Germany's side, partly by the efforts of young Turks like Enver Pasha, who felt that Russian victory would mean an end to Turkey, and partly by the presence of 2 German warships. Bulgaria, too, joined the Central Powers a little later, in October 1915, Serbia, Montenegro, Albania and most of Romania were conquered by Germany and her allies. The Balkan Peninsula was now a broad highway connecting Austro-German Central Europe with Germanized Turkey. But Germany was defeated, as all the world knows, and it was left to the Allies to divide the spoils of Turkey. The Allies were not unprepared. Even in the darkest hours of the war, Allied statesmen were optimistically arranging the partition of Turkey. Russia was to annex Constantinople and the adjoining territory, so France and England agreed in March 1915, just before the Great Russian defeat in Poland. A year later, France agreed, Sazonov-Paleolog Agreement of April 26, 1916, that Russia should also have about 60,000 square miles of northeastern Turkey, that is, of Turkish Armenia, while the region stretching southwestward from this region to the Mediterranean, including Syria, should be French. Next, France and England defined their claims by the Sykes-Picot Agreement of May 1916. France was to administer Syria and the hinterland reaching up to the Russian zone in Armenia, and a zone of French influence was to stretch eastward from Syria across the Euphrates and Tigris as far as the Persian border. All south of this would be a British zone of influence, excepting Palestine, which would be under international control. The Palestinian ports of Acre and Haifa were to be British, however, and Mesopotamia, which would be under British administration. Italy, too, demanded a share. In the Secret Treaty of London, April 26, 1915, by which they purchased Italy's entry into the war, England, France, and Russia promised Italy
a just share of the Mediterranean region adjacent to the province of Adalia.
The demands of justice, apparently, were large, for when France and England came to settle details with Italy, in the Saint-Jean de Mariana Agreement of April 17, 1917, Italy would be contented with nothing less than the right to annex the southern third of Anatolia, stretching from Smyrna in the west almost to Adana in the southeast, and in addition a large area north of Smyrna was to be a zone of Italian influence. Of Turkey there would be left, after each of the Allies had taken its share, only the northern half or less of Anatolia. The promissory generosity of the Allies toward each other was never fully realized, in fact. Russia, by becoming Bolshevist, forfeited her claims. It was convenient that she did so, for British statesmen were being besieged by the Mohammedans of India with petitions to leave Constantinople in the hands of the Mohammedan Caliph, the Turkish Sultan. Another change in the secret treaties was made, at Italy's expense, when, during the temporary withdrawal of Italian delegates from the Paris Peace Conference, Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson authorised the Greeks to seize Smyrna. That province, one recalls, had been promised to Italy. On the whole, however, the Peace Treaty of Sèvres, which the Allies compelled the Turkish government to sign on August 10, 1920, was a mosaic of the secret treaties, a document in which imperialism was writ large. The Ottoman Empire was to be shorn of its Arab possessions, Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, and the intervening deserts and Hejaz, now independent with a ruler salaried by England, and other Turkish provinces in the Arabian Peninsula. These, it was planned, would be divided between France and England. The northeastern corner of Turkey was to become an independent Armenia, with borders later marked out by President Wilson. Smyrna was to be handed over, with unimportant reservations, to Greece, along with most of eastern Thrace. Italy was to have a sphere of influence in southern Anatolia, instead of annexing it as originally planned. And the Dodecanesia, the group of islands occupied by Italy since 1912, were, by a separate Greco-Italian treaty, to be transferred to Greece. What was left of Turkey, most of Anatolia plus Constantinople, was to be saddled with such thorough-going, allied financial and administrative supervision that it could hardly be called independent. The Treaty of Sèvres, however, was torn up by Kemal Pasha, a brilliant and daring Turkish officer, who gathered about him a patriotic army of Turkish nationalists, drove the Greeks out of Smyrna, and practically expelled the French from Cilicia, north of Syria, regained eastern Thrace, reconquered Turkish Armenia, deposed the Sultan, transferred the Turkish capital to Ankara, in the inaccessible heart of the Anatolian highlands and declared Turkey a republic, an independent and progressive nation. This nationalist revolution, accomplished in the years 1921 through 1923, made the Treaty of Sèvres a dead letter and necessitated a new peace conference between the Allies and Turkey. The conference met at Lausanne in the years 1922 and 1923, and after many acrid interchanges of wit and sarcasm between the Turkish and Allied delegates, the Treaty of Lausanne was signed in the summer of 1923. Recognising the actual facts, the Allies had to allow Turkey to retain Smyrna, Eastern Thrace, Armenia and Cilicia, as well as Constantinople and the unquestionably Turkish Anatolian Plateau. Allied financial and judicial fetters on Turkey were struck off. The straits were open to ships of peace and war, with some restrictions. Turkish nationalism, provoked by European imperialism, was apparently triumphant. But European imperialism was by no means wholly thwarted. Syria, Mesopotamia, Palestine, Arabia, and the Dodecanesia were definitely severed from Turkey and appropriated by European powers. Moreover, all claims which the former Ottoman Empire might have had to Egypt, Cyprus, Tripoli, and Cyrenaica and Tunis were finally cancelled in favour of the imperialist powers occupying those former Ottoman provinces. But what needs special emphasis here is the fact that even in nationalist Turkey, the imperialism of the West was still entrenched. A protocol attached to the Lausanne Treaty confirmed the railway and other concessions which had been granted by Turkey before she entered the Great War to nationals of the Allied powers. What had happened during all this turmoil to the unfinished Baghdad Railway? The victorious Allies put into the peace treaties of Versailles 1919 and Sèvres 1920 clauses which would mean practically confiscation of the German interests in the Baghdad and Anatolian railways. The plan was to hand these railways over to a French-British-Italian company at a price to be fixed by an arbitrator. Neutral and French citizens would of course receive their proper share of the price, but the portion due to the Germans would be
paid to the Reparation Commission.
The Treaty of Sèvres, however, was thrown into the scrap heap by Mustafa Kemal's nationalist government, and the part of the Baghdad Railway which lay within the new Turkish frontiers was simply taken over and operated by the Turkish government. The sections running through the French Mandate of Syria were acquired by a French company, and the sections in Mesopotamia became the Iraq Railways, under British control. Subsection: Petroleum and Politics. In the international battle after the Great War for concessions in Turkey, American interests began to compete with European in ominous fashion. We refer particularly to the Chester concession, granted in 1923. Years previously, in 1908, President Roosevelt had sent Admiral Chester to Turkey, and Chester had begun negotiations for rail and oil concessions in the Ottoman Empire. Two causes, probably, contributed to his ultimate success. One was the fact that the Americans in 1923, like the Germans in 1903, appeared to be disinterested businessmen, devoid of imperialist ambitions for political domination of Turkey. The other was the possibility that by granting a valuable concession to Americans, the Turkish nationalists might enlist American sympathy and diplomatic support in their diplomatic contest with the Allies at Lausanne. At any rate, on April 30th, 1923, the Turkish Minister of Public Works signed the Chester Concession, granting to the Ottoman American Development Company contracts even more ambitious than those which had been given 2 decades earlier to the Baghdad Railway Company. Chester's syndicate was to undertake the construction of a network of railways in eastern Anatolia and Armenia, connecting Ankara, the new capital, with Samsun and Trebizond on the Black Sea, with the Gulf of Alexandretta on the Mediterranean, with Mosul and northern Mesopotamia on the southeast. The total length of these lines, 2,714 miles, was considerably greater than that of the Baghdad railway system. They were long enough almost to span the breadth of the American continent. The concessionaires were to have mining rights 20 kilometres on each side of the railway. The value of mineral resources thus assigned was estimated at $10 billion. In addition, the Chester Syndicate was to erect a magnificent capital at Ankara, and to construct docks and port facilities at Samsun on the Black Sea, and at Umatulk in the Gulf of Alexandretta. Here was a truly stupendous business project, but like its German forerunner, it could not be entirely divorced from international complications. To begin with, one of the railway routes now assigned to Chester had previously been promised to a French syndicate in April 1914 in exchange for a loan of 800 million francs, and though the Turks stoutly claimed that the promise had been cancelled by the failure of the French to pay more than 500 million francs of the loan, the French felt convinced that they had been shabbily treated. There was also a dispute with the British over oil rights. One of the Chester lines was to traverse the Mosul district, supposedly very rich in petroleum, and the Chester interests would have oil rights 20 kilometres each side of the line. Now, the exclusive right to prospect for oil in Upper Mesopotamia, including Mosul, had been provisionally promised to the Turkish Petroleum Company on June 28, 1914, as part of the Anglo-German-Turkish bargain of that year. And the company resolutely insisted that this promise should be fulfilled, regardless of the conflicting Chester concession. The Turkish Petroleum, despite its name, was practically the British government. Half its stock was owned by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, and in turn a controlling interest in the Anglo-Persian was owned directly by the British government. Another 25% was held by the Royal Dutch Shell Combine, an Anglo-Dutch syndicate, about 2/5 of whose capital was British. The remaining 25% of the Turkish petroleum stock, formerly assigned to Deutsche Bank, was confiscated by the British government in 1918 as enemy property. This quarter share was promised to France by the San Remo Agreement of April 25, 1920. It was against such a union of finance and diplomacy that the Chester concern entered the lists. Many Americans believed that the State Department at Washington should openly step forward to champion Chester, as an American, against British and French rivals. The Chester concession, however, was not purely American. It was an international enterprise in which British interests were strongly represented. The State Department announced that it did not view the Chester concession as a concern of the United States government. But Secretary Hughes did protect the Chester interests indirectly. American diplomacy vetoed the attempt of the British at the Lausanne Conference to include the Turkish petroleum concession among the concessions to be confirmed by Turkey, with the United States refusing to recognise the British concession and Great Britain discountenancing the Chester concession. The rivals were deadlocked. Complicated though the story must appear, it may be well to add a little more, if for no other reason than to show how intricate such imperialist conflicts are, and how apparently disinterested political contentions may be built upon such things as oil. If Great Britain could obtain political sovereignty over Mosul, the Turkish government would have no right to grant Chester oil rights in that region. In the original Franco-British secret agreement of 1916 for the partition of Turkey, Mosul had been assigned to France, on condition that France respect the Turkish Petroleum Company's concession there. Later, however, Lloyd George persuaded Clemenceau to draw a new line, leaving Mosul in the British sphere, in return for a share of Mosul's oil and certain other considerations. The San Remo oil agreement, by the way, was made in pursuance of this bargain. Accordingly, Great Britain included Mosul in the British Mandate of Mesopotamia. The Turkish nationalists, however, insisted that the inhabitants of Mosul were Kurds, and by right of self-determination should belong with Turkey. Great Britain, on the other hand, insisted that Mosul was part of the Mesopotamian Mandate, and the vigorously expressed desire of the Mesopotamian Arabs to keep Mosul within their borders afforded a reason less sordid than oil for the British position. Behind all the talk of self-determination and native rights, however, lay the question whether London or Ankara would dispose of the oil. So uncompromising were the contestants that the fate of Mosul was left undetermined by the Treaty of Lausanne, and it was agreed simply that in case Great Britain and Turkey could not reach an accord, the dispute would be referred to the League of Nations. When a boundary commission sent out by the League reported, after an investigation on the spot, that the best solution would be the award of Mosul to Iraq, on condition that Great Britain prolong her mandatory control of Iraq for 25 years, the Turks, in the best nationalistic manner, announced they would reject any decision unfavourable to them by the League. Even after the World Court had upheld the League Council's right, by the Treaty of Lausanne, to decide the case, and after the League Council had awarded Mosul to Iraq, the Turks remained sullen. The British, of course, accepted the decision. Although there was some complaint on the part of taxpayers who considered the maintenance of British troops in Mesopotamia an extravagance, British imperialists might well be satisfied. Mosul would belong to Iraq, and Iraq would be controlled by Britain. Moreover, the British-controlled Turkish Petroleum Company had obtained from the British-controlled government of Iraq a 75-year concession to exploit the oil resources of the Vilayets provinces of Mosul and Baghdad. This was only one aspect of the world struggle for oil in which Great Britain and the United States appeared, at the close of the Great War, as the foremost combatants. To enter into all the details of that struggle would be beside the point here, but one or two points need to be touched on, insofar as they concern the Near East. When France and Great Britain, by the San Remo Agreement of 1920, proposed to divide between themselves the oil not only of Mosul, but of the entire Near East, the United States promptly and strongly protested that it had a right to be consulted before the resources of the lands jointly conquered from the Central Powers were disposed of. This was only the beginning of a sharp diplomatic skirmish, the intricacies of which we need not pursue. But while the British Foreign Office composed masterly legal replies to American legal protests, Sir John Cadman visited the United States and endeavoured to come to a business agreement with American oil interests. It is asserted, perhaps without authority, that the Standard Oil was offered a quarter share in the Turkish petroleum, a half interest in northern Persia, and prospecting rights previously obtained, but hitherto opposed, in Palestine. But the Standard was not the only American oil company interested in Turkish oil. There were at least a half dozen, and with these also the British had to negotiate. At length, in 1925, it was announced that a bargain had been made, permitting a group of American oil companies, including the Rockefeller, Doheny, and Sinclair interests, to buy 25% of the Turkish Petroleum Company's stock. The remainder of this company's capital was to be held as follows: 25% by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company, controlled by the British government, 25% by the Royal Dutch Shell, 2/5 British, 25% by the Compagnie Française de Pétrole, representing 67 French companies. Subsection: Turkish Nationalism. If it would appear that much of the history of the Near East since 1918 has been written in oil, the reader should not too hastily conclude that oil alone will determine the fate of this much contested part of the Earth's surface. Human beings count for something, and there are almost 30 millions of them to be considered in what was before 1914 the Ottoman Empire in Asia. They may be considered as falling into two main groups: approximately 13 million, mainly Turks, in the Republic of Turkey, and approximately 13 million Arabs and other racial elements mingled with the Arabs in regions which have been detached from Turkey, namely Syria, Palestine, Mesopotamia, Transjordan, Hejaz, Azia, and Yemen. The Turks form a pretty solid block of humanity in their historic homeland, the rough plateau of Anatolia. To call them Turks is perhaps to beg the question of their identity, for in the mass they are doubtless a very mixed breed, in which a relatively small element of Mongolian or Turkish blood has been mingled with many other strains, some of which probably go back to the prehistoric inhabitants of Asia Minor. But they speak the Turkish language and seem to be learning to consider themselves members of a Turkish nation as much entitled to nationhood as any other. This sentiment of nationality, be it noted, is a recent development, very different from the old Ottoman policy of considering any Muslim, regardless of tongue or blood, as Ottoman. The new nationalism is the product of Western civilization, transplanted by European imperialism into an Oriental soil. And this new nationalism, fiercely jealous of independence, resentful of encroachment, is an obstacle to European imperialism. The full import of the opposition is just beginning to appear. Turkish nationalism will not be content with political independence. It will translate itself into economic life also. For many years, the mass of the Turkish nation, the plodding peasants who till ungrateful soil, have allowed Armenians, Greeks, and, to a smaller extent, Jews, to keep the shops, market the rugs and crops, lend the money in their country, and have permitted foreign capitalists to finance the railways, mines, and other large enterprises. Now there appear symptoms of Turkish revolt against economic vassalage, of Turkish determination first to supplant the Armenians and Greeks in local commerce and petty finance, second to make sure that foreign concessions in Turkey are not of such a nature as to place the country permanently in the grip of foreign capitalists. These aims are easier to express than to achieve, but in attempting their achievement, Turkish nationalists will inevitably find themselves at odds with the imperialist Occident, if the Occident remains imperialist. Contact with European imperialism has taught the upper classes something of Western social and political institutions, and the Turkish nationalist leaders, many of whom have been educated in Europe, have shown remarkable energy and courage in attempting to reform Turkish institutions to suit European ideals. They have made Turkey a republic, with a constitution of a most radical democratic type, although probably the bulk of the people do not yet understand quite what a republic is, or what the exercise of franchise means. The nationalist leaders have destroyed the Sultanate and abolished the Caliphate. That is to say, they have done away with the sovereign and his claim to be the spiritual head of the Mohammedan world. They have taken other liberties with the Mohammedan institutions. For example, the wife of Mustafa Kemal Pasha, the nationalist leader, discarded the traditional face veil and advocated the emancipation of women from the harem system. Polygamy, practiced only by the rich, but permitted by the Quran, was abolished. The fez gave place to the hat. European clothing was prescribed for officials. The Christian calendar was adopted. Women's rights were recognised in a new civil code. Not to prolong the list, we may say, in short, that in certain vital respects, Turkish nationalism undertook the sudden Europeanisation of Turkey. Whether this sudden transformation decreed by the leaders will provoke a temporary reaction by the masses is of small moment in the sweep of history. More important is the major fact that Europeanisation has begun. Subsection Arab Nationalism. A line drawn east from the Gulf of Alexandretta, at the northeastern corner of the Mediterranean Sea to the Persian border, would in a rough way separate Anatolia and its Turkish population on the north from the Arab countries on the south. South of this line, in Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia, live 6 million Arabs, and still farther south, in the Arab Peninsula, are perhaps 10 million more Arabs. These figures are not much more than guesswork, because no census taker visits the desert tents of Arabia. Long and lean of limb, brown of skin, strong and hardy, some of the Arab nomads are physically among the finest types of humanity, and mentally they have shown gifts of very high order. In past centuries the Arab has been a great warrior. Receiving Muhammad's creed, he carried it by word and sword, over the whole Near East, over northern Asia into Persia, and for a space, in the Middle Ages, great was the renown of Arab caliphs at Damascus or at Baghdad. North Africa, with its Arabicized population, still bears witness to the aggressive energy of this people, and the Arab slave dealers and traders have not yet been entirely swept out of Central and East Africa. But the Arabs in modern times fell under foreign rule, except in the interior of the barren Arabian Peninsula, into whose deserts alien conquerors were loath to venture. Perhaps it was the lack of ability for political organisation. More probably it was a traditional spirit of tribal independence, a spirit naturally bred of generations spent in wandering through desert and grassland, that rendered the Arabs subject to conquest. At any rate, the Arabs of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia became Turkish subjects, and Turkish rule was more or less fitfully maintained in Hejaz, Azir, and Yemen on the Red Sea coast of the Arabian Peninsula. The Great War released these regions from Ottoman rule, and transferred them to French and British imperialism. Syria became a mandate of France, Palestine and Mesopotamia mandates of Great Britain, Hejaz an independent Arab kingdom more or less under British control. The other Arab states in the Arabian Peninsula were considered to fall within the British sphere of influence, though it was hardly worthwhile for Great Britain to interfere with them. So small was their population, so certain their resistance, so insignificant their economic value. As regards the administration of the mandates, full discussion may best be postponed to the chapter in which the mandate system is considered. But before leaving the Near East, we shall do well to take mental note that 16 million Arabs, scattered over a region largely barren, but almost half as large as the United States, represent an interesting problem for European imperialism. If the Arabic populations in North Africa are added, the problem becomes still larger in scope. As yet, most of the Arabs are quite willing to be divided. Racial or national consciousness has not translated itself in the minds of the masses into a desire for political unity. Nevertheless, a number of young Arabs, especially those who have been educated abroad, and officers who served in the Great War against the Turks, have shown a fiery spirit of nationalism. Moreover, the fire is fanned by Arab colonies and Arab publications in Egypt, in New York, in Latin America. Whether this nationalism will communicate itself to the people at large depends to some extent on British and French policy, and Great Britain and France have done much to promote Arab nationalism. During the war, to enlist Arab aid against the Turks, British and French authorities held out bright hopes of an independent Arab confederacy, then, by dashing these hopes to the ground, created a resentment that only intensified the national spirit. When Arab leaders in Syria and Palestine desired to make an Arab prince their king, a French general expelled the prince. Great Britain, nothing loath to discommode her ally, gave this same prince a crown and made him king of Iraq, the Arabic name for Mesopotamia. More than that, the London cabinet adopted what seemed to be a brilliant general policy toward Arabia. It would conciliate the Arabs by putting the sons of Hussein, the Arab king of Hejaz, on convenient thrones as kings or princes under British supervision. The new king of Iraq, Prince Faisal, was one of these sons. His brother was made emir, prince of Kerak, or Transjordan, the land east of the Palestinian Dead Sea. Further, for a time the statesmen of London seemed inclined to favour the idea of making the king of Hejaz caliph of all Islam in place of the deposed Turkish sultan. The conception of this policy was unquestionably bold and brilliant. If successful, it would make Britain ultimately the patron and protector of an Arab confederacy, and through the Arab Caliph, Hussein, of the world of Islam. One difficulty, however, was that the very fact of British support made Hussein and his sons unpopular with other Arab chieftains, and perhaps with many of the tribesmen. Indeed, the warlike Ibn Saud, Sultan of the Nejd and leader of a puritanical Muslim sect, the Wahhabis, invaded and conquered Hejaz. Hussein was overthrown, though his sons remained on their thrones in Iraq and Kerak. Admitting the failure of their former policy, the British, ever flexible, now made terms with the victorious Ibn Saud. Quickly the moving finger writes, the Near East, penetrated by German imperialism through the Baghdad Railway, becomes an arena for Anglo-French imperialism, as Germany is eliminated. American capital enters the field as a politically disinterested third party to seek oil and business profit. Turkey, ceasing to be an empire, becomes a defiant nation, and the Arab tribesmen stir uneasily with the ferment of nationalism. The historic question of the Near East has passed through many transformations. Until today, it is but part of the worldwide question. What will be the issue of the conflict between Europe's imperialism and the new Oriental nationalism? End of section 10. Section 11 of Imperialism and World Politics, Part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alister. Chapter 12. The Anglo-Russian Rivalry in the Middle East. Between the Near East and the Far East, between Turkey on one side and China and India on the other, is an intermediate zone, which may be called the Middle East, in which the clash of Russian against British imperialism menaced the peace of Europe for a generation prior to 1907, and in which, after 1907, the combination of Russian and British imperialism was one of the most potent factors in shaping the international situation which led to the Great War. The region is the more interesting to American students because since the war, it has become one of the battlefields in which American oil interests have waged war against British rivals, and because American influence has here been arrayed against British imperialism. Subsection: Russian aggression and British precautions. One thinks of Persia as the home of ancient conquerors and emperors, or as the source of luxurious rugs. It would be nearer reality to visualize camel caravans crossing deserts infested by bandits, tribesmen dwelling in oases, a few cities where patient women weave rugs, and loquacious tradesmen haggle in the bazaars. Persia is 3 times as large as France, but 1/12 as densely populated, chiefly because most of the country consists of desert and semi-desert plateau. Only in small and scattered irrigated spots are there more than 30 inhabitants per square mile. North of Persia is the desert, salt-encrusted basin of the shrinking Aral Sea, bordered by broad belts of steppe, of tablelands, where just enough rain falls to cover the soil with grass, for the cattle of wandering herdsmen. This is western Turkestan, but in the eastern part of this country, and in Afghanistan, the mountain slopes, rising toward the loftiest peaks of the Earth's crust, are better watered and more thickly peopled. All things considered, this was not an attractive field of economic enterprise for imperialists of the last century. Yet there was a minor economic interest, financial and commercial. An English financier, Baron Julius de Ruyter, founded the Imperial Bank of Persia in 1889 to lend money to the Shah and to finance mines if minerals should be discovered. A rival bank of loans, Banque de Prêt de Perse, was set up by the Russian Ministry of Finance, and between Reuter's concern and the Russians there developed a keen competition in the astonishing business of encouraging spendthrift Shahs to spend and borrow more freely. A certain humour appears in the situation when one remembers that Russia herself was borrowing from France while lending to the Shah. Lending money to the Shah, however, was profitable, for like all such Muslim sovereigns, he had to pay exceedingly high rates of interest. Moreover, finance here, as in Tunis, was not wholly economic. There was always an ulterior motive of obtaining political control through loans. And then there was the possibility of obtaining valuable concessions. For example, the Russians got concessions to build a railway from the Russian border to Tehran, the capital, and to prospect for oil and coal. Commercially, a few English merchants were interested in the Persian wares, and even more, in the caravan traffic from western India through Persia. Such economic interests in themselves were relatively small and insignificant, but as advance guards for other interests they formed a sort of skirmishing line, provocative of political rivalry. Much more powerful was the strategic interest. For British imperialists, the Middle East was tremendously important, as a zone of defence protecting British India from European rivals, above all, from Russia. For Russian imperialists, the same region was not only a natural field of expansion, south from the Caucasus and Siberia, and not only an approach to India, which some Russians were bold enough to covet, but also a possible pathway to a warm water outlet on the Persian Gulf. Russian strategy was purely aggressive, British defensive, or rather, defensively aggressive. There is a map between pages 274 and 275. With an open map before his eyes, the reader may see the situation at a glance. The story is a chess game of the giants, with countries for squares. The game grew interesting in the latter part of the 19th century, after Russian armies, followed by colonists and railways, had moved across the Kyrgyz steppes, north of the Aral Sea, southward into western Turkestan. Slowly but surely they pressed on. In the 60s and 70s they conquered, one after another, the petty principalities or khanates of Turkestan. They began to encroach on the northern borders of Persia and Afghanistan, while British statesmen became increasingly nervous, especially about Afghanistan. If once the Russians crossed the mountainous barrier of Afghanistan, no buffer would remain to shield India from their advance. To safeguard India, British armies were sent into Afghanistan in 1878 through 81, and a puppet emir, prince, was placed on the Afghan throne, in England's pay, and, as regards foreign policy, under England's control. But still they were nervous. An acute crisis between England and Russia rose in the years 1884 through 1885, when Russia moved into the town of Merv and then marched south to Penja in northwestern Afghanistan. Queen Victoria appealed to the Tsar to restrain such dangerous aggression, and a British army was prepared to oppose the Russian advance. Gladstone, however, was unwilling to fight, and allowed the Russians to keep their gains. Again war threatened in 1895, when the Russians moved up into the high Pamir Plateau, in the northeast of Afghanistan, where only a thin strip of Afghan territory separated them from India. With the dawn of the 20th century, the conflict grew keener. While England was occupied with the Boer War in South Africa, Russia stealthily resumed her progress in Central Asia, in Persia, in Afghanistan, in Tibet. In Persia, the Russian bank made another loan to the Shah, and a Russian warship attempted to establish a coaling depot on the Persian Gulf at Bandar Abbas. British statesmen were acutely alive to the situation. The British Viceroy of India, Lord Curzon, had written home to London in 1899.
She,
That is, Persia,
is one of those countries which must inevitably have attracted the attention of Europe, partly from increasing infirmity, but still more from the opportunities suggested by their latent, though neglected, sources of strength. Closely pressing upon Persia and Afghanistan is the ever-growing momentum of a power whose interests in Asia are not always in accord with our own. The advance of Russia across the deserts that form the natural barrier between West and East Persia could not be regarded without uneasiness by the government of India.
After she had disposed of the Boers, Great Britain could take steps to counter Russia's moves. Lord Lansdowne could declare, in May 1903, that the establishment of a naval base in the Gulf by any other power would be resisted by England. Lord Curzon could visit the Gulf in November 1903 with a formidable array of warships to impress the natives and declare that British influence must remain supreme, and that British officials could decide that the southeastern corner of Persia was essential to British security. Both Great Britain and Russia, watching each other's every move, waited. Sooner or later, Persia must fall to one or the other. Simultaneously, matters seemed to be coming to a head as regards Tibet. This vast tableland, lying west of Afghanistan between India and China, was a tributary vassal state of the Chinese Empire. Its ruler, the Dalai Lama, was supposedly a reincarnation of Buddha, and its governing hierarchy of Buddhist priests or lamas was so fanatically inhospitable to aliens that few Europeans had ever ventured into the bleak plateau or to its forbidden sacred city of Lhasa. This seemed a secure enough buffer for the protection of India, but in 1901 the British heard, to their dismay, that a Russian who had been tutor to the Dalai Lama was in Petrograd as the Dalai Lama's envoy. Was Russia about to establish a protectorate over Tibet? Lord Curzon, the same imperious viceroy of India whom we encountered in the Persian Gulf, felt that Russia should be forestalled. He himself attempted to communicate with the Dalai Lama, but his letters were returned unopened, and he exclaimed in exasperation,
"It is the most extraordinary anachronism of the 20th century that there should exist within less than 300 miles of the borders of British India a state and a government with whom political relations do not exist, and with whom it is impossible even to exchange a written communication."
He proposed a British expedition to Lhasa to negotiate a treaty and install a British representative there. Russia, getting wind of the plan, protested. Lord Lansdowne retorted that Russia had concluded an agreement, so he had been informed, for a protectorate over Tibet. Perhaps Lansdowne's accusation was merely a diplomatic cover for what followed. Colonel Younghusband led a British mission, well armed, into Tibet in 1904, fought his way to Lhasa, and dictated a treaty to the Lama's regent. The Lama had fled, providing for the opening of 3 trade marts and the opening of routes into Tibet. Tibet was to pay an indemnity covering the cost of the invasion. But most important was the 9th article of the treaty, to the effect that no other power should be allowed to interfere with Tibetan affairs, send representatives to Tibet, or obtain concessions for railways, roads, telegraphs, or mining, or buy, lease, or occupy any Tibetan territory without British consent. This ought to safeguard Tibet against Russia. The treaty, by the way, was confirmed by China in 1906 as suzerain of Tibet. While Tibet was being safeguarded, British imperialists again grew nervous about Afghanistan. The Afghan emir, Habibullah, who had come to the throne in 1901, declined to accept the British subsidy and was inclined to treat the British with rather less than scant deference. Moreover, Russia was building new strategic railways in Asia. Afghanistan still separated the Russian railways from India. Any attempt, said the British Premier on May 11, 1905, to construct a railway in Afghanistan in connection with the Russian lines should be regarded as an act of aggression. It would be
the heaviest conceivable blow at our Indian Empire.
Therefore, no railways must be built in Afghanistan except in time of war. Subsection: The Anglo-Russian Agreement. Toward the year 1906, the contest between Russia and England in Central Asia was approaching the stage where the rivals would have to become open enemies or friendly partners. There was no middle course. Where 2 nations meet as rivals only at one point, as France and Germany did in Morocco, compromise is difficult because one or the other must accept defeat and humiliation. Where they are rivals in many regions, as France and England were in 1904, or as England and Russia were in 1907, it is easy to bargain. That Russia and England chose to bargain rather than to fight was partly due to this circumstance, and partly to other causes. For one thing, there was England's recently formed friendship with France, and France was Russia's ally. Perhaps England would have joined her ally Japan against Russia in the Russo-Japanese War had it not been for this Anglo-French entente. And then there was the growing British suspicion of Germany, which naturally impelled Great Britain into the arms of Germany's foes. Add to this the happy circumstance that since Russia was weakened by the Russo-Japanese War, and seemingly liberalised by the establishment of a Duma, English liberals no longer felt either the fear or the hatred for Russia that had been theirs in past years. Moreover, it happened that in 1906, at the psychological moment, the direction of Russia's foreign policy fell into the hands of Alexander Izvolsky, who firmly believed that Russia's destiny lay in alliance rather than conflict with England. The record of a secret meeting of the Russian Council of Ministers on February 1st, 1907, shows that Izvolsky urged acceptance of an English proposal for the division of Persia in spheres of influence. Until recently, he said, in Russian government circles,
the conviction even prevailed that Persia must come entirely under Russian influence, and that Russia must press onward to the Persian Gulf, which would necessitate the building of a trans-Persian railway and a fortified terminal station on the shores of the above-mentioned Gulf.
This plan, he considered it impossible to realise. The idea of competing with the Baghdad Railway by building a Russian line, connecting the Russian railways with India by way of Afghanistan, must also be given up, as England would doubtless regard it as far more dangerous than the Baghdad Railway. Russia's best course, then, was to agree with England on Persia and with Germany on the Baghdad Railway. On August 31st, 1907, Izvolsky and the British ambassador set their signatures to a convention, embracing 3 agreements, one on Persia, the second on Afghanistan, the third on Tibet. Let us consider them in reverse order. Tibet was to be a buffer state, in which neither power would seek railway, road, telegraph or mining concessions, or interfere with the government. Neither should send representatives to Lhasa. They must conduct all negotiations with Tibet through China, the suzerain. Thus, in Tibet there was a stalemate. As regards Afghanistan, Great Britain obtained the decision. Russia recognised Afghanistan as
outside the sphere of Russian influence,
and promised to deal with its ruler only through the British government. Great Britain, on the other hand, would not annex or occupy Afghanistan as long as the Emir fulfilled his treaty obligations, that is, remained in British pay, friendly toward Britain, and obedient to her wishes in foreign policy. There remains Persia. The preamble of the agreement on Persia, like most such preambles, was a dignified statement that Great Britain and Russia,
sincerely desiring the preservation of order throughout that country and its peaceful development, as well as the permanent establishment of equal advantages for trade and industry of all other nations,
and intending, of course,
to respect the integrity and independence of Persia,
had made an agreement. One should always read further than the preamble. The 3 articles show how Persia's integrity was to be preserved. Persia was divided into 3 zones. In the northern zone, containing about half the total area, Great Britain would neither seek concessions for herself nor oppose concessions demanded by Russia. This was the Russian zone. In the British zone, comprising the southeastern fifth of the country, Britain was to have the concessions. Between the 2 zones was a neutral zone open to both. Persia, of course, was not consulted in this partition. Persia's position was humorously shown by a sketch in Punch, representing the Persian cat torn between the voracious Russian bear and the British lion. The agreement really meant an Anglo-Russian monopoly of concessions and control in Persia. In subsequent secret negotiations, the British and Russian governments showed clearly enough that they took for granted their right to veto concessions and loans which were not to their interest. For example, when a gentleman named Cohen attempted to arrange a loan in Paris that would pay off Persia's debts to Russia and England, thus lessening Persia's subservience to these countries, Russia objected that this would be injurious to Russian interests, and the French government refused approval of the loan. France, of course, would oblige her ally, and all the more willingly since the capital for Russian imperialism in Persia was furnished, in part by Paris. But why should Germany and other powers permit Russia and Britain to appropriate Persia? German financiers, as a matter of fact, hoped to tap the trade of Persia through the Baghdad-Kanakin branch of the Baghdad Railway, and the German Foreign Office was their champion, or tool. Nevertheless, the latter was not eager to offend the Tsar's government too deeply. Even before Russia and England came together in 1907, Germany and Russia had been bargaining. If Russia would cease opposing the Baghdad Railway, Germany might recognise Russian interests in Persia. After the Anglo-Russian bargain, Russia's attitude was, for a time, stiffened. Germany, accordingly, asked for equal commercial rights and a share in supplying materials for railways in Persia, although she was willing to recognise that Russia and England had a privileged position there. At length, however, a compromise between Russia and Germany was reached in the Potsdam Agreement, signed on August 19, 1911. Germany promised not to seek railway or other concessions in northern Persia. Russia agreed not to oppose the Baghdad Railway, and provision was made to link the Baghdad line via Kanakin with a Russian line from Kanakin to Tehran. In one respect, the Anglo-Russian agreement on Persia was successful. It prevented war between England and Russia. But if judged by its professed purpose, it was a dismal failure. It did not preserve order and commercial equality, nor did it accomplish what Sir Cecil Spring Rice, British Minister to Persia, described as its aim.
Not only do they,
that is, the two great powers,
not wish to have at hand any excuse for intervention, but their object in these friendly negotiations was not to allow one another to intervene on the pretext of safeguarding their interests.
Note the word pretext. Subsection: The effect on Persia. A British historian complacently admits that this agreement
was cordially disliked by the educated Persians,
but he adds it
gave the unhappy and chaotic country 7 years of peace and quiet.
Typical this of the way in which imperialist nations are self-deceived. We shall see what kind of peace and quiet Persia enjoyed from 1907 to 1914 under the auspices of the agreement. On the eve of the agreement, Persia had undergone an amazing transformation. A constitution had been granted by the autocratic Shah in 1906, providing for the establishment of a national council, or majlis, to be composed of the representatives of the princes, nobles and chiefs, clergy, farmers, merchants, etc. The majlis was to have control over finances, treaties and concessions, among other things. Now, it would be mere sentimentalizing to interpret this event as the establishment of a stable democratic government. Persia was not ready for that. The tribesmen of the desert and plain were a law unto themselves, the peasants were ignorant, the country had long been accustomed to a feeble but despotic autocracy limited only by the religious law of the Quran and the actual power of the leading tribes. But there was a small nationalist party, comprised of the more highly educated folk ardently desirous of reforming the government, adopting parliamentary rule, and preserving national independence. This party, dominating the first majlis, was determined, apparently, to insist on financial reforms which would prevent Persia from falling into the clutches of European finance. In fact, the finance minister who was suspected of selling his country's liberty to Russia was shot by a violent patriot on the very day the Anglo-Russian agreement was signed. Had Russia and England sincerely desired the peaceful progress and prosperity of Persia, one might have expected the Majlis to have received strong support from them, but such was not the case. The Shah was encouraged to surround himself with a Cossack brigade, officered by Russians, and this he employed against the nationalists in Tehran. When the Majlis issued a manifesto to the powers of Europe, asking intervention to prevent the Shah from destroying the constitution, England and Russia hastened to forestall any action of the other powers, counselled the Shah to promise respect for the constitution. But secretly the Russian consul general supplied the Shah's supporters with arms for use against the nationalists, and civil war ensued, in which the Cossacks played a prominent role, against the nationalists, of course. Profiting by the disorder, Russia sent troops to occupy Tabriz in northwestern Persia until order was restored. Nevertheless, the nationalists gained the support of powerful Persian tribes and were soon able to capture the capital and depose the Shah. That the Shah took refuge in the Russian legation and was protected by Russian and British Indian troops in his exit from Persia and found asylum in Russia may appear significant to those who look below the surface. It may appear still more significant if we anticipate our story enough to say that after the nationalists had re-established the constitution and the Majlis, and were proceeding to reform Persia, the ex-Shah returned from Russia with arms labelled mineral waters, and, with Russian encouragement, began a new civil war in Persia. The victorious nationalists installed a new Shah, restored the Majlis in November 1909, and began their work of reform. Finding that they could not raise money or obtain help in Europe except with the consent of the Russian and British governments, the Persian nationalists appealed to the United States to send them a financier who would put the Persian treasury on its feet. At Washington, the request caused some embarrassment, for it would be considered an intrusion on Anglo-Russian interests if the United States officially appointed a financial advisor for Persia. Tactfully, the Washington government took no such action, but merely informed the Persians that Mr. Morgan Schuster might be a suitable man. Accordingly, the Persian government in 1911 appointed Schuster as a Treasurer General for a term of 3 years. With splendid enthusiasm, with American energy and efficiency, Schuster plunged into the Persian tangle, hoping to put Persia on a sound business basis. But he soon encountered opposition, not from the Persians, who shared his enthusiasm, but from Great Britain and Russia. He had hardly announced his sweeping program of financial reforms when Russia sent the ex-Shah back into Persia, as we have said, to start a counter-revolution and make things interesting for Schuster. The ex-Shah was defeated and driven back into Russia. Schuster took this occasion to declare, confiscate to the treasury, the property of the ex-Shah's brother, who had taken part in the attempted counter-revolution, but the property was protected by Cossacks, acting under orders from the Russian consul general. When Schuster, not to be balked, sent a larger force of Persian gendarmes to take the property, Russia proclaimed that his act was an insult to the Russian consul general. It was sufficient pretext for a Russian ultimatum demanding the dismissal of Schuster, payment by Persia of the cost of sending Russian troops into Persia, and a promise to appoint no more foreign advisers without the previous consent of Russia and Great Britain. Well might Persian patriots in the Majlis unanimously reject the ultimatum and cry bravely, "Death or independence." The Persian version of Patrick Henry's immortal phrase was unheeded. Russian troops marched on the capital. Great Britain urged Persia to yield. Some Persian leaders in Russian pay effected a coup d'etat, dismissed Schuster, and dissolved the Majlis. From 1911 to 1914, Persia was misruled by a small clique of politicians willing to accept Anglo-Russian supremacy, to borrow money from the two protecting powers, and to allow Russian troops and Russian colonists to convert the northwestern part of the country into practically a Russian province. The people in that region did not even pay taxes to the Persian government. Despite Russian troops and a Russian officered Cossack brigade, and a Swedish gendarmerie in the British zone, banditry and disorder flourished. Disorder to Russia meant simply a pretext for extending Russian occupation in the north, and the British government, unwilling to oppose its partner in the Entente, had to permit Russian aggression. This was how the agreement secured for Persia 7 years of peace and quiet. Persia was more unfortunate than countries which fell wholly under the imperialist domination of one power. In Egypt or Tunis, imperialism meant at least orderly, efficient government and the building of railways and rapid economic development of natural resources. Persia, on the other hand, was torn between two powers, neither of which would permit the other a free hand. Russia, for example, desired to build a railway straight across Persia, connecting with her own rail system, but Great Britain obstructed the scheme in one way or another, so that nothing came of it. A British firm, on the other hand, planned a system of railways in southern Persia, to be financed by issues of Persian bonds, but Persia was in no condition to undertake such financial obligations, and the surveyors sent out to lay out the routes encountered such native hostility that nothing was done. As a result, Persia today has 350 miles of railway, as compared with Egypt's 3,040, Algeria's 2,221, Tunis's 1,260. And Persia's commerce is likewise far less than it would have been had there been but one dominating power. Subsection: Nationalist Persia and International Petroleum. The Great War of 1914 profoundly altered the situation. We are not here concerned so much with the fact that, though neutral, Persia was used as a battleground by Turkish, Russian and British troops, as with what happened to the Anglo-Russian protectorate. Early in the war, in 1915, as part of the secret bargain regarding Constantinople, England and Russia made a secret agreement that England should be permitted to add the middle or neutral zone to her own, and that Russia should be given a free hand in the northern zone. Had Russia and England been able to carry out this bargain, it would have meant the partition of Persia in earnest. Russia, however, had her revolution in 1917, and the Bolshevists repudiated the Anglo-Russian agreements on Persia. The end of the war, therefore, found Persia occupied by British troops, and Britain relieved of Russia's partnership. In vain the Persians sought to avert the clearly impending British protectorate by appealing to the Paris Peace Conference. The conference was deaf. On August the 9th, 1919, the Persian cabinet accepted the inevitable by signing an Anglo-Persian treaty providing for British advisors for the several departments of the Persian administration, British officers and munitions for the Persian army, British capital for Persian railways, British experts to revise the Persian tariff, and a British loan of £2 million. If, in the preamble, the British government reiterated its pledge
to respect absolutely the independence and integrity of Persia,
the formula need not be taken too seriously. What Great Britain intended was a modern, subtle form of imperialist control, no less effective, but much less candid, than what it used to be the fashion to designate by euphemism protectorate. The treaty, however, never went into effect. The Persian Majlis would not ratify it. Worse still for British plans, the Russian Bolshevists, renouncing all former Russian imperialist rights and interests, began a subtle campaign against British imperialism. Persian Cossacks seized control of the government and installed a premier who dared denounce the unratified Anglo-Persian agreement. Over the shrewd military leader Reza Khan, who became virtually dictator, the British could exercise no control unless they used overwhelming military force. But the British taxpayers were unwilling to pay for a military conquest of Persia. Once more the Persians turned toward the most distant, and, therefore, they rightly inferred, the most disinterested great power for aid. Once more an American was installed as financial advisor, but this time there was no interference from Anglo-Russian interests. When the word disinterested was used, it was meant to refer only to political aggrandizement, not to economic affairs. Certain Americans were very much interested in Persian oil. The Standard Oil Company purchased from the Persian government in 1921 an option on a concession to exploit the oil resources of the 5 northern provinces of Persia. But concessions covering these provinces had previously been granted to a Georgian adventurer named Kostaria, who has sold them at a high price to the North Persian Oil Company, which was owned by the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. The dispute between the Anglo-Persian and Standard was interesting and intricate. In the end, the Anglo-Persian decided to offer a 50-50 compromise, but the Persian Majlis refused to sanction the bargain and offered the concession to another American oil producer, Sinclair, in exchange for a loan of $10 million. The Anglo-Persian Oil Company, to which allusion has been made, deserves a little more attention. Its founder was one of Fortune's favourite sons, William Knox Darcy, who began his career as an impecunious lawyer in Australia. A client walked into his office one day, so it is said, with a chunk of gold quartz, and said he had a whole mountain of it on his sheep farm, whereupon Darcy helped him organise a mining company, and made himself a millionaire. Turning traveller, and looking about for new worlds to conquer, he decided to enter the oil business. Hearing that oil seeped from the soil in Persia, he sent a geologist to prospect, and, on the receipt of favourable reports, he persuaded the Shah of Persia to grant him, in 1901, an exclusive concession to exploit petroleum, natural gas, and asphalt deposits in all of Persia except the 5 northern provinces. Sinking wells and building pipelines was expensive work, and Darcy found his fortune disappearing so rapidly that he sought the aid of other British oil interests. An Anglo-Persian oil company was formed in 1909, owned by British capitalists, to develop Darcy's Persian concession. Gushers were struck in western Persia. Soon it became evident that the Persian field was one of the richest in the world, and in 1914 the British government purchased a controlling interest in the Anglo-Persian company to make sure of controlling the supply of oil, insofar as control was necessary for the British Navy. Barren Persia, it turned out, was a treasure house of oil, the most eagerly sought-for prize of postbellum diplomacy. Persia was a nation, or rather a conglomeration, of 8 or 10 million persons, mostly Persian by tongue, and mostly poor, living over untold wealth of oil. The development of the oil industry may mean an end of Persian independence, but in these days of more subtle forms of imperialism, Persia is more likely to remain nominally independent, while her underground wealth is owned and exported by foreigners, from whose prosperity a few crumbs of economic benefit will fall to Persia's share, in the form of taxes, increased commerce, increased business. Subsection Central Asia. A postscript must be added on the fortunes of other Middle Eastern countries, notably Afghanistan, Tibet and Turkestan, since the Anglo-Russian Agreement of 1907. The first of these, a mountainous country somewhat larger than France, inhabited by warlike Mohammedan mountaineers, was assigned to be a buffer state, more or less under British control, as the reader will recall. From 1907 to 1919, the arrangement worked well enough. The reigning emir, Habibullah Khan, accepted a salary and advice from the British government. Having visited India, he strove to institute in his own country the progressive policies he had seen there in operation. He had a few factories built, introduced telegraph and telephone, reorganised his army, established schools, and above all, built good roads. The curious fact that there are no railways in the country is explained partly by the reluctance of the British government to permit their construction, lest they prove a menace in time of war. All went well until in 1919 Emir Habibullah was shot in his tent, and his son Amanullah proclaimed emir in his stead. Amanullah promptly declared his independence and got in touch with Russian Bolshevists who were seeking to arouse Asiatic peoples against British imperialism. With fatuous courage and Russian encouragement, he now proclaimed a holy war against the British, only to be summarily defeated. Peace was made a few months later and confirmed by a treaty of November 22, 1922, which recognised the complete independence of Afghanistan. Once a vassal, Afghanistan is now one of the few independent countries left in Asia or Africa. Tibet, that bleak plateau and mountain country sparsely peopled by inhospitable Buddhists, was to be a sort of no-man's land as far as Russia and England were concerned, according to the agreement of 1907. China was to be recognised as the suzerain of Tibet, and no dealings were to be had with the Tibetan Dalai Lama, except through China. When the Chinese Revolution occurred in 1911, and Chinese patriots planned to incorporate Tibet more definitely in China, the Tibetans rose in arms, expelled Chinese officials and garrison, demanded independence, and thereby caused China to undertake the reconquest of the country. Just at this point, Great Britain interfered, imperiously demanding the withdrawal of the Chinese army. China was only suzerain, not sovereign, of Tibet, Great Britain firmly pointed out. The British proposed, quite openly in violation of the Anglo-Russian agreement, that Tibet should be divided into two portions, one under Chinese control, the other autonomous. Autonomous in this case would doubtless have meant under veiled British control. China refused, however, and there the matter rested, until Great Britain should find it to her interest to go further. Finally, a word about Western Turkestan. This wide stretch of desert, steppe and irrigated farmland had been appropriated by Russia in the 1860s and 1870s. Here there has been no great battle of international diplomacy, nor any significant conflict between imperialism and nationalism. the native peoples, akin to the Turks in race and language, and Mohammedan in religion, would doubtless have preferred independence, but they gave no sign of national rebellion. As a matter of fact, the native races were antagonistic toward each other. There were the pastoral Kyrgyz herdsmen in the north, and the Turkomen herdsmen in the south, and the Uzbek Sarts, more civilized agriculturalists, artisans and merchants between them. Under Russian rule, the Turkomens ceased their favourite avocations of brigandage and slave-stealing, and settled down, to some extent, as farmers and cattle growers. The other races made even more marked progress. Russian railways afforded an outlet for cattle and dairy products, for millions of astrakhan, karakul, lambskins from Bokhara. But perhaps the most remarkable development was the introduction of cotton growing on a large scale. Since the Bolshevist Revolution in Russia, a curious development has taken place in Russian Turkestan. A small number of Russian colonists, aided by a minority of the native Mohammedans, followed the Russian example, set up Soviet republics, and remained bound to Russia. The significant aspect of this event was not that the Russians retained control, even under a supposedly anti-imperialist Bolshevik government, but that Turkestan afforded a sort of corridor through which Russian Bolshevik propaganda could flow into Persia, Afghanistan, India and China, stirring up Asia to throw off the galling yoke, so the Bolshevist phrase goes, of European imperialism. Russian propaganda was one factor, as we have seen, in expelling Britain from Afghanistan, and it has had a marked influence elsewhere in Asia. Whether it succeeds or not in creating Asiatic rebellions, more or less serious, is probably of less moment than the certainty that it has already stimulated the growth of self-consciousness, of the spirit of self-determination, of resentment against European imperialism among the peoples of Asia. End of section 11. End of Imperialism and World Politics, part 2 of 4, by Parker Thomas Moon.